Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me yo. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do.
Ejemini ekebo, Akpabio, where are you? Ewe tu meje, itun lo ni ọtun ẹṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́, àkọ́bí bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jó ẹlòkó, bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún, wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà, Akọ̀bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè, Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Akọ̀bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. I've been trying to position this all the way through, but I'm not quite sure how it's coming across. I hope it's coming across decently enough. So there it is. It's one man and a laptop, especially funky. I got this laptop not that long ago, but the way I brutalized this equipment, it probably already needs replacement. But so there it is. Here we are. So the weekend comes to a close and another week rolls on. Such is the tapestry of life, a never-ending grind. A never-ending grind, the tapestry of life, and then you die. So it's the in-between, isn't it? So the moment you share with your friendly neighborhood or your laughing my one man went to more are the little moments you treasure in life. So the treasured moments carries on. So the treasured moments carries on. Now click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join me on the screen, this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So that's your first class ticket to the Juggernaut train that is known as the One Man Went to More platform. So come on board. Come on board to the first class carriage. Come on board to the first class carriage. So let's not dilly-dally too much. Let's just launch into it. Let's launch into it and get straight into it. So we're going to kick it off with this one. Let me just line myself up. Yes, so that's how I usually do it. And pop it up, and that's how I usually do it. So let's just get straight to it. Let's just get straight into it and kick it off with this one. Well, it's as good a place as to start. I wasn't actually going to start with this one, but let me start with this one. Why we decided to support Tinubu's administration after pledging allegiance to Peter Obi during the election. So this is Ohanaeze Indigo. The language is not so much the language of treachery, but the language of reality. You know, they say winner takes all. Do you understand? Winner takes everything. That's just the sharp, some would describe as cruel reality of life. Winner takes all, and the other thing they say is that there's nothing that succeeds like success. Nothing succeeds like success. And another thing they say, success has many relatives, failure is an orphan. So all of that encapsulated and enraptured in this headline. Why we decided to support Tinubu's administration after pledging allegiance to Peter Obi during the election, his own home social political pressure group, the equivalent of Emefiele in the southeast. It is the Ohanaeze Indigo that is now making this alarming headline. Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization Ohanaeze Indigo has reiterated its support for the administration of President Bola Tinubu, speaking during a walking visit to the office of the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti. The organization's executives praised Oti for his achievements so far in office. The delegation, which was led by the President General Emmanuel Nwanyawu, said that the Ohanaeze leadership was interested in knowing how those elected into political offices from the Southeast were doing. He told the governor that they had supported the Labour Party candidate, the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi in the last general election because he felt that zoning favored the Igbo to produce the next president. But with the declaration of Tinubu as the winner of the election, Ohanaeze had already written to the president, pledging the support of the Igbos to the government in order to unite and develop Nigeria. Chief Nwanyawu briefed the governor about what Ohanaeze, under his leadership, had been doing to unite and develop Igbo land. Responding, Governor Oti thanked the Ohanaeze leadership for finding time to visit him and commended them for the good work they were doing in preserving the interests of Indigbo in Nigeria. So practicality, pragmatism, realism, the cold facts of life. So there is no misstep, by the way, in what Ohanaeze and Indigbo have done there. There's no misstep whatsoever. Everything is sequenced and logical and as it should be. So nobody can criticize them for anything. You have to be somewhat of a daft sort of a person to criticize them for anything. So let's take it from the beginning. At the start, they took the stance that in terms of equity and balance and fairness, it was the turn of their region to have the presidency. And good enough, they had somewhat of a substantial enough candidate to threaten the actualization of that desire. So they weighed their influence and their strength behind that candidate, who of course is Peter Obi. The cut and thrust, the joust and parry, the ebb and flow, it all came and went, and Tinubu was declared president. So now what do? Do they continue on this furrowed, lonely lone, screeching and squealing down the road that Tinubu is not my president? Are they going to join that train as serious-minded adult people, or are they going to on board with the reality that when you go into contestation, the prospects of losing is as real as the prospect of winning? And that is where they have weighed their thinking. So yes, they fought a good fight. The fight comes to an end with a victor, and in the interest of national unity, they then align their support with that victor. So it's not a betrayal, it's not an abandonment, it's the reality of life. So it is the reality of life, and that reality is going to dawn very sharply, very quickly around the country. So let's go on from that to this. And by the way, if people want to come into the studio, you can. I have barely one person there now. We increased funds for states after subsidy removal. Do what you're elected for and stop distracting Tinubu. Government tells PDP governors. So, yes, the PDP governor seems to be playing some sort of Machiavellian sort of politics. This is what we're seeing from them. Because on the one hand, you remember when they held that press conference a few months ago, led by Bala Mohammed, and they were somewhat pledging allegiance, pledging allegiance essentially to the president. And we were all saying that, where now are we getting opposition from? But they are now pivoting now because the government is somewhat under pressure because of the state of how the country is evolving through economic and reform changes. So they're now leveraging that now to ask Tinubu to retire or resign if he's not capable of the job. So they did that, and the empire collapsed back. The empire collapsed back. We increased funds for states after subsidy removal. Do what you were elected for and stop distracting Tinubu. So now let's now see what the meat is of this one. The Bola Tinubu-led Nigerian government has told the state governors from the opposition party, People's Democratic Party, PDP, to focus more on their duties in their respective states. This was contained in a press statement signed by Rabiu Ibrahim, Special Advisor Media, to the Minister of Information and National Orientation on Sunday. The statement said the government, after the removal of the fuel subsidy in May 2023, had increased the revenue of all states, including the FCT, and the state governors are expected to use the money for the socio-economic growth of their states. On Saturday, the PDP governors advised President Tinubu to resign over the state of the nation if he cannot provide sustainable solutions to the country's challenges. Reacting to this, the Information Ministry described the PDP governor's advice as a mere distraction for the president. He said, the call is nothing but an attempt at distraction by people who should instead be busy supporting the president's effort at bringing economic relief to the Nigerian people. It is our considered view that the PDP and its governors should not be seeking through the back door of intimidation what they have consistently failed to achieve by democratic means since 2015. Those who could not bring transformational change when they had a lengthy chance to should not seek to interrupt or distract those who are busy at work on the presidential vision that Nigerians elected them to implement. So that's all right. Let me give you a bit more. Let me give you one more paragraph. The administration of President Bola Tinubu has also since inception generously extended financial support to all state governments, regardless of partisan affiliation. In addition, the removal of the petrol subsidy, which incidentally was one of the main planks of the PDP presidential campaign, has swelled the revenue of all states, including the PDP states, to whom more has been given. More is therefore expected. According to the ministry, Tinubu, so it goes on to then do a party political speech. So it goes on to do a party political speech, but there it is. There it is. There is that one. Because a lot of people actually look to the central space in terms of this Nigerian narrative, and often enough has been said that you should not really be looking in the direction of Aso Rock for the necessary improvements that would impact on your lives. The state governors are generously funded. The state governors are. And there's plenty, and the state governors impact on your life more immediately. Look at Lagos State now. Okay, Lagos State as a good example. We saw that. I saw a clip. They were clearing Ojuelegba under bridge or something, just weighing completely out of those shanty towns, clearing them off completely. They will repave it and create a motor park there to move these cars. So these are the things that our state governors do to alleviate the burden of life on the people. So these are the things that they do. So all these are Tinubu this and Tinubu that. You know, your bin man did not come to collect your bin, which is the responsibility of your local governor or your local councillor, and you are waking up in the morning holding your Bible to course at Aso Rock. So they have sufficient enough money, this state governor. So there is absolutely categorically nothing that still stands as an excuse. So nothing still stands as an excuse. More trouble as EFCC investigators uncover fresh 17 billion naira fraud in humanitarian ministry. I was going to curse then because it will not be well with Buhari and his people. I have to say that. Apologies. I don't usually curse, but it will not be well with those people. They left nothing but just a legacy of stealing. They stole so much, you know. It's unbelievable, unfathomable. The last is yet to be heard about the allegation of fraud rocking the Ministry of Humanitarian and Social Inclusion as operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, investigating the issue, have uncovered a fresh fraud of 17 billion naira linked to the ministry. So I think if they don't uncover a trillion naira from that ministry, they are not doing their job. If they don't uncover a trillion naira from that ministry, they are not doing their job. All right. All right. So this is the headline piece. Governor, hold on. I need water. So this is the headline piece. Government not sure of crime to charge Emefiele with. This is the Senate president telling us this. We know he's guilty of so many things, but what exactly they is guilty of, they cannot say. Senate President Godswill Akpabio said on Sunday that the Bola Tinubu administration inherited an economic mess from the former governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, unsure even what charges to bring against him. Speaking at Senator Barinada, whatever's Thanksgiving, in his local government in River State, Akpabio claimed the economic situation left by Emefiele was terrible. We did not even know what to charge him with, whether for putting foam on top of the bill, illegal firearms possession, printing notes without income. I don't know what we're going to charge him with, Akpabio said. The Senate president asserted that economic woes and hunger were due to past policies. But what we can say is that, yes, there is hunger today because of the policies and actions that they took, and we recognize that. And I think every political party should recognize that there is hunger, and we're battling to ensure that Nigerians sleep with their eyes closed. I don't know what he means by that. Akpabio assured Nigerians of efforts to improve security and living standards, but appealed for patience, arguing decades of rot cannot be solved in months. So this is the real argument to that space, isn't it? So somebody was just saying, I was speaking to somebody actually in Nigeria, and the person, I was saying that, how are you coping with all of this going on? And the person was saying to me, I was asking that person if Tinubu was being blamed. And the person was saying to me that, how can you expect him to fix 67, 65 or 60 whatever years of rot within a few months? Because all of these things that is going on, the build up of all of the past, not just the Buhari administration, but the Buhari administration was the worst, by the way. All of these things have been a build up of all the culmination of everything. But yes, they don't know quite what to charge Emefiele with. Let me just take that from the top again. It's a short read. Senate President Akpabio on Sunday said that Bola Tinubu's administration inherited an economic mess from the former governor of the central bank, unsure what charges to bring against him. So there it is. Just shoot him is my recommendation. Just shoot him. So just shoot him is my recommendation. Let me take you to this space. Let me send the link to the studio again. Plenty of room still. Anybody that wants to hop on. And anybody that wants to join the Boson in that, join Boson as well. Let's see. Let's highlight. Right. Right to it. Labour Party chairman from 36 states pass vote of no confidence on Abure, demand resignation. So yes, this is going to play out very, very quickly within the next couple of days. That guy is gone, by the way, and Peter Obi has left that party. He's not yet formally declared, but I have the anticipation that before the end of the week, he's out of that party. The Labour Party LP chairman from the 36 states in the country have reportedly passed a vote of no confidence on the national chairman of the party, Julius Abure. The stakeholders urged Abure to step down with immediate effect. Our correspondents recalled that the Labour Party chairman was recently accused of mismanaging funds belonging to the party. The national treasurer, Oluchi Okpara, had asked Abure to account for the alleged missing amount of 3.5 billion naira realized from the sales of nomination forms of the 2023 general elections. And by the way, it is the narrowness of the fund form sales that this lady is querying, and they are estimating that at 3.5 billion naira. It's not all of those donations that this guy was hopping around the world canvassing for and just pocketing. Supporting Okpara's demand, the chairman called on the Labour Party flag bearer in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, and his running mate, Dati Baba Ahmed, and other distinguished personalities to join forces with them and demand Abure's resignation. The statement reads, "We extend warm greetings to all faithful members of the Labour Party of Nigeria and to every Nigerian dedicated to the New Nigeria project. Your commitment and enthusiasm for positive change are truly commendable. We stand before you with profound appreciation for the responsiveness of H.E. Peter G. Obi, a stalwart in our party, for his swift action in response to the call for the external auditing of the Labour Party accounts. This gesture underscores his unwavering commitment to transparency and the principles of the New Nigeria project. However, we find ourselves at a critical juncture where we must address certain internal matters for the sake of our party's integrity and in the spirit of openness and accountability. As elected chairman of the Labour Party in Nigeria, we wish to address certain concerns that have come to our attention. We are appealing to His Excellency Peter Obi, Senator Ahmed Dati, and other distinguished personalities within the party to join us in requesting Barrister Julius Abure to step aside. This step is essential to facilitate the establishment of an independent investigative panel that will thoroughly examine various allegations, including the misappropriation of funds leveled against him by the treasurer of our party, and indeed the complaints of forgery and impersonation by some of our aggrieved party members. It is crucial that no one acts as judge in his own case, and we believe this measure will ensure a fair and impartial inquiry. So there it is right there. There is no way that it makes anything like sense that Abure should be in situation to oversee his own investigation. So let's go now to the last readout then, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room. Nobody can challenge us in 2027 with the alliance we have. This is Yemsen Wike still glorying in what he did in 2023. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemsen Wike, has said nobody can challenge his political camp in 2027 with the alliance he had formed. So I think it's still that four-man panel, Sheyi Makinde and the rest of them. I'm not quite sure what electoral value somebody like Otom still has. The minister said the 2027 election will be too easy for his camp following the alliance between the All Progressive Congress APC and the PDP in Rivers State. Wike stated this on Sunday during a Thanksgiving service organized by Senator Barinada Migi in Koroma local government area. So this was the same space where Akpabio was making his speech. He said, with the forces we have, I don't know of anybody who can challenge us. I can tell you it is like tomorrow is 2027. For me, it is still very far. I can't wait. The two leaderships of the party, APC is here and PDP is here. Where can you find that leadership unity? Which state? It is only in River State that you can find that unity. And that is what many people don't like. When they see people united and working together, they find how to make sure they are divided. But since we know, we have refused to be divided. This is the only state where the leading party will win for president. The opposition will take the National Assembly. You know how that goes. So that is Wike promising to deliver River State yet again to Tinubu come 2027. So that's Wike promising to deliver River State to Tinubu again come 2027. So that's the readout. So Thomas, let me put you to the bar for a moment. So that's the readout. Let's play the Kegite music and then we'll bring the panel on. First we go to the Kegites.
Only water, where is Sima? You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwa Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So joining us are General Thomas, as you already saw on the screen earlier. Good to have you, Thomas. Solly is with us. Good to have you, Solly. Ikene makes up the list. Good to have you, Ikene. So good to have you, gentlemen. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to join, hop on. Let's kick it off with Solly. Who got here first? Solly, Bawoni. Solly Amugo.
I'm not Amugbo.
I'm without Amugo. How are you?
Fine.
Kilo Shele.
Nothing. I'm just chilling.
Well, So what are you following in the news today? What's going on over there?
Just this someone looting this wiki. Oh yeah, and Tinubu met with this president of Brazil. I'm not even sure why.
Yeah, to what end though?
I don't know.
And where?
I think I'm not sure, but they met in person. So that's just the thing. He posted it on his Instagram story. So I don't know what's going on.
They said they struck a deal for direct flights between Nigeria and Brazil. Yes, and there's a strong Yoruba population. There's a strong Yoruba population in Brazil, by the way. I'm sure you know that. You know the Oni is always there, putting blessing on them.
Yes, a lot of them speak Yoruba. They can recognize it. They speak it. I don't know if they know a lot of Nigerian songs, but the language is more popular than the music in Brazil. So if
and they worship a lot of Yoruba deities as well.
So they worship them aggressively.
They come. You know how you people go to Jerusalem for your pilgrimage. They go to Ife. Oni is like a demigod to them.
Yes, they talk the same way people used to talk about going to Saudi Arabia and Nigeria. It's the same way some of these Brazilians talk about coming to Nigeria, to see all these things and meet Orisha and stuff like that. They do it aggressively, which is always a very surprising thing because it's so demonized in Nigeria.
Well, they say it. A citizen is without honor in his own whatever. However that saying goes.
But if
I actually have a clip of it. Somebody sent me a clip of it, but yeah.
If they are doing direct flight, it's very easy for Nigerians to go to Brazil then, and all these other countries that they are running to. You can get the Brazilian passport in like 2 or 3 years, and this passport.
But why would you want a Brazilian passport? Though? How does that enhance you as a human being?
One man, people are paying.
Is it not worse than a Nigerian passport?
No. You can go to Europe visa free
with a Brazilian passport.
Yes.
Who told you that?
Something like Brazil visa free countries. There are a lot of Brazilians here in.
There are a lot of Brazilians here. Also, surprisingly, actually, because you wouldn't think that the UK is a natural go-to for Brazilians, but
it's because most of these places are visa free. Even UK is visa free with Brazilian passports. So all of them are coming out now because their economy is now booming a bit. So they have money to travel well. So you start seeing more and more of them. It's visa free. So all this UK is scamming all these people, all this Canada, all these people are paying 100 to 250K one man minimum to get passports of countries that after maybe 2 or 3 years they will not be able to be going to those countries visa free again. So and you don't even need to be in Brazil.
There's a guy Tayo I know, so I think his name is, that he spent $250,000 to acquire the passport, the citizenship of some Caribbean island, because he got fed up with being harassed. He went to Ethiopia and they took him to the toilet and dropped his trousers to anally search him. Those are the experiences of having a Nigerian passport.
You see all those other African countries. They don't like us. Both the white Africans and the black Africans. The moment they hear Nigeria and they feel like they have authority there, that's when they will start showing their power. You know, and I've always, see, when all these other Nigerians say, oh, we don't like, we are friends, yeah. Me, I'm not friends with all of them. Oh, they don't like us at all. And if they can wipe us out, they wipe us out because that's what they do in their own countries. We fight each other. All the tribes argue with each other, but we don't get to a point where we're trying to wipe ourselves out. But all these other African,
What's that beeping? Is it time for your medication?
no, it's alarm. It's alarm for some things, but it's not starting. But anyway, Sha. So all those other Africa, I watch them like plague. You know, even the South Africans, but the South Africans, they are just funny people. But the other ones, anyway, Sha, it will be a lot of benefits if Nigerians are able to tap into it. But all they know is UK and Canada. I don't know why. But
You know, the average Nigerian, his ambition is to live in the UK. I don't know why. The UK is quite a depressing place in most instances. Maybe during the summer it's a glorious place, but most times it's just cold and miserable.
but the summer is only for like 3 months or less. But it's just this
But there
8 months.
is no better place than the UK. Oh. If you go to King's Road in Chelsea during summer, you think you think you're in paradise. You know, with all
But
those Russian girls with the long legs and the short skirts. You know.
that have been UKnized. I don't
No,
care
no,
about.
you know, King's Road is the playground of the billionaires. So they strut up and down the King's Road to in very expensive, Gucci up and all these things, flashing legs and everything, wanting to catch a billionaire husband. But it's good during summer. It's good to just go there, order a bottle of wine, pretend like a rich man for a moment, and just watch the people watch.
Well, the problem in the UK is that it's too small. That's just the thing. It cannot contain the amount of people that want to come there. You know, so it may be the best, but it's just too small. It's not enough for everybody.
And the UK is pushing against immigration now. It's just
Uh,
the last wave of the people that came in are the lucky ones, because they're just shutting down all the barriers now. You can't come in with your children without an education. You can't. They just cut so many rules.
After they've
And
chopped.
now that the country is going into recession, there are even going to be a lot more. I think Nigerians are now looking to Canada now, but then Canada is also shutting down.
Yeah, Canada too has its own issue. They went to go and chop Chinese money. They couldn't resist. They chopped Chinese money and it scattered their economy. So most of these countries, it's not like it shuts down. They just want rich immigrants now. That's just the thing. They don't care
Have you
about.
heard? This is not even part of the thing, but have you heard of this culture, Japada? Let me play you a clip.
London is going through a cost of living crisis. The white people, they don't want us there. They want to send everybody. Yes, they want to send everyone back to go back to their country. So I came over here because my landlord, I realized he started to go. He was turning. My rent I was paying £1,850 every month,
A month.
and then he wanted to increase my rent to 2,200 a month.
How much are you earning?
But that's the thing, because it's pounds. But the thing is, you earn in pounds. But people, they always say, London's bad. But the bills you will pay,
It's also the equivalent, the value, same value.
it doesn't even make sense. So I now heard that people are paying 3 million, 2 million of rent for a whole year. I said, you know what? Let me come to Nigeria, relax a little bit. Do you know what I mean?
Rest my
my
mind.
mind. And then it's because I got over here and I realized that life is actually soft.
Yeah,
you know
it's
what I
not
mean?
as bad.
You can get a house girl. You can get a chef. My sister.
Not chef.
Yes, so
Yes, no.
I'm like, my mental health has.
Been better.
I'm more creative.
So that's the new evolution within that space. It's Japada. No, Japa has not you heard that girl. Now I'm not quite sure where she's paying £1,800 for as rent, or even my mortgage is not up to 1,000. Although my mortgage is nearly paid off, I think I've got just a few months left. No. Life, when she says life is softer, if you can internationalize your earnings and then localize to Nigeria, you would live like a king. Imagine if you're working remotely in the UK and you hop on the plane every 6 months to go and meet and then go back. Even every 2 months, even and you are earning your money in pounds and you are living in Nigeria, you will live like a king. You would not step on the floor. You will ask somebody to be come and carrying you from bed to walk you down to the shops, and then you will stand on their head and they'll be hailing you. Caesar, Caesar. You live. You God. Imagine.
One man, Nigerians usually don't have plan. They just want to get through the door and we'll sort it right after that. Nigeria's main plan should be getting that. If they want to live in Nigeria, your goal should be getting that passport. Because if you have that passport, the best place to live in, if you're having issues living outside Nigeria, the best place to live in is Nigeria with a passport. Go to Brazil, collect a Brazilian passport, and go back to Nigeria to invest. You don't need to take that 20,000, that 30,000, that 40,000 to UK. Because when you get to the UK, can you sustain what you were living in with what's where
you cannot live the same standard of living in
exactly
let's say, for instance, let's say your salary is about £6,000. For that £6,000, and you want to live in London, for that £6,000, you'll be living in poverty, because as that girl said, the rent in London, if she is living in London, is around about 2,000. If you want to live by yourself, so that's right about. And then the council tax, the VATs, the insurance on this and that, the slice of these, or all this. By the time they slice you up, you are left with about £800, and by the time you go out once or twice, you are back on the credit card again. But if you were living with £3,000-4,000 in Nigeria, you will hire somebody to be coming to wipe your behind after you've used the toilet.
With £3,000-4,000, you'll be living on the island.
Where else would you live? Would you be living in Ajegunle, earning £4,000? And then you will hire somebody to be carrying you on their head.
In a prominent, well secure, almost 24/7 electricity. In fact, with around £6,000 to £7,000 a year, you could be living on Banana Island, because I saw Banana Island.
No, you can't live on Banana Island, though. Banana Island is a dollarized space now. Those are international millionaires, billionaires. No,
Banana Island rent is between 10 to 15 million per year for an apartment in Banana Island, which is less than £10,000 a year. So you will not only live like a king, you enjoy life. You enjoy life. That is what you call enjoy. It will be like you are not in Nigeria. Very, very tempting.
A lot of international people, they are not actually in Nigeria, because the only time they see Nigeria is that journey between the Murtala Mohammed and to the island. And once they hit the island, they don't leave the island until they are going back to the airport. So, yes.
So I'm just waiting till Nigeria just modernizes.
Yeah, you better go and take whatever it is that you need to take. Yes, this is Banana Island, 25 million per annum. 4-bedroom semi-detached Banana Island Ikoyi, newly built, 25 million per annum. You could rent it for a year, actually, just to see how the other half live.
Exactly. And this 4-bedroom. I'm even talking about 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom. You will see it between 8 to 15 million, depending on how good it is and the exact location. So it's not really, if you're earning in foreign currency, it's not really expensive to be one of the top 1 to 5% in Nigeria. Not really that hard. Now I'm just waiting. I've stopped all these things now. I think it's my
because I start going to work before you lose your job.
No.
You are self-employed, aren't you? You are a crypto trader.
Yes. I don't have job. If I have job, I'll just jack back from this country, because these people annoy me too much sometimes. So now I'm just waiting till Lagos modernizes just a little bit, especially with the infrastructure. I saw that the second train station, they're about to finish it, and they've ordered 2 more trains. So what I'm looking at is all the other states beside Lagos that are supposed to be benefiting, the governors are just useless. Ogun State is supposed to be benefiting the most. It's just useless.
That's
You know,
Babati State now.
so I don't understand. They are giving all of them the same amount of money. What do people in this Ogun Osun state do? Because we never hear.
You know, just that Ogun State. I saw the governor of Ogun State, Akpabio, commiserating with the Herbert Wigwe family. He has no relationship with it, but because he knew the cameras were there, he was there. And then I saw him at the what is it? Where they cluster footballers
Crowd.
with this, no, where they hold them. I can't quite remember what it's called. I saw him with the Super Eagles in their dressing room before one of the matches, trying to do like motivational speech. And then I saw him at one other big so I keep seeing him at all of these big events, and I wonder what time he's actually having to govern that state. So that guy and Gbajabia Miller, they're just there to do fine boy, That's all. They all this money, they're living like kings. They lord it over their states, and they're just internationalizing Playboy. It's just yeah. I don't know, man. That Nigeria is a hopeless country.
But I don't understand, why is it only someone that is working? They are just disappointments.
Most of our problem in Nigeria is laziness. Most of the people in government, a lot of them are lazy people. They just got there to connection. We just happen to be lucky with Lagos. Like Fashola was a very hardworking guy, and the other people in his cabinet saw that this is what it takes. That's where they adopt the hardworking culture in Lagos state governance. But the rest, they haven't figured out. They're just a bunch of lazy people.
Shey Makinde is making an effort too, actually, in Oyo State.
So, by the way, why is there someone signing agricultural deal with all these non-southwestern states? You see him sign agricultural deal with KB.
Yeah, because they have land there. They have land that is very arable for, Lagos State has a rice strategy. And
so they can't grow rice in any of those southwest states.
The best place is in Kebbi. That's just it.
The best in what sense?
In terms of the arability and rice grows in a certain sort of I think that's what they found anyway.
And it's not only rice, even just food. Food in Kebbi, just they want. We Kebbi, I thought maybe rice only grow there or something. But this another state. I don't know if it's I forgot one northern state again. It's signed like a cultural deal, like to supply food to Lagos. And I'm like, dude, why don't you work with your southwestern brother and turn their, because that would be in the billions, Work with your next door.
It'll be cheaper there now. The labor will be cheaper. The land will be cheaper.
The labor, really? That's the excuse?
Well, is it not always down to economics?
So you can't the state in South Ocean they can't find those jobless, all those bad people that are can't push them to work to get the same cheap labor.
Who do you think is cheaper to hire as a farmhand? A man in Ekiti or a man in Kebbi?
Are you kidding me? So those people there's no hardworking farmers in Ekiti.
No. I'm saying who is cheaper to hire? Cheaper.
That's not the point now. That's not the point. The fact is, you need supply. You make deal with the states. They make you work. That's a great job. Why you see Lagos are firing? You make deal with the state. Put your farmers to work. Let them produce.
No. The deal is cheaper in those spaces because the economy of that space. They have a lot of people. They have a lot of land. They don't have anything that wraps around all of that. So it's easier to cut deals with those sort of spaces cheaper.
And even try to cut deal. Okay, has he made an attempt to cut deal with the southwestern states?
But he knows the cost economy now.
He doesn't. They can figure it out. They can work it out. Come on, man. They can
when it's taking you on average about 1,000 naira an hour, just as an example, to hire an Ekiti man, and it's taking you about 300, 200 to hire a Kebbi man.
I'm sure if you go to those rural part of Ekiti, the people you find the same thing. I mean, come on. Are you talking about describing a kid and all this assurance if the people they are bubbling and they are so advanced they will be
No, they are not
they earn less
advanced.
money.
No,
I've
we're
been to
talking
these
about
places now. People beg me for 20 naira. They
no.
beg on the street now.
You know, the person begging you for 20 naira in Ekiti, that same person is begging you for 1 naira in Kebbi.
Woman, this thing you
You
are doing.
understand?
Come on.
Yeah, but
You are just
I see your point though. But it's the same country, isn't it? So I mean,
no, I
yeah.
just think the Yoruba are just have this bad mentality. Right? They just don't think about themselves. They don't think about their people. They have this. Oh, I don't discriminate to why others do it. You know, that's why you are your opportunity to be the most advanced people, but you don't understand how to coordinate. If you look out, if you go to market now,
no, Mike,
for example, wait, just
Mike,
if you go to
no. If you are saying, oh, we are not doing it because other people are doing it, you can't be. Other people are doing it because most of them are illiterate. You
what are
can't
you
now.
talking about?
Okay,
They
but
are doing what?
you can't.
You are telling me the leadership of other regions are illiterate. Is that what you are telling me?
Yes, most of the leadership, most of the citizens
Come on,
are
man.
illiterate, and
What's this guy talking about?
it's not an
So
insult.
Yorubas are educated. Everybody else is illiterate.
It's not about being educated. There's also enlightenment. We are closer
Now,
to.
you guys should listen to Mike. Listen to Mike.
Yorubas are the only enlightened people in Nigeria. The rest
We are
they are
closer.
backward, Abby.
Wait now, we are closer to the shores. So obviously, whatever is coming in education, everything, we always get it first.
Your argument is not within weight, man. Most Yorubas are not educated. Sorry,
It's not even related to, but
it's not related to what we are saying. The point I'm making, one might you go to maybe a market now in Lagos, maybe Alaba or something like that. After market, you see the Igbo traders forming union. You understand? They were doing the strategize how they will work together as a marketers and advance. Well, you know, there's such thing with Yorubas, man. You'll never see.
Can I, Mike?
Okay, Mike. But on a large scale, who gets the best results?
You are not getting shit. Your region is, bro. You're not getting any results. You're just lucky. Our region we just happen to have a empire that's so huge, and we happen to have a coastline that we just blessed with territory. But the people mentality, they should have been far advanced. And luckily, we had a fantastic leader Awolowo in the past. Since then, we've not had leadership like that. The rest of them are just bunch of one Nigeria people that don't even, like people that their mentality is so bad, man. I mean, we've just been blessed. We have education and things, but we don't utilize it to help our region, to advance our region. Yeah, we work to do. We work. I can say we advance our region, but we don't advance our people. Like an example would be Lagos State. It's advancing the states, but it's not advancing the Southwest, the indigens. It doesn't care about the indigens. It cares about the states. It doesn't care about the indigens.
Hold on, Mike. Just leave a window for some. How is it not? Explain that. What does that make? What you said make it make sense?
What I said in sense of the part you advance the state, you are working hard to put infrastructure in states.
Right.
Or whatever, to make sure states work, but you don't do anything for the indigens.
For the benefit of whom?
Everyone that lives there, but don't do anything special for the indigens.
But I don't know building infrastructure for them. What do you expect?
No. I'm saying, okay, everyone else is building infrastructure.
But right? There's an indigent clause in Lagos State, you know. There's an indigent clause.
Tell me what it is.
Can I?
I'm an indigent of Lagos. I don't know.
Well, you are an indigent of America, but let Babate come in. I think it was.
Yes, Mike, just want to address the whole rice thing that one man brought up in terms of why are we not Lagos is not investing in Southwest as opposed to KB. The question should be, why are the Southwest governors not benefiting from what Lagos has to offer? For instance, the rice thing that you brought up, agriculture. If I know Lagos is going to make a deal with KB or Benue or whatever, and you know how I feel about my current governor, because once one man mentioned it, I had to come up because he would trigger something in me. I'm like, but
am I wrong in what I said?
You're not.
You're not fine boy.
You're not actually one man, and that's the point I'm about to make. I'm going to then use I will bring my kings, the KBSCs, because you have Ijebus, you have Egbas, you know the historical connections between Lagos and Ogun State. I'm going to bring them to Lagos. Listen, you're not going to, it's almost like a blackmail actually, one man, to be honest with you. You're not going to KB. Anile, we have the people, we have the land. In fact, tax incentive, 10, 20 years, you don't pay taxes. You will force the hand of Lagos because you have the land. I agree with Mike on that one. We have lands in the Southwest that can grow the same thing they are going in. It's not true. I'm not buying this whole soil or no soil. But it is on the governors of the other states, not Lagos. You cannot, so they have to be the one to make the move and say, they don't share now. Come to my state, I have land for you, I have the people for you. You bring your cabbage, you involve them.
Babati, imagine this. One man, let me ask you this. If we swap region with the Southeast, we take the whole Southeast, put them in Southwest, and the Southwest and the Southeast, we swap region. I swear to God, man. See, all of you migrating to Southwest, you will be the same piece that Southeast where you go there, they can't even sell you land. They will the way that play, they will organize it where it will be like by now they will be that will be Biafra by now. The Southwest will be Biafra. They won't even be calling any other tribe to come and join them. They would have Biafra in that Southwest. And they will be focusing on themselves and developing. We have the advantage now. That's our problem.
Sorry, are you saying the region is the advantage rather than the people? For
the region has the advantage, but they're not using advantage to advance their people.
That wasn't my question. Are you saying the region, the Southwest region, in terms of its geographical location and configuration, are you saying that is the advantage and not the people itself? Because what you're saying now is that if we swapped the Southwest with the Southeast, they will do infinitely better with the resources that the Southwest has.
No, I'm not saying they will do better in terms of governance and things. I'm just saying they will do more for their people. They will do more for their people. They will make their people first. I know that for a fact. Even any other tribe in Nigeria, they will do the same. They will put their people first. They will make sure their people. You're not going to come there and be saying no money will ever end up.
I'm not sure I agree. In terms of people putting people first,
they will structure that Lagos in a way where is their people that they will dominate it. And there's no single market where one other tribe will come and be dictating with them. You won't even have mouth to be talking like that to come there, Lagos, Indigo land. You come there, you want ethnic group come there and come and be dragging something with them. They will. There are even there are area where it's not even nothing special there. If you go there, they make it clear to you guys. Come, you're not from here. You can't say want to you your mama say you can't say even that go they cannot go to a market and get a space there. You understand? They protect their own, and there's nothing wrong with it. People will call it tribalistic, but there's nothing wrong with that.
But Mike, hold on. But this is what I'm saying. Even if you feel that way. But the other governors in Southwest, they also have to make the move. You cannot just hold Lagos accountable only for.
I'm not saying it's all of them. It's what I'm saying. I'm just saying the Southwest people. Right. That's the way they reason. Their mentality is so jacked up.
But fine boy, that boy is not. It's just like I've always said on this platform. Ogun is supposed to be the New Jersey to the New York of Lagos. I've always said that. But when your governors don't make a move, how can you sit down there and watch Lagos make agricultural deals with the different states in the north, and you guys don't make a move? 5 of you in Oyo, Ogun, you have the land. One man, I disagree with you on that one. They have arable land.
They have land now. I'm traveling through Southwest now. I see land, green, like just there, lane. Nothing is going on there.
They are almost the same people. They speak the same language. They told when it comes to logistics, it's easier. The cabbage is that can make the juice for you. They can get their people to work for you for cheap. If that's what you want. You can get cheap labor, subsidized, tax-free. So what are you waiting for?
The thing is, our problem is that the people that are becoming governors, they are these bourgeoisie that become British-minded. They are not Yoruba-minded. They are just Western-minded. So they into more this Nigerian thing. Even when I've met some of these so-called close to politicians in the Southwest, and when I start saying, wait, let's design these special schools and only put this special, I say, you're doing discrimination. What are you talking about? I'm trying to define this, advance my region. You're telling me about discriminating. So what the hell is wrong with you, man?
So Mike, what the hell is the done agenda for them? I thought we had a done agenda. So what? We have what is called the done agenda. So why? Because part of it that I think that is agriculture. So if you look at the because it used to be from Odua Investment Group, it's now called the Dawn Agenda Investment for the Southwest.
They even changed the name, so they don't call them discrimination
No,
tribalists.
Dawn Agenda is different from Odudua Investment Group.
No,
Dawn Agenda is a planning arm, which is in Ibadan. Odudua Investment Group still exists as a business unit.
What I'm saying is that even in that Dawn Agenda, it has to do with economics, right, of the Southwest.
Planning,
so, yeah, the planning. But why do you? I want to believe that agriculture is a major part of it, right? You should plan.
It is. When I used to read a lot of what they used to publish, that was 2016. Agriculture of all that stuff was part of it. Yeah, a significant bit, especially in Oyo State.
So why on earth are you guys watching people? I mean, for Lagos, is okay for them to do that. I don't blame them, but I'm blaming the other governors. Like, wait a minute. I thought we had a deal here where we plan these things. Why are you not including us in this? And how can we work together as opposed to you waiting to go and collaborate with KB or other states? It could make sense to me now. Sometimes
but KB is ready, right?
I'm saying that for the Southwest too. You can speed up the process for your own people if you really love them dearly.
So KB came to you to propose something. Okay. You couldn't call your own brothers, your own Southwestern governor, say, come on. You guys should be the one doing this.
You can't call them. They have to be ready, like KK just said. You have to make a move to Lagos.
Okay, but see,
he doesn't care about his region.
You have to call them. See, if you think Jewish or even Korean or Chinese, look, if they have that proposal, they have that plan. Yeah, your brother or your next door neighbor may not know, but it's incumbent upon you to go there and tell them what is going on. That's part of it. That's why other cultures, that's why other people progress that we do.
Okay, I give you that. But, okay, meet me halfway is what I'm saying. What's his own move? You to make a move now.
Well, we understand that. Okay, if that was useless, if I'm a governor of Lagos State, right, I'm in that position. Know that I'm in this position to favor my region. I have useless governor in Ogun that's supposed to be doing something where Kebbi is approaching me for. I will call his cabinet or call his people, say, come, this your governor is Mumu. He's supposed to be the one coming here to taking this deal that Kebbi is proposing to me now. I will do that for the sake of my region, huh? Someone who's looking at you like, I'm just man, I'm a governor. You know, he's feeling there. I'm like, oh, you're a foolish man, man. So your billions now be going to Kebbi when your Southwestern Yoruba people don't have opportunity.
On that line of thinking, I would say
earlier, please hold on. Earlier on, I didn't mention involving the KBCs earlier on when I first came up. That you're supposed to
involve the intellectuals or people of the
involve them. But what I'm saying is that Lagos is not solely responsible for this.
We know that.
True. But again, Lagos State. Okay, see, every time one man said earlier, because I guess it's more economical to go with Kebbi. It's everything ready, land ready, labor ready, and everything else. If you have to base everything on economics, okay, then we have no chance. A lot of people are going to have the chance. The fact that Lagos is a wealthy state, and they're going to be spending billions of dollars with another state, a northern state, they can afford to take a loss. See, the most wasteful, if you ask me, the most wasteful government perhaps in the world is the United States government. I hope you guys know that. So they sometimes they go out of the way to do contracts or do business with some people, knowing very well with other shenanigans beating that they're going to be losing a lot of money. Sometimes they easily pay 5-10 times for a product that they could source elsewhere cheaper. But you know what? No, they have to fulfill, quote unquote, certain whatever you want to call it. See, Lagos can be that big brother, can be that state with a lot of money that can revive Ekiti or Ogun State agriculture because they have the money. Yes, truly, if you want to base it one-on-one, Kebbi is ready everything, and they'll probably be better off or better economically to invest in Kebbi. But again, to what Mike is talking about, this is the problem. If you keep looking at numbers all the time, you're not going to go that far as a people, as a community. So you have to extend it. Lagos can afford to lose. Let's say they invest 1 billion naira with Kebbi. They can afford to do the same thing with Ogun State or Ekiti State and get like, I don't know, 5 or 600,000 naira return. But you know what? They're building a foundation for the future. And to what Mike said earlier, also, there's a stark difference in building your region infrastructurally that everyone benefits.
They have this, Yoruba people have this Omoluabi thing that they do to become to a ridiculous level.
Sorry, can I interject?
Hold on, let me say this real quick. Give me a second. Even during the free education time, when they were doing that free education, other regions tried it, like the Southeast, but they couldn't manage it, so it failed there. And their people started flooding to come and occupy, take advantage of the free education in the Southwest. And this thing was designed for the Southwest people. But guess what? We have to take them. We are Omoluabi. Come on, man. Take care of your people now. Why do you have to always do this Omoluabi to a ridiculous level?
Let me interject. Sorry.
Hold on. Let Warpeace come in. I think he wanted to come in first.
Thank you. Roman, good morning. Kulata, sorry. I was supposed to reply your message. I replied your message in my heart. I didn't know I didn't reply it physically. But I'll call you after this show. Thank you. Okay. I heard what people were talking about project development, and I think if Babati can remember vividly, it was me, Babati, Ariola, and the rest, and I raised the question like, why is it that Ogo is not like the New Jersey of New York? But again, we are forgetting one thing: we are not in regional system anymore. And the way Mike is sounding is just sounding funny. You always don't want to be tribalized, but you're more tribalized talking about development. It's Yoruba. It's not Yoruba thing anymore. It's a state thing. If you hold a state thing, you get that development fast.
Not talking about.
Hold on.
The Yoruba people don't exist anymore, Abi.
Mike, I don't know where you. Sometimes I'm talking. I don't know where you get what I'm saying from.
How you can use the Southwest not a Yoruba thing? What's Southwest then? A Nigerian thing. That's why I'm agreeing with you now that the governors think Southwest is a Nigerian thing now. It's no longer a Southwest.
Okay, hold on.
So when they came to do Amotekun, they didn't remember it was it's no longer a regional thing.
Hold on, please. Now, these are individual states with their individual governor and their individual policy. The Lagos state policy is not Ogun state policy. If they come together and have an accord, that's because they come together to agree on something that will benefit each state.
But that's not what we are saying.
Hold on. I'm coming to you. I agree what you are saying, but you are getting it wrong. Your approach is the one that is wrong. You are saying from the governor is not doing anything. Call traditional rulers. Call the people. The governor is the chief security officer of that state. He decides. He's the alpha and omega of that state. He decides.
I'm not presenting sound argument, man. I'm not presenting.
Hold on, Mike.
Nobody said the governor.
Mike,
let me speak now. You just keep jumping. If all you are saying is so right, why is Ogun not developing? You have to see things from the other way.
Man. You're not making sense. Just continue.
I'm not making sense. Thank you. I'm not making sense. Let me say what I'm saying, because the state now you're complaining about, you're not making sense because you are seeing things through your ideology. By the time everybody sees their state as a state and know what they are lacking, use their weakness to advantage, every state will move forward. But you don't expect, because Lagos it has the economic background, to drag the remaining 5 states along. No, it won't happen like that. If people of Ogun, like people of Babati here, have a good vision and present to the governor and keep challenging the governor, I believe one day the governor will have a turnaround, have it rethink, and buy into the idea and move the state forward.
Let me clarify something before. No, please. This is very, very important. So when you say we are a federation, for the Southwest is very peculiar and very unique because they have economic integration plan that they already have. Like he was talking about earlier. Like done again, that involves planning for economic integration of the Southwest. So so they already have that. The argument is implementation of what they should be doing already. They have a plan already. Is my point.
But do you know why the pressure is not working? That's the big elephant in the room that we face to. We like it, but we shy away from it. The reason the implementation is not working because the 5 states came to agreement to have an agreement. We will push this implementation through. But rather, we are using emotional sentiment because Southwest thing you have to go through. It won't work.
Part of it also, listen, Warpeace. They talk about economic integration, agriculture, everything, but part of it is also cultural. It's not just.
Yes, I know. I'm not removing that.
So the argument we're making here is not so much that they are planning. We know what they should be doing but them not doing it is the issue here. But also, there's a cultural part that you cannot dismiss for the Southwest.
I think one of the problems those governors have, they have too many friends from other regions that will come and be telling them, you guys should not do that now. Yeah, like people like What Peace now.
Hey,
we probably advise the governor not to coordinate.
When you start
Remember, they are no longer region, they are Nigeria now. Well, can I come to those states that come and be?
Mike, when you sound sometimes, you sound the most tribalistic person on this platform.
That's fine now. Is that not where we are in Nigeria? Are we not doing our ethnic?
Listen. You cannot be more tribalistic than another person. We don't have monopoly over it.
You can call it tribalistic if I care about my region. That's where we are in Nigeria. Everybody care about their own.
Okay, can some of us contribute?
World peace. What is wrong with self-interest?
Just 1 minute.
World peace.
People are agitating for Biafra. You're telling me not to agitate for my own region. What is wrong with you?
Wait now. Let me.
Mike. Don't use that language. First of all, don't tell what's wrong with me. Don't try it.
I'm asking
Don't try it, Mike. Don't try with me. Don't try it. What's wrong with me? What are you now? I'll be your mate. I'll be age editor. What's wrong with me now? I don't insult you. What's wrong with you, Mike?
Wait now. It's too early in the session for.
Why are you doing that now? You just drop me on my talk. I'll be keeping quiet and telling me what's wrong with me. Mike, people listen to me and you for a platform now. Why are you doing that?
Did I even say what's wrong with you, sir? Did I even say?
You forgot. Play the back. I just listen to it now.
All right.
Okay, my apology if I say that. Sorry. You don't say you're my guy.
I know you're my guy. That's why me and the quiet.
Let's just abandon that. Everybody settle down. Prince Daddy, I never knew you were one Yoruba nationalist, but there it is. It's all coming out now. All that glossy veneer is starting to I've been hearing a little bit of it over time, but it's now coming out fully. It's a Yoruba nationalist sort of
but for one, are they going to make me a chief in Egbaland if I don't support them?
Look at that. Let's hear from Ola who wants to come
in. You see this matter of agriculture.
Ola, Choma, I'm going to be new.
See, let me tell you one thing. It's like UPN actually planned for this thing we are seeing today, but unfortunately, some of those projects were destroyed along with the takeover of that country by Buhari in 1983. You see, when a river basin was supposed to be meant for irrigation and some other things. So I don't know what happened to Ashijire, and I think they have one dam too in Ogun State.
Oyo State. There's another one in Oyo State. Apart from
Ashijire. I know of Ashijire, but I see this Onion Dam, right? Is this
Onion or something like that? You're right.
So they actually plan, or when they actually plan around that, but most of those projects were abandoned. Now, as at the time Lagos State was buying that Kebbi land, was doing that partnership. This is a rumor. Don't take my word for it. I think they were trying to do something in Ogun State. I think strategically it was not that okay.
And what happened? What happened? Why did it go through? I want to know what happened.
No, irrigation, mechanization, all those were factors. So are the cost, like they were. So and the expanse of land needed and the metric tons of rice targeted. So they have their paper. So if I'm able to put the paper from the internet, I think I can share. So the only visible option for them is just because they have irrigation facility down in Kebbi State already, They want to do their rice around the clock. When I say around the clock, 365 days. So no harmattan, no. Every time they should be able to have access to water to do whatever they want to do. So it's also.
Sorry, by the way, when that bill is just rice. Are they also going different produce, or it's just rice?
No. Rice was part of the target.
That's my point. So don't tell me.
No. Southwest under Awolowo focus mostly on major. I think that part of their focus was on cash crop.
Right.
You understand? So every region they have their focus. So we focus on cash crop then, which was cocoa,
right.
And they were able to use cocoa to.
I'm counting on all that. Yeah, I remember.
And if you ask all this research institute in Oyo State too, you know, there are some kind of policy around the forestation and deforestation too that that limit what they can do. So so all those play all those come into play when they are looking at when they are looking into that. Then most importantly to, you know, the threats. If in comma, I don't quote me because all this like just internet here, I don't have basis for it that.
Right.
Maybe
if anybody has that, I want to see it because as someone that his mom worked in the Ministry of and she was a major player in agriculture in the 80s, I know what we have on ground. I know the structure. So I'm wondering why the hell Ogun cannot, because I know in the 80s, I know what we were doing when it comes to palm oil, palm kernel, and all those things. And I remember. So I want to know what did we make a move at all, or did it? What was the conversation? What I'm trying to ask is the question here. What was the conversation around that?
The last time I knew of any move was that in the UPN period. So I didn't see any serious move. As a matter of fact, the structure we had on ground, the military administration, they destroy everything. It is now that some government are beginning to pick all those old farm settlements. They are trying to do something around it. So I think part of the Southwest integration will have incorporated some of those things, but if and only if we can do that. So it's a legit agitation that we should be doing some of those things in the Southwest. I totally agree, but the infrastructure to do it, do we have them on ground now? If we don't have them on ground, then we have to work on it. So that is why it comes to
a point in minute with the state. You want to speed up processing and you give tax incentives. You are fully, you know, while you meet them halfway. I need this thing. You said you will make a move now.
Yeah, but do you even need Lagos? Can you not just create a farms?
That one too.
Take advantage of your proximity. Yeah. You do the farming and then just take it to Lagos and flood it.
Thank you, one man. Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you very much. Why must everybody wait for Lagos? Why must the many 5 states wait for Lagos? Can they do what they can do?
You are missing the point here. I cannot mind. Sorry.
It sounds similar now.
Wait. Yeah. I'm saying that for Ogun State, I can't speak for your Ekiti, but for Ogun State, in the 80s, they already had a structure, they already had a plan, they already knew what they were doing. It was there. Just bring it back, look at the blueprint, modify it, and get on with it. So we are different from your Ekiti or your whatever. They know what to do in Ogun.
No, I think industrialization is getting into their head in Ekiti, in Ogun State, in the sense that, you know, the industry that can no longer have places in Lagos are just moving over to Ogun State. So I agree with you in one part.
Following your line of thought,
I agree with you and Mike. To be honest,
following your line of thought, it sounds like there's no need for Nigeria to invest in manufacturing because China, Vietnam, and the rest of the world can provide us with everything that we need cheaper too.
I know that you are missing it. I'm talking of the strategy they have on ground, not me saying that. See, let me tell you one thing. Every region has its own strength. And if you capitalize on your own strength, for example, if you want to turn Southwest to California, good. We turn to California and we find a way of doing other things. If you want to go into serious...
sorry, let me sound like war peace. Hold on. Point of correction. What do you mean turn like California? Do you know California is the largest?
Okay, I could be wrong there, but you know where I'm going to.
When it comes to agriculture in the whole of the United States, California is at the top.
Where
you know that?
With the largest tech, the tech. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not just I know that every region in the United States of America, they have the agricultural strategy. So I'm just being I'm trying to use a particular analogy around technology. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they don't have agriculture. So
okay, well, quickly to your point, one more. Are you talking about like offshoring, like Lagos State government itself should go find a land in Ekiti or Ogun State and organize the agriculture themselves?
I'm actually saying that Ekiti or more to it, Ogun State that has the proximity, they can take the initiative and just build an agriculture industry around the Lagos State.
Why are they not doing it is the point.
Yes.
What is he doing?
He's busy doing fine, boy. I was just saying to
it is the nature of Yoruba people. Often that's their nature. That's
investing in cassava.
Some will like a Kebi than people. That's what.
Ola, let me tell you something quick. You know, Ondo have this Institute of Medical something that this guy created. I think this guy that just passed on, Akpabio, built one Institute of Medical Research. But that thing didn't pick up for a very long time. You know why? Because Ondo was counting on this same mic I tell you, we are Yoruba now, because Ekiti actually have the doctors, the professionals. It didn't pick up, not until recently. They have to go align with Ekiti, sit on the table, draw a plan out before Ekiti start aligning with them. Now it's working. This is what I'm just trying to say. That boy, who has accountable, that boy is failing to align with the place he can make profit from. We should forget Yoruba thing. It's not Yoruba thing. It's the government that is failing. That's just my point. He and his team they lack innovation. And by the time we start singing that to them, they wake up. But we sing it based on Yoruba thing. It will become the case of the mother of everybody. When he died, he wrote on the road because nobody will care to go and remove it. So that's just my submission. I hear the floor. Thank you.
All right. Let's hear from Larry on that space, and then we move on. Larry, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. You know, it's good that people are beginning to look at what is actually happening in Ogun State. But for me, right, having been someone that actually come from that state, I think the last time Ogun State had a good governor was during Bisi Onabanjo. Ever since that time, you know, it's always been governors coming in that are more tribalistic than being governors of Ogun State. So now look at from Oshoba. I think Oshoba did a little thing, kind of like do more with rural electrification. Now from Daniel was more focused on, because he's more of an Ijebu person. You know, Amosun came there. Amosun was just focusing on Abeokuta. And, you know, the problem is most of these governors, they do a lot of copy and paste. And that was exactly what I was saying yesterday. They know the problem. But rather than focusing on the problem, they want to kind of like look at what is happening in Lagos. They want to do the same thing. And in natural sense, they know they can't even do it. Look at Ogun State, for instance, where Ogun State generates the highest revenue from Ogun West. And the most neglected part of Ogun State is Ogun West. If you look at what is happening in Ogun West, look at if you go from Songo down to Abeokuta, it's really crazy. And sometimes I look at it and I ask myself, is it that those people don't really know what they're supposed to do? And in most cases, they invest on projects that do not really, help the people. Take, for instance, Ogun State. I don't see why Ogun State will be investing so much in building a cargo airport when you've not even developed what you're going to use for that cargo airport, right? And there are several things like that. You know, I don't see a reason why Ogun State, right, would not be the highest producer of rice. You know, Ofada rice used to be something that everybody know for Ogun State. You know, they neglected everything. They weren't looking at it. Sugarcane, right? If you go to Papa in Ogun State, that happens to be, a very great place for sugarcane. I don't know why they can't look into getting a sugar factory or something there. So most of those guys know those things. And if you look at most of the governors in even in Nigeria, have you noticed that within the last 4 years, most of the governors are always, everybody wants to build cargo airports. Why do they want to build cargo airports? Because they've now started using private jet everywhere. And everybody's looking for a place to park private jets. That's why you see them. So we want to do cargo airports. Why do you need cargo airport? And I keep asking myself, right, that why is this guy investing in some of those things that are not really going to help the people, right? So it's more of politics. They come in and they do all sorts of things, and they make people think, oh yeah, probably they are doing something. The last election, the governor nearly lost. They just did one or two abacadabra, and kind of like, got in there because everybody know exactly what's happening. And I've said it on this platform, and I'm happy that someone actually said it, right? Because I don't see why Ogun State cannot feed Lagos. Because you have the land, you have everything, but because you decided to leave everything and focus on wanting to be like Lagos, when you know in natural sense you can't even be like Lagos. So people, you know, it's good, and if they are listening to some of those things, right? Because for some of us, you know, it's really painful when you start thinking, you know, there are a lot of things you just think and you're like, why are we not really doing some of those things? Why are we letting all those things to die off? Right. Ogun State used to be the hub of education in Nigeria. It has the highest number of universities in Nigeria, you know, but what exactly have they really done in that aspect? You know, during those periods when I was in Abeokuta, I used to know that a lot of people come to Ogun State just for secondary school education in Ogun State. But where are those things? If you look at the key schools that they used to have in Ogun State then, right? Places like Mayflower, Ikene, you know, Afrograms in Abeokuta, you know, Abeokuta Grammar School. If you go and look at some of those places now, it's the old students that are really even carrying some of those places because the governor completely neglected it. You know, it was to me, it's just, you know, it does this normal fine boy, you understand, and you know, he's into oil and gas.
Has he done anything of significance? Is it a second term now, isn't it, Akpabio?
Yeah, for me, right? I can't.
Has he done anything that you can? You know, the guy irritates me. I don't know why.
Chief Larry.
Yeah.
I know you're from Ogun State, so you know if I talk about Ogun in the 80s and that Ogun East, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
They have the blueprint. You know what they were. You know the amazing work they were doing in that area. So my point is they know what to do. Is my point. They know they've done it before.
Oh, they know it. That was why I said the last time we had a very good governor was, you know, during the days of Ision Obanjo, because Ogun State has everything. They have the capacity. So, and most times when people say, "Oh, they are waiting for Lagos," I don't see why Ogun State needs to wait for Lagos, because even Ogun State today, right? If you look at IGR that is coming to Ogun State today, in the whole of Southwest, aside Lagos, I don't know if anybody actually have that kind of IGR they have, because most of the factories are in Ogun State. You know, why most of them have their head office in Lagos. So, but those places where you have the factory are the most neglected places. So
this is what I know that Akpabio for.
We need to clap for this guy.
So that's what I mean. That when I say it just does fine boy, that's just it, isn't it? Anyway.
That's what he does.
One man, there's even a video of him in Monaco where he was meeting all these Nigerian
for the Grand. Is it for the Grand Prix?
Yes.
Monaco, right?
Anyway.
Why there's food scarcity in Nigeria? These guys are going to Monaco, going to Ivory Coast. I mean, what is this, man? What's going on?
And he's supposed to be a key player in that sector.
Is Dakpo better than my own governor?
Do you know that?
Nobody is as bad as your governor. Your governor. You know, there should be a rule that certain governors, you can only spell their governor with a lowercase g. Yours is a lowercase g governor, okay? Because you cannot call him a governor and then call somebody a governor. So, like
mental health should be mandatory because of mental health.
It's just
that guy.
The mullet today.
Do you see him doing? He likes to do all this dribbling with the ball, like with the size of the man. We're trouble in that country.
Jackson.
Yes,
Jackson.
Ade
Jackson.
Adeleke. Enigmatic man, yeah. Ade dancer.
It's just so unfortunate that even the things that actually bind the whole of Southwest together, these people intentionally they destroyed everything. Look at Wema Bank, for instance. You know, Wema Bank used to be more of a Southwest bank, right? And look at there is this Odudua, Odua something. So as far as I'm concerned, I've not really seen anybody that is that serious, right? That really believes that, yeah, they need to really do things in the Southwest. So probably until we really get to that point when we have people that they know what and really know what they are doing. Look at Dapo, for instance. You remember when he was having issue with that local government chairman? When the chairman was more like, yeah, you were busy collecting all the money, even things that are supposed to get to the local government. You collect it. You don't even give it to us. What did he do? He used DSS, used everybody, ensure that he actually, run that guy out. The other people, what did they do? They went on prostrating. So that guy is just a disgrace to everybody that actually come from Ogun State.
All right. All right, brilliant. Do we want to talk to the talking points or just gist? I'm not sure. This guy Yusuf, I thought they've given him a job to shut him up, but it's still
can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
I saw this interview. The man was talking about people are angry, people are hungry, and next thing he said was, "Well, you moved some CBN stuff too, so they don't really care about the people." What is hurting them in the Northwest, according to him, is because Tinubu moved some offices down south. So you can't tell me, oh, people are angry, they are hungry, they don't have any food, and you moved some offices. So they are more worried about losing the political grip in Nigerian political space. So if you watch that interview, all it was focused on was Tinubu, Northwest is being ignored. They are losing all this stuff from the Northwest. He doesn't really care about the people. I saw the interview.
I didn't see it, but I've seen enough of him to know the texture of his politics. But they gave him a job as an assistant to Kashim Shettima. I thought that would have shut him up.
No, it's not him.
Is it not him?
That's not him. That's not him.
No, that's not. You know this guy, right?
Is it not Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed?
No, that's another person. It's not.
This is not him, bro.
That's not. You know this guy. A lot of people don't really know this guy. I happen to know a little bit about him. This guy was former executive secretary in NHIS. These were the people that really ran.
Was he an assistant to Saraki?
No. That's another person. But this particular guy was actually, he was the executive secretary in NHIS. And I think he was removed when they were probing him. This guy, some of them come out and say all sorts of things, but when you entrust them with positions and you kind of like ask, what have they really done with it? This is a guy that, he came into NHIS and met a lot of money in NHIS, embezzled as much as possible. They took him to the Senate. He was found guilty in the Senate. They had to recommend to the president to remove him. That was why he was removed. And ever since then, at the point, it was against the Buhari government and all those things. But that's the fallout of everything. So, and ever since, if you look during the election, if you've been watching all his interview, it's been more of, he's an article guy. It's been more of not really. Now he's trying.
An article guy now.
Yeah, he's even calling the Southeast that he doesn't even know why Southeast is not protesting. So if you want to protest. Why are you calling on Southeast? So he's just a funny guy to me.
It's not easy for that to know. Anyway,
he's an extremist. The guy is an extremist. He's not talking about. I mean, that you see the guy campaigning for Play 2 or Nasarawa. The not he's talking about is about
Northwest.
That one, Northwest. That's the extremist. The guy is
the same state with the Buhari now. He's from Castro.
It doesn't matter, but it's but it's a vision. People know they are opposite, but the same it's campaigning for their own fufu day. So you should not. This one is inconsequential. No need to talk about this guy. These are extremists we have in Nigeria that's giving us a problem. One man.
One man, you did not see that on that Bosare right of reply that he gave to him. That one is the most funniest one.
Who's right of reply?
On that Basana, he reply and back now.
All right.
with this interview. And Abbasa replied back.
Roman, by the way,
that one. That one is very funny.
Any update on your Labour Party accounts, whatever?
There is an update on the Labour Party account. That's actually one of the things. So Abure threatening to sue.
Liberty in the Labour Party be your concern. FDC produced
I wouldn't Nigeria. Can we not Nigeria?
We need comedy now.
FDC produced 3 candidates in Edo. Now that place comedy, they no be Labour Party. They have 3 candidates in Edo. So that one be the main comedy. So why are you talking about Labour Party? When
all the 36 state chairmen of Labour Party, they've passed a vote of no confidence in Abure, and they are demanding his resignation now. But rather than resign, he's now threatening to sue Oluchi Okpara for defamation. So I think that's going to be the drama.
Abure should be not even resign. It should be which word will I use? I don't know, but Abure is not supposed to be there anymore. But they don't have honor, so he will not do the honorable thing. I will not say because it's from my state. With the allegation and the things that is happening, you should step aside and let them audit the house. But if he's not doing that, I will champion anybody else. Maybe I will not take my support to their papa just to get him out. Because what he's doing is utterly wrong. He's just looting him. That is lanky body. They don't see the money in his body. After you come fat now, that's okay. Yes, you enjoy the money. You're just looting and looting, causing chaos. And everywhere, you step aside. It's very wrong. Let's say the truth. I'm not a Labour Party member. I will never be. But let's call it a spade. If PDP can be stealing and APC can be stealing, and you're not far from them, how can you do the honourable thing and step aside? That's how I see it, one man.
Yes, we don't have that culture of stepping aside in Nigeria anyway. But there it is. What's it called? The new governor of the central bank, maybe I don't know if Kolata wants to comment on this. The new governor of the central bank stands accused of printing new currency. But they are saying he's printing those new currencies not to replace old and tired notes, but to expand the monies in circulation. So is ways and means by stealth is essentially it says in a startling revelation, it has come to light that the Central Bank of Nigeria is actively engaged in the printing of money for circulation. Reports indicate that the name and signature of the currency BN governor have been identified on newly printed banknotes. This development has sparked widespread concern and debate within financial cycles and amongst the general public. So this is the discovery of Governor Cardoso's name and signature on the new notes has raised questions about the rationale behind the increased printing of money and its potential implication for the country's economy. Critics argue that excessive money printing could lead to inflationary pressures, devaluation of the currency, and other adverse effects on the overall financial stability of the nation. Amidst growing economic challenges and uncertainty, so essentially, is this ways and means by stealth?
No. People are just kind of like saying nonsense. CBN prints money almost every week. They mop out all these dirty, tired, tattered notes, and they replenish them with new notes. That this doesn't necessarily indicate that this is ways and means because of printing money. Printing money is not a sign of ways and means, by the way. Ways and means is like expanding the money supply. Of course, I mean, if they have to print, they will print, but it's just expanding the money supply. I want to believe people are just kind of like saying nonsense.
Yes, as we are speaking now. As we are speaking now, all the money I have here has his signature. I mean, all the money I have here have his signature.
I did new notes.
New notes, 500.
I have some new notes upstairs. I can
almost
go and check.
50,000 naira that I have here now. all has his signature.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be so. It's not supposed to be so collateral. If you are reprinting the old notes, is the old signature? Is the template? Is it old template now? Is what's it called?
No. If you are reprinting a note, whoever is the active central bank governor should have the signature now. She then go give Sanusi or Emefiele signature for 2024. Who is the CBN governor? It's Cardoso now. So
but they are complaining about too much of printing money now. You know, I saw this news. I was even
guys. This is not proof that they're printing money. This is not proof that they're printing money. If old notes, if you replenish old notes, you will create something. If you know how Nigerians abuse notes, they'll take the notes, they'll put it inside bra, they'll put it inside pants, they'll use it with hand, dirty hand. How long does I'm
thinking if I go to Nigeria, I'll have to start wearing gloves for the duration.
I only held fresh notes when I was in Nigeria. I did not touch any other notes, just chassis notes. My friend helped me organize 1,000 naira, and I just used it to spray. And I'll start spraying at party. I did not spend notes again. Because when you look at the notes, when they bring it out, like you see some 200 naira notes, like tatas. Like, you don't even want to think about where the note has been. It's best not to think about it. How long will those kind of money last now, especially with the quality of the recent ones they printed? Me not being too familiar with Nigerian Naira anymore. The notes that they printed, the ones that are new, are they the new design that Emefiele gave or the original design? Can you answer that question?
It's the new one. It's the new note now.
So they're just gradually facing the old one out. You guys remember that we went through this situation during the election, that Supreme Court, one thing, one or the other. So I'm sure they're carrying out that policy and gradually phasing out all those old notes. That's why we are saying Cardozo's.
But this one in this picture is like the old note. It's not like the new note. So that's why.
No,
I'm confused.
Are you sure this is
if this money is if this money, the way I see it, that means that maybe today start to print this money, or maybe not from the first day when
then go replace money now. That money, how long does it last?
You see, people in most of all this news, when you see some of this news, you know, it makes people laugh. What is one of the core mandates of the CBN is to print money. And don't forget, as they are printing money, they destroy money every day. So most of the money that you see that are not good, the commercial bank take it to CBN and CBN destroy it.
And they destroy it.
As they are printing, they also destroying money. So how do you replace the money that you've actually destroyed? Take for instance now, if the banks take the bad money to the CBN to destroy, they have to replace it. So CBN needs to print money to replace it. So it's a normal thing, you know, for CBN to keep printing money. But it's also unfortunate that what we have now in Nigeria, everything is politics. Nobody's even looking at the real thing. So it's all politics.
There's an argument against. There's an argument against what you said because people were already anticipating that argument that you were saying. It says CBN is printing money into circulation. This is the signature and name of the current governor, Ohanaeze Cardoso. Anybody who says CBN is printing new Naira notes to replace the old worn-out notes is lying. Our total money base has increased by 7 trillion naira in just 6 months. Go to the CBN website and see for yourself. Get ready for more inflation. According to the CBN website, Nigeria has a total money base of 17 trillion naira. In December, it increased to 24 trillion naira. What caused the variation of 7 trillion naira in 6 months? So that's where the narrative of our waste and meat came in.
One man. You see, sometimes when you look at some business, look at where it's coming from.
Money base means money outside of the banking system now.
Something. When I see another trend, I know where it's coming from. It's not really from the place of being objective.
Yeah, but the argument though, the monies in circulation was 17 trillion naira. They've hiked it up to 24 trillion naira which is to tell you that they are feeding a new 7 trillion naira into circulation.
How do they get that far? How do they get that far?
No, they checked against
this argument was still it's still fresh argument. I've seen this news, I read it very well, but for me, I just neglected it. But it's just as we are talking now, almost every money now has this new CBN governor signature. So why is this supposed to be so? Even if it's printing to replace all the money we see now in circulation has his signature. Almost.
This signature matter. Forget the signature matter. It doesn't matter. That one doesn't matter because CBN, as recent as
that means my point is that means he has been printing money, right? And I think this money now is almost old. This is a new currency, but this one is almost old.
The work of CBN.
That means that
what is the argument?
This is exhausting.
What is the argument? What are you?
Okay, so when the money don't old, which make them do the money?
That means not today they start to print this money now.
No, okay, so if money don't old, what you go do to the money? What you expect make CBN do? Make them continue to give you.
Would they give us old money here now?
What is he saying? I don't understand.
You're on your own, I don't know.
Hold on, Ekene, what's your argument? What's your how are you looking at it?
I'm looking at it as they are printing money now. So I don't know. They are printing money. So that's how I'm looking at it. But if
you are saying that will create to create inflation, Abi, or to
they always print money.
Because the rate of inflation we have in this country is too high now. The rate of inflation is too high. You cannot take those things away.
Most of the inflation is artificial. Yes, they printed money, but also because of dollar and they're importing things. So there are a lot of reasons why there is inflation, not just them printing money.
So as far back as last week, CBN says they will no longer do ways and means anymore until they clear whatever excessive ways and means that were printed. The cause of inflation in Naira is plenty. There's the food inflation, which is a cost push inflation. Inflation due to increase in transportation costs because of subsidy removal. Transportation costs were expensive. Inflation driven by useless exchange rate. So there's so many reasons. Then inflation driven by ways and means. The fact that CBN is replenishing stock of money doesn't necessarily mean it's ways and means. It could also be ways and means, which don't know to exactly, but there's not sufficient proof just based on new notes to kind of like be definite and say, oh yeah, CBN is expanding the money supply. Except you have a link that says they're expanding the money supply. I don't have that.
Well, no, that's happy now. But the only thing I know is that yeah.
Can I ask you something? So if they say they want to mop money from the economy, how do you think they do
that? If they say they want to mop out money now, they would have made such announcement now. Then we know that they are printing new money to mop out.
They don't make those announcements. I'm just asking you, how do you think they do that? Do you think it's just
they print new money now? They print new money to mop out old ones now. That's how they do it.
No, I think your argument was more like that it's a lot of money in circulation to reduce money supply. So
I think so because when you go to bank these days, we have a lot of new notes now in the bank, all those stuff.
But I'm not necessarily saying you are wrong, but I want to get a definite news that says, okay, money supply got increased X amount this so time period. Otherwise, I can't differentiate between replenish old notes and increase the money supply. You get what I'm saying?
I understand what you mean, but my point, I know before money was scarce, but now there is no amount of money you want in the bank that you will not get. So the supply is too high now. But my problem is the inflation. I don't know, because when you talk about inflation, all this printing of money contribute to it. So, and the rate our inflation is going now, I will not remove the fact that CBN is printed, that the printing of money is one of the is one of the problem of our inflation. I cannot remove that fact. So that's my point. So our inflation is too high. So if you bring that argument, I think it's not out of it. So
okay,
that's what I want.
Let me help you. You see, one of the ways which they kind of reduce money supply, number one, probably if they sell treasury bills now, right? And people kind of like buy some of those treasury bills. So they are basically kind of like looking for a way to take money out of the economy. So it's not like, you know, they just decide like, oh, we don't print money again. Do you remember, don't you know that money that you put in the bank, right? You still have access to it. So it's not like they just say, oh, we are not printing money again because we want to mop all the money in the economy. It doesn't work like that. So that's why I said most of all these guys that just say some of all those things, you know, it's just normal, simple economics. And they should just think of some of those things. You know, no, they just come up with figures. And though immediately I saw that it's coming from the northern trend, I understand where it's coming from, right? Everything against the CBN governor, but this is just too petty.
Okay, I think I found something. I went to search. Ekenemi have a point.
Yeah.
So hold on, Ekenemi, hold on. Yeah. In January 2023, M3, let's say M3 money supply increased from 52 trillion in January 2023 to 68.25 trillion in November 2023. So this increased by 31.22%. So there may be something there.
Yeah, you said January 2023, right?
Yeah, January 2023 to November, it increased by 16 trillion naira.
Yeah, so that was not before this. That was before these guys came, right?
When did Cardoso come in?
But he has increased subsequently now. If you are saying Cardoso, so I'm saying what they are saying is that it's gone up from 17 trillion in circulation to 24.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
so
money circulation.
There's an additional 7 trillion under this dispensation.
So, the one you are actually reading, you said 2023, right?
January 2023 to November 2023.
Then Buhari was still the president then, right?
No, Tinubu became the president in May.
Yeah, you said January 2023.
To November. January to November.
So January to November. Okay, it increased.
It increased.
From January.
It increased from January to November by 31.22%.
So probably it's more of cumulative, not just.
No, it's not just one shot, of course. It's
going to be cumulative.
Interesting. Okay.
Anyway, it's not too good for the. It's not too good for the economy. They should find a way of mob after the excess cash, because that's why that's one of the things that's affecting our dollar. There's too many excess cash to buy our dollar out of our pocket. They should know better. Canadians should know this. They should know better.
No, I think they are selling treasury bills now, but the last one they did was oversubscribed. Probably they should just bring another one out and people kind of like buy something.
They should use it to mop up open market operation.
Yeah, they should mop it away. Mop it. Because you leave it there too much, we start having forex problem.
Yeah. Did they not say they were looking to digitalize the economy anyway? So rather, they shouldn't even be printing at all. The old currencies, they should just destroy them and ask people to use their cards.
Nigeria economy is largely digitalized, man. Even when you enter taxi night, people just wire the payments. Like people just wire money. That's why they're paying. That's why there's so much kidnapping anyway. Because this is to kidnap someone, make them wire their money. Like when I enter Uber, even taxi, they'll say, "Oh, just wire." They'll just give me the account number and just wire. So largely, people are doing it already, but it's not to maybe a complete extent. Maybe they should push it further, but it's being done, to a large extent.
Mike, I agree with you. Nigeria, in short, I think Nigeria is competing with the first one when it comes to wire transfer, money transfer, digital currency. Because almost everything, even market women have, even barcode scanner. They have barcode scanner in some market. I don't know who designed that program. Some market people have it. So why are they putting so much cash when Nigeria is moving very fast into digital currency? It's a thing we have to question the administration. You know, it's not really good for the economy.
You know, I read. Sorry, I read this story. I think a few days ago that they were looking to start paying. You remember when they did this e-naira? That they were looking to start paying youth corpers in e-naira. You know, to force that because there's no uptake on the e-naira initiative. All right.
That would have sound nice too, because that would be a waste. Go ahead.
Okay, Nigeria, they wire money now, right from time. But when you talk about the issue of transfer and all that, it's just the common citizens. When you talk about cash, it's the elite that make use of cash. It's the elite that make use of cash. So, and you know, they trade naira here also. Just like all this new currency, they trade it. If you need a new currency for maybe 1 million naira, they may sell to you they give you 900,000 or 800,000. You collect one, they give them 1 million naira and collect 800,000 naira new currency. So everything now money here, they trade naira, they trade dollar, they trade everything, and these are the elite that make use of it. So the country, I don't know.
Yeah,
when you go to the club, you see the amount of cash flowing there. You cannot see it in other countries now. You cannot see it in the other countries. So when you go to club,
in other countries,
all those things, all those stuff.
Yeah, I think I really agree with you, Ekene, and that's part of those things that I think this CBN governor should really work on, right? Because there is no Saturday that you go to parties in Nigeria and that you won't see those new notes. And I'm not sure that even if you go to the bank, you won't even get some of those new notes that those guys get. So obviously, most of the cash they print are kind of like just going to those parties, you know, those guys that sell some of this money. And probably that's where EFCC really needs to come in and do their job. You know, arrest some of those people that sell money, because, you know, there's no day, no Saturday you go to Lagos that you won't see those new notes. You know, you print new notes and it's always in the street and someone is selling it, and you know, it's so crazy.
All right. When I came across this clip, go on.
When they make use of new notes, when they sell these new notes, you know, there is a tendency that the government will still print more. Because I tell you, new note is money. They use it to make money. It's a big deal here. If you want to collect if you go to club, you see how much they sell.
When you say new notes, do you mean the new currency or freshly
Yes, the new currency, especially to 200 naira, 500. You understand? So it's a big deal. So government, it's possible that government may be involved in that, because I have somebody that is dealing in that business, that works in nightclub. That guy get money, just one car. The guy don't buy land, do this one. I asked, what did that happen? Let me say, in get somebody for CBN, but they give a new. In your gabata they CBN. One single there, if not 2 million or 5 million, you can give them. If you sell finish, the next day they will return the money. They will give him another one. So the guy work is just to have enough new notes that he will sell in the club at the weekend. Then on Monday he return it. So these are business. I tell you, 800 naira for 1 million naira. It's not a small business. Or 850 for 1 million naira of new notes. It's not a small business. So everything is money here, and guys are buying it. So it's still that life of show off. They're not buying it for anything. It's just to spray it in the nightclub, use it to chase women, buy do dolime, buy expensive drink and all those stuff. So those are still life that are destroying our economy. And when government see it as opportunity, they buy to it now. They continue to print the money for them. So they print the money either to sell or whatsoever. So let them sabi. But that is the fact on ground.
All right. Let me play you this clip. For all of the things that they could have leveled against this guy, they cannot seem to find something to hinge on him. So this is Godswill Akpabio asking, what do you do with a question like Emefiele? Watch this.
So the kind of debts and the kind of economic mess that we're in, a lot of people did not understand. Sometimes I remember President Obama saying that you cannot know Washington until you get to Washington. So by the time we went in to look at the economic situation of the country, it was terrible. So you know that the former governor of Central Bank, we don't even know what to charge him with. Whether to charge him for putting foam on top of the bill, or to charge him for illegal possession of firearms, or to charge him for printing notes without income. I don't know what we are going to charge him with. But what we can know is that yes, there is hunger today because of the kind of policies and actions that they took. And we recognize that. And I think every political party should recognize that there is hunger and that we are battling to ensure that Nigerians can sleep with their eyes closed. Yes, there is insecurity. We are battling to ensure that Nigerians can eat 3 square meals a day. But be rest assured that we can fend for this job. We can bend and dance around the country. We will not let you down. We'll get to the bottom of it. All we need is patience. The rots that has happened in Nigeria for so many years, for almost 60 years, cannot be solved in 6 months. So that is what we need is patience. Patience from all quarters.
Right. So 2 spaces. They don't know what to do with the Emefiele, but then that last bit, they rot. And by the way, he is correct. What we are battling with now is not just the Buhari maladministration. It's just decades and decades and decades of just rot. That's now come home to roost. But is Akpabio, is it the right voice to be speaking those words? Because he at the heartland of everything that is wrong with that country.
Oh, me?
Yes, you were anybody.
Clatter, yes, you couldn't be then who?
One piece told me from the cooking pot.
So me, I did lost in my thoughts. Well, I mean, I find it strange that a Senate president is talking about the prosecution of Emefiele. I mean, if Mitch McConnell or Democratic Senate leader starts talking about prosecution, I mean, that's crazy. If this was coming from the Attorney General, I would have said, okay, fair enough. But what is Akpabio's business in criminal prosecution? I mean, are we running a banana republic? Why will Akpabio, what is Akpabio's constitutional role in the prosecution of a criminal suspect? So it's crazy that Akpabio even said that. Like, we're not running the country if he can say that. Because what's his business? Is he part of the? So what Senate president in prosecuting? Does he work for EFCC? Is he? I mean, is he part of what's it called? Our criminal justice system? Is he in the Attorney General's office? I mean, I don't understand that statement from Akpabio, to be honest. It's crazy. That's wild. Actually, it's wild.
That's Kulata. The strategy now is they're going to churches, to mosques, pleading with people to have patience with the government. That's their strategy. So the same thing you still see
is that wrong though? Is that wrong?
Well, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. Oh. I'm not saying it's wrong, but that is the strategy they're using. I'm not saying it's wrong, but my problem is for them to act and not still complaining to the people. You know, it's good that trying to calm the temper, going to churches, going to the emirs, going to all these obas to tell them, at least to help them tell the masses to calm down, because they know that there is anger in the land. So, but it's not wrong though. It's not wrong though. My problem is they should act and not talking too much. That's my problem.
Yeah, they'll have to talk, you know, because who was I listening to? It was actually Daniel Bwala on some Twitter space earlier on today, It was
okay, when I came there.
Did you? Were you there as well?
I was there. I even this enigmatic self. Now, I be like I'm the last person that spoke there.
All right. Enigmatic is all over Twitter fighting everybody.
Enigmatic.
Yeah, enigmatic is a big enigmatic and
confirmed APC member.
Enigmatic and Uptown. They are big names on Twitter, both of them.
What's Enigmatic's name on Twitter? I've come across Emeka and Uptown. Who else did I come across?
Enigmatic and something L-O-T something. He just go there and disguise himself. You know, I go notice him. I notice him. They don't hide them. And all this is English. You go there, going to form big. You know, say Enigmatic speak English.
They don't have the facondity.
There is no way you hear that English that you don't know this is enigmatic. With that, and he has a good voice. He uses it to deceive people. That people are that he will deceive. With that is good. The way he will just do his voice to be nice, speaking good English and all that. I was just laughing. That space was designed today to help APC supporters to come there now, because even a lot of them in that space are even angry.
But a lot of anyway, because I heard a lot of obedient voices.
Obedient didn't come there. They didn't. I raised my hand. They didn't allow us. They didn't even invite any obedient to speak. They know themselves. No, they know themselves.
They did. There was a lot of you know. As you can recognize enigmatic's voice, you can also recognize an obedient voice, because they have all these templated things that they say. So when they start going to the 160 million, because I think it wasn't Daniel Boala, one of the moderators was actually or one of the big names there was explaining to the guy
that guy is an APC supporter now.
But you know an obedient as soon as it starts to speak. So there was a lot of obedient on that space. Yes.
No, you know, the obedience just repeat what other obedience say. That's what they do. They don't have their own mind.
And when you try to when you just push a little bit at what they are saying, it crumbles, because they are regurgitating a mantra, not a belief.
Usually, most of the things they believe come from those
obedience. In an argument.
There was the one that I went to. They allowed me. I spoke. Malalam Sakifada called me immediately.
Sakifada too is on the Twitter.
I mean, he called me. What you gonna do for this space? I tell her, I said, Saki, I don't know, say you did there. Anytime you say I did there now.
He ran away from us since they lost. He's now doing Twitter.
He knows speak.
That's another voice that you cannot miss. He can change his name to King Kong. As soon as he opens his mouth, you know it's him.
Yeah.
He likes to. He will first start with Latin. You know, he say, I don't know book, but according to then they quote you some Latin something.
He they call me sometimes. He call me for Christmas. Don't call me today. I say, wow.
Nice that you guys are keeping in touch. Tell him to come back now. I don't know why he ran away from us.
I don't tell him. I say no. He don't like Wahala.
Yes.
The guys will explain the thing. So he guys need to explain. He say he don't get time to explain too much things. So, but
don't worry, we'll catch him in 2027. I
like Sakifada. I'm gonna try one man. Maybe you reach to him personally. That guy is a very nice guy.
I don't have his number, unfortunately. He's one of the few people that I don't have his number. Ask him if you can give me his number. Then, yeah, but you don't give it to me unless he gives you the permission to, though.
No,
Yeah, but I was on that space, and Daniel Boala was explaining to the gathering that, look, forget the next 3 years. You might well see marginal improvements, but you're not going to see anything. So if you are saying you are looking for action, Ekene, that action is going to come close to the next election.
The guy just dashed my hope. He even projected all at 6,000. The guy just dashed my hope. As I listened to him today. It's even this.
No, Naira can never hit 6,000 now.
It's that 6,000 that they project them. So I just laugh. Laugh. Man, one man, you see, well, I don't know, I don't have to say anything. Even this Onat in his interview, he condemned that Daniel Buala. He said Daniel Buala is one of the Bele face politician, that they are not like Daniel Buala, that anywhere Bele face. They support Asuwaju with their effort, with their money, with everything, not like Daniel Buala. Again, has the if they allow me to talk to that guy, again, I would ask him that question, and I will refer him to what that Onabasa refer him to as we are anywhere Bele face politician. I don't even know what he's explaining today, trying to tell us to face our governors and all that. Even though facing the governors are quite okay, the governors are mismanaging, but this narrative that they have tripled their fact allocation and all that, those things are I don't see it as anything, because with the rate of
you don't see it as anything.
Yes, I don't see it as anything. Inflation is too high. What are you if you are giving them, let's say you are giving them 100 billion naira during in the last 4 years or the last 3 years, and now you are giving them a 2 billion naira or 3 billion naira. It's nothing now regarding the inflation of the country at 1,600 naira per dollar. And you are telling me you tripled it. It's the people that don't understand it that you'll be telling that, not somebody like me. It's just like me now going to the market.
Inflation is up by 29% now, and their FAC is up by 300%.
No, I'm talking about it. If you check the increase of dollar right from the time Tinubu started his government, from 750 to 1,200 naira.
What has that got to do? Inflation in Nigeria is up by 29-point-something%.
It's a big one. And
the FAC allocation is up by 300% to the governors.
No, I don't count it with inflation. I count it with the exchange rate. Because I work with the exchange rate.
Why you can't?
That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. Because the exchange rate is what determines your purchasing power. If I go to the market tomorrow with 100, like if I was going to the market with 100,000 naira in the past 4 years, maybe to buy 2 cartons of goods, then today that 100,000 naira cannot buy me 2 cartons of goods anymore. But it cannot even buy me 1 carton. So I have to double my effort, maybe to get like 300,000 naira to be able to still buy 2 cartons of goods. That's how it is. That's how it is. So doubling anything, it doesn't mean anything to me. What are you doubling? Just check. Even if they are paying, no contractor in today Nigeria will collect the same amount they used to collect 4 years ago for building roads or construct anything in this country. It's impossible. So definitely you have to double the allocation.
Yeah, but so they increased it threefold. That's the thing.
I'm telling you reality. Even your goods today you sell, you have to triple your capital before you should be able to get the quantity you are getting. You understand? You have to triple your capital.
Do the governors pay the salaries in dollars?
I don't know. Our economy is dollar economy. No matter how you want to put it.
No. Do they pay the you see, there are certain expenses that the governors are made that that is just a marginal increase there. There's enough that is going to them for it to be impactful on their people.
I know that our governors are not responsible. They are not responsible people.
Are you going to them first? That's the question. Before you go to Tinubu, are you going to them first?
Yeah, definitely, I have to hold them accountable. But my argument is
who do you hold immediately accountable?
The issue is that anything that wants to spoil, if your orange wants to spoil now, it starts from the head to spoil. So I will start from Tinubu. Yeah. Then Tinubu will now give me details of. Yes, Tinubu will now give me details of what he has done.
So Tinubu tells you, hold on, Ekene. Tinubu tells you that he has increased your governor's revenue, his takeaway, by 300%. So do you not then go to that governor to ask him, they've increased your FAC allocation by 300%. Why are we not seeing that being impacted? And then when he's now telling you this dollar story, then you go to Tinubu and you tell him that why
for me, that's what I've explained to you now.
Yeah,
that is what I've explained to you now.
It doesn't make supposed to go to OT, not OT.
No, let me finish. It doesn't explain anything. That triple or two triple, it doesn't explain anything to me regarding our exchange rate. You understand the price of goods and commodities today. So you cannot compare when they are buying. During the time of Buhari, cement was about 3,200. Then Tinubu came in, it rose to 5,000 something before end of the year, about 5,005. Then during this year, now cement is about 11,000.
So I know what's funny. This inflation was happening to Ghana, like I think some months ago, where we were all watching it, where they were saying inflation hit 40%.
Let me finish, Mike. Whether it happened to Ghana, I'm not talking about Ghana.
I'm just saying, like, have they recovered now? Have Ghana?
I don't know, but I'm not talking about Ghana. I'm talking about.
You're not talking about Ghana. I'm just asking one man. Like, I remember when they were saying the inflation crisis in Ghana was, was just going on.
You would have allowed me to finish now before you divert the talk. Now, that is the issue.
Okay, go ahead.
So my point is, when you are buying the cement 3,004 during the time of Buhari, then when that comes to your turn from 5,500 to 11,000 now, then you're telling me that you have increased the FAC allocation. For who's in? What do you want me to be rejoicing? If they cannot get even with that FAC allocation, the contractors, everything has increased. It has tripled. So if they buy road,
should I tell you why you should be rejoicing?
Tell me why I should be rejoicing.
When you increase FAC allocation and your governors are able to use those very well, productivity is expected to increase in your state. So it depends on how you look at it. Assuming that, okay, let's take the area of food, for example. If the complaint before is that, we don't have enough money to support the farmers. Now you have enough money. Maybe it's the road to the farm that is not okay. You have enough now to grade the road. You even have enough money to create some kind of scheme to encourage people to increase their productivity. So,
let me tell you, I understand where you are going, but you see all these things, it doesn't make any sense to me. The reason is this: even if you go to a farmer, let me reply. Even if you go to a farmer today and you check the price of fertilizer during the time of, let me use Buhari period as an example to this time, you will know that the price of fertilizer has tripled. You go to the price of maybe you are somebody that deals with livestock like chickens and all that. Check the price they used to feed a chicken, the price of that feeder, that bag. Check the price during the time of Buhari. Check the price now. You know that the price has tripled. Then you check the price of all those stuff, those things you need, those catfish, the food they eat and all that. So everything you cannot tell me.
Can I ask you a question? They asked you that who would you blame? And you started talking about things like the economy, this thing. What does that have to do with what the governor is supposed to be doing? The governor's role. The governor is supposed to look after the infrastructure of your company, of your state, the roads, all this other thing. It's not supposed to come to your house, knock on your door. Just 1 minute. You are blaming the president for the roles of the governors just because you don't want to blame your own governors.
No, even here, I blame my governor. I call out Governor Soludo.
What does your governor's role?
Let me finish. I call out Governor Soludo every time here. But
I'm calling out.
But my point is this. My point is this. Coming to tell me that you have increased FAC allocation as if we have done something good. It's not a point for me. It doesn't make any sense. That's my point.
Look at it like this, Ekene. See, I told you something now, you just wave it. It's not everything you buy based on dollars. You have local component to this. If tomatoes is not surplus before, increasing FAC allocation can make tomatoes to be surplus in the next 100 to 150 days. it can make the price of corn to further, because it depends on where your government is channeling the money. It's not every day you buy tire from overseas. It's not every day you import cars. Or you produce something locally. No, Ekene, don't just dismiss everything.
There is nothing I will not, because even your local production has cement. You don't import cement now. Cement is a local product now.
You are not getting it. You have only to think more.
Let me finish.
If you keep on blaming the president, do you know who is going to be happy?
I cannot do away without him.
Your governor is
what you people are trying to do is just to shift focus for us to feel that he has done everything that he has to do. So therefore, I should be talking about the governors. What are you trying to do? You want to remove him out of the equation.
Okay, but
does it work?
The only person that is going to benefit from this mindset that you have is your governor. Your governor is going to go straight to the bank, loot all your money, laugh all the way back, and tell you to blame another person for.
I did not say that government don't loot money. I did not say that governors don't loot money. Get my point. I did not say they don't loot money. I did not say they are managing their resources very well. But my point is this. My point is trying to remove Tinubu out of the equation by telling me that he has tripled the FAC allocation. It's out of nothing. It's nothing to me. Because regarding the price of
this is just hopeless. This tribal defense thing has gotten to a point where you are doing your own self. Because
let us make it clear reason.
And you want to skip it because you want to do tribal defense. You are doing your own self.
Let's make it clear.
You are protecting yourself by not giving yourself bad image.
I don't even know what you are talking. You are just talking. I don't even understand you. So if you finish talking, you just close your mouth. I don't get it.
I don't have my time because I'm speaking logically and I'm saying
is the largest.
What logic are you speaking of?
It's you that does not want to take the logic now. That's why the place will continue.
All I talk, I'm hearing you.
That's why they will continue to steal your money so that you can blame another person. Why they are stealing your money and they are not doing their work? You will be blaming another person.
One voice, gentlemen. One voice.
In the name of foolish
tribal. Wait now. Let's make it understand.
Your own governor will be doing you and stealing your money, but you will be defending him because you want to blame another person for work that he's not supposed to do. They gave them.
We blame Buhari for 8 years now. We blame Buhari for 8 years. So why should Tinubu be different? We blame Buhari for 8 years. Why should Tinubu be different?
Based on your logic,
you came here. You blame Buhari for 8 years. Even your administration now is still blaming Buhari. He's still blaming Buhari 8 years governorship.
Sorry, let us contribute to Ekene now.
Like that, where I'll skip my main problem.
Can you hear us?
I said the truth about Ekiti.
When Soli is on, it's not stopping.
Yeah, let Soli just
Every other person came here on this platform and they were doing tribal defense until election came and passed. They now started crying. You are coming here, they gave governor increased money to give you infrastructure, increased money to fix your road. You say you don't want to blame that governor for not doing his freaking job. You want to go and blame another person because you want to be doing tribal defense and you expect it to benefit you. When you are giving them a straight path to steal from you because you want to do tribal defense, you don't want to make yourself look bad. Keep on making yourself not look bad. Why they steal your generation's money? You don't want to blame the right person. You want to skip. Yes, he has problem, he has faults, but who is your main problem? Who is the one affecting your state? You want to keep quiet. We stayed here. We talked about Ogun State.
It's Tinubu now. It's Tinubu.
Let me finish.
You blame Buhari for 8 years, so why shouldn't I blame Tinubu?
Can you just let
Tinubu should not be out of the equation. Don't try to remove Tinubu out of the equation. That's my point. By telling me that you double FAC allocation.
Can you just let me finish? We came here.
Continue talking. Now nobody's holding you now. Talk now.
Wait now, but you keep interjecting me. We came here. We spoke about Ogun State in a bad light. We blamed our own governors. We spoke about Osun State. We blamed our governors. Did we die? No. Because we know who is directly the fault of those problems. You are now coming here. You are skipping the main fault of the problem. And you want to go ahead and turn it around in the name of tribal defense. You can continue doing it, but I will continue to point it out because it doesn't benefit you. It goes against you. How can you remove your logic? And because of that tribal defense thing, you don't want to fix your own problem in your own community. It's just like the people it's not everywhere in Lagos that is fixed. Some people, their main problem is their local government chairman. Imagine them skipping their local government chairman and blaming Sanwo-Olu. Do you think that area will ever get fixed? No.
Sorry, can we now talk?
Okay, sorry, can I speak now?
It just doesn't make any sense.
Now,
is it supposed to come to your state?
Let us look at it this way.
Is it supposed to come to your state and build the roads? Why do you have governor? Then why do you have governor? Remove the governor from your state. If you don't want to blame him for any problem, remove the governor and stop having governors. Remove your local government and stop having them, so that you will not blame anybody and can blame the president direct. Remove all of them.
Try and come back to Nigeria now. No, don't stay there and be defending your Tinubu now.
You don't want to blame them. Remove them from the office. It's that simple. Remove them.
Okay, can we speak now?
All right, can go on.
See, sometimes you have to calm down and let us reason together. Look at it this way. Inflation is not as high as the money being given to the state, right? You increase the money to the state by 300%. Now, there are some programs that are supposed to help people. People are very poor. We have artisans, we have farmers, that can come into the productivity line and produce and force down the price of things that otherwise you will have imported and bring to the country. I take Ekiti State as an example, Ekiti on cassava value chain and rice value chain, for example. Now, we are still using the old system to still mill our rice. We are talking of a state that has capacity of producing 1.5 million metrics of rice, but we are still doing 300,000 metric tons. And that 300,000 metric tons is the largest in the entire Southwest. It's simply telling you that offered rice in Ogun State is not even coming into this equation at all now. So now, when you have that, even if to start even helping people to even expand on their rice milling process.
Apologies, Ola. Mike, check your Instagram. Sorry, carry on, Ola.
Okay. Even if it is by
I responded now.
Even if it is by improving on the milling processes and to jack up that production of rice within the Ekiti State axis to even 1.5 metric tons. Do you know what that means in our food chain? Now,
So sorry. Yes, I got you.
That's why I responded.
Yeah, I heard you. Thank you. Carry on, Ola.
So the cassava value chain is another thing. So, you know, those are the local products that you can easily benefit from. You understand? Those can even help you drive the value of your rice because you now have some kind of import substitution now. So instead of you waiting for your Indonesia rice at 60,000, maybe if you increase it locally, you are able to force it down and you adopt something local to you. You understand? So likewise, we have so many things. Maybe some tailors, some artisans that can produce, sew your clothes before, that can make your shoes, those shoes that you used to import. You now have money now to bring these people into your productivity ecosystem. And you quickly develop them. Maybe in the next 1 year, you start seeing the locally made shoes and they are now competing nicely to give you, maybe you are supposed to buy shoes coming from Italy for, let's say, 200,000. You are now buying for 40,000. You know what that one does to you? You know what that does to you? That without even increasing your wages, it has already increased your income already. So those are the simple economics you can see in this increase in the allocation. These people are expected to spend the money on basic health system too. You know, when you are okay, when you are healthy, you are able to contribute your quota to the country. So we can't base everything on exchange rate. Many people in Ekiti, in the local community in Ekiti, on those State, they don't even understand what exchange rate means. They just want to buy their tomatoes, they want to buy their yam, and they just want to buy something local they are going to eat. So it is only the big men in Lagos, in the major city, that thinks of, oh, I need dollars, probably because you want to send your children overseas, probably you want to go and do some kind of holiday overseas. So to me, we can't just waive these things. So it is high time the governors accounted for whatever they are saying to them. So the president cannot bear this blame alone. The governors, they should be doing something. What are they doing? We can't see. So that is where the thing is coming from.
Can I reply, Ola?
Please go ahead.
You made your point clear. There is no doubt in what you said. And I always say it here. We have lazy governors. They are not thinkers. They don't know how to create wealth. So, but that is not my problem. I even came here, I criticized my governor also for not doing enough because of how we see him as a professor and voted for him. But when you look at his counterpart, his neighbor, Abia State governor, and compare to him, you know that my governor is doing nothing. He's doing nothing. When you compare Abia State now to Anambra State, Abia State is moving forward since Alesoti became the governor of that state. That's because he's a serious governor. He's using his money judiciously. So, but that's not my point. My point is the argument that that because he has increased FAC allocation, so therefore we shouldn't blame him again. So nothing now, we should not blame him because even many of the policies, it's just like they're discussing state police now. He has to call them together.
Sorry, Ekene, a lot of these state governors are hiding behind all this anti-Tinubu movement that seems to be agitating certain quarters within the Nigerian space at the moment. We just showed a clip of Akpabio, who seems to be more interested in living the life of an international playboy than being a governor of Ogun State. And out of all of the state governors, if you take out Seyi Makinde and Sanwo-Olu, you cannot really point to any state governor that is doing anything. What is Hope Uzodinma doing? Do you know what Hope Uzodinma campaigned on? He said if they elected him, he will help people to japa. It will help them secure American passports.
Even that myself, make him do himself. It's still better.
But is that not antithetic to what his role is? His role is to create opportunities within his own state so that people don't japa. Hold on. This guy is getting 300% more than he usually gets. But nobody is going to him because they're so busy circling around Tinubu. But he has impact on the lives of Imo-Lite far more than Tinubu can. Because Tinubu does the broad strokes at the federal level, but he does what impacts you. Is Tinubu preventing him from building roads or from structuring an economic policy that opens up that as an economic space? One man.
Sorry, Kene, sorry. This is where I agree with you, and this is where I agree with some people that is advocating that should scrap federal allocation or federal project, because all this state government will collect money and they'll still be waiting for federal government to come out between federal roads in their constitution and their states. Federal project, federal this. What about the money you have collected? They should scrap federal. Federal only come in when there's crisis. Federal access road, federal ministry. It's wrong.
So
go ahead.
The reason why I'm not doubting that our governors are not working. They're not doing anything. So I'm not doubting that. But you see, I was just trying to give instances of trying to make an excuse for Tinubu that he has increased FAC allocation. And to tell you that increment is nothing when you compare our exchange rate today. It's nothing. So when you have let me finish. When you have devalued your naira to almost 1,500 naira, are you expecting to give the governors the same allocation you are giving to them in the last 8 years? It's not possible.
Exchange rates have to do with your state.
It's not possible. So you must have to. Let me finish. Even you are telling me that you have doubled even if you are telling me you have doubled the what are IGR and all that, it doesn't make any sense to me, because with the exchange rate and all that, it's quite logical that your IGR has to double. You understand? Let me finish. Let me finish. 1 million naira is not what it used to be before.
But what does
1 million naira is not what it is. 500,000 naira is not what it used to be before. 10 million naira is not what it used to be before. You understand? $1,000 is about 1.6 million. So what are you telling me? What did you double? What difference does that make?
Can you see exchange rate?
2 million naira is about 1,000 pounds. So what are you telling me about doubling anything? If you're telling me that the governors are not working, then that is a different issue. But don't bring in issue that I have increased their FAC allocation. Therefore, Tinubu has done well, and he hasn't. You don't have to blame him again.
If you really want to help,
I want to bring to your notice that doubling of FAC allocation is nothing. Even if you check itself, the allocation is too poor. If you can calculate it very well, because with the price of cement and rod, what they are paying contractors before, it's just somebody that got a contract, maybe somebody you awarded a contract, maybe in the beginning of this allocation. Don't you know that you will still? Let me finish, Ola. If a governor award a contract in the last 7 months of this administration, then they have not finished the contract now. Do you think that the money that's being budgeted for that contract will still be the same? Don't you know the common sense will not tell you that you have to still double or triple the money or that contract? You still have to go and recheck it with the current price of cement and the rod and all those building materials. Common sense don't tell you that you have to go back to the drawing board and double the contractor's money before you can be able to finish that job. Don't you know that? Okay. So it's not an excuse. Stop telling me that because he has double FAC allocation, that is an achievement in his side. That's my point.
Basing everything on dollars. Now, let me ask you something. Does anything stop your governors from doing things that can make them generate that dollar?
That's exactly what I've been saying.
What did you say? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Does anything stop your governors from doing things that will make them generate that dollars? Since you've been basing everything on dollars.
Can I ask
anything stop them from generating dollar?
Can I ask another question? Why are you?
I'm not saying that the governors are doing good, but my problem is trying to remove Tinubu out of the equation because they have double FAC allocation. That's my point. You are not even getting me. The governors haven't done anything good to impress me. But my impression, like what I had in the space today, is just like everything is okay. Tinubu has doubled their FAC allocation, so therefore Tinubu has done everything well. Now remove him out of the equation.
Okay, Ekene, you need to understand the problem before you even criticize. Look, as at the time Tinubu was coming, we already had over 7 billion defaults of foreign investors that were not able to cash out. You know what that means? If you are owing the foreign investors so much and you are not giving them their dollars back, so they are not likely to bring more dollars into the country, because look at where you are, for example, now. If you keep your dollars in the bank today and the bank will not give you your dollars back, tomorrow will you take your money to the bank? You are not likely to do so. So one of those things that the government have to do is this: instead of borrowing to subsidize dollar for the elite, not for the poor people now, because no poor people send their children to school overseas, no poor people import from overseas, no poor people travel to overseas on vacation. I want you to get that right. Especially so now we now say, okay, I'm no longer to subsidize our dollars for the elite again. I will let the dollar flow. The government will no longer support your extravagant life. If you want to do extravagance, you want to live extravagantly, fund it yourself. You flow the naira. Okay? Now, you look at the first subsidy too. The first subsidy, we use our money, we borrow money to subsidize only for those people that collect the money to take tankers to the neighboring country to even make more money at the expense of the poor people. So, first of all, you have to discourage corruption. How do you discourage corruption? It's not by putting police on the road because police themselves, they are compromised, right? You remove that the cost of that thing. That is what naira floating and subsidy removal have done for the country. Now, going back now, so the money saved, the money saved are supposed to be used to pay the elite that were creating problem for us. We are not giving the money back to the state. Honestly, ask yourself, are the state governors supposed to be waiting for the federal government almost every time to increase the worker salary? Okay, you were paying the workers, let's say 10,000 before. That is when let's assume you were receiving 100 a month, but now you are receiving 400. But you don't still want to increase the worker salary. Always waiting for the federal government. How does that one concern the concern Tinubu?
All right, hold on, Ekene. Let's bring Shola into the conversation. She joins us. So Shola, how far? I thought you'd abandoned us for today.
Not at all. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I don't really understand what Ekene's agreement is all about. Okay,
we are having a feedback from you.
Are you using Bluetooth?
Oh no! What's happening?
Are you driving? Hold on. Are you driving?
Oh, so I'm not. Hold on. I think it's my TV that is on. Let me switch the TV.
Guys, I'm using Bluetooth now. Bluetooth get levels.
Yeah, that's true. Because
That's abusing me on my bit.
Look at that.
If the money
when we grow up, we all want to be
like. We need to walk later in this. We have to walk later in this platform. You cannot be chasing all the fine guys that come to this platform. For what? For the
no. When we grow up, we all want to be like Kulata. When we grow up,
it's an Elisha thing now.
Because they don't part with money.
We don't have to spend money now. We don't have to spend. No, we don't have to spend money.
What does Oshomalo?
It means I'll collect my BC from you. We loan. We are loan sharks.
Okay.
So when we loan people money, we go after them.
Don't worry, Jebulo Jesha. So we always be on.
All right. All right, gentlemen, and now, lady, it's been a while since we said that. Let me shuffle myself out. I had to swivel Prince Daddy, so let me shuffle myself out. Hand over to Mike. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Shola, you have the floor. Mike, you have charge. See you guys tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. What I was trying to say is that I don't really understand the Ekene's argument. The federal has increased allocation, expecting the governors to do the right thing because they are the closer to people. When all these dollars we're talking about, please, if we put 1,000 Nigerian people down, how many people are actually talking about these dollars? How many Nigerians, how many market women, how many men on the street are talking about this? It's just a handful of Nigeria wealthy people. Those are the ones crying foul about the dollars. We're not spending dollars in Nigeria. We're spending naira. So allocations have been, increased for the government, for the local government that are closer to the people, to the community, to do what is right. Every state in Nigeria, God bless Nigeria with a good soil. They should have planned, build a big farm. Somebody was talking earlier about Ofada rice in Lagos or Ogun State and other places like that. If government have supported all the farmers, bring equipment to support them instead of all of them still using cutlass and this to be doing farming, support them with equipment and acres of land to plant different things. We will not be saying what we are saying, but most of the governor, what are they doing with the allocation? Take the money, exchange it in dollars and go and keep it somewhere. So we cannot continue to be blaming the federal government. That's why I'm saying that we are losing our focus. Our focus should be on the governors who are closer to the community, to the people. If not so, we're just going to be saying the wrong thing. We will not be saying the right thing to they are the one we should be shouting at. What are you doing with the allocation? You are supposed to do a lot of things, build roads. You don't have now. I've seen some of the governors even building the federal roads and collect their money back so that there is easy access of movement of people and goods as well. Those are the things the governor should be doing, but most of them, what are they doing? Keeping the money, building unnecessary things that is not beneficial to the community. Somebody was talking about Ogun State governor building cargo something. How many people are going to benefit from that? If you go and see most of the projects that Lagos governor have done, that ends at Ogun border, and look from that to the continuation to Ogun, you will see that Ogun State is nothing to write about. I'm talking about Ogun because that is I'm from Ogun anyway, but that is the closest to Lagos State. We can see governors are doing great. I'm not familiar with South, but I know I've heard about Abia State doing great, Ebonyi State doing great. But majority of the South governors, most of them are not doing much. Look at the humongous money given to Delta. I think I've said this around. I think their allocations is more than any state in Nigeria. In fact, that state should be doing better than Lagos. But is there anything for them to show for it? So the people that we should be shouting their names, calling them out all the time, we left them. Now we keep talking about the dollars. We keep talking about the federal. How many people is about the dollars increase? Is it dollars that we need to do all our local products?
Your economy is a dollar economy. So no matter how you put it, as far as dollar
naira, it is people.
As far as dollar keep increasing, you continue to have high price of goods in the market. Even your production, any form of production you have in the country today deals with dollar. You cannot
our local product does not deal with dollars. Our local product is people that are
maybe you should call Dangote and the Bua to explain to you why cement is high. So when they explain to you, you will understand that our local economy still deal with dollar. You understand? Okay. So I don't have to explain that to you. So, but my point is this. My point is this. Let me clear my point.
You have to let the lady land. You can't start muscling a woman.
I'm not muscling her. I think he was
still talking, huh?
No, I'm still talking, but I can't be talking. Okay. Interject. What I'm saying is that people in Dangote you're talking about, what is the percentage of the local material that Dangote is using to what is actually exporting to banding the cement? Most of the thing is using is within the country, is within Nigerian country. So why are they increasing things unnecessarily? Some of these things in Nigeria is self-afflicted issue, because our people take advantage of every circumstance just to inflict pain on other people. Is it only even rent now in Nigeria is so high? Houses that they have built years ago, they are increasing money. Is it dollar that caused that one as well? Tomato that is we can the issue of the farming, we can say okay because of all the bandits and whatever, but all these are within Nigeria. It's got nothing to do with dollars. So all these dollars that you keep saying is only handful of Nigeria that really know feeling the impact of these dollars. It's only the handful. But people are rich. How many people in Nigeria really care about the dollar? They just want they want better life, which is within the local things that they can produce within Nigeria. And so this dollar is just minute in the issue of things that could be better in Nigeria. The focus should be on our local government, our what do they call them? Local council governments and the governor of the state. Those are the people we should be calling out all the time. And in fact, they should begin to do comparison. Let's begin to pull the ones that are doing well. Let's begin to pull them out. Let's begin to shout them and begin to compare governors to say, why are you not doing this? You are collecting allocation. Why is our state like this? I think that is what people should be doing now. Go and start videoing all those things that they are supposed to be doing, they are not doing. And we will begin to see changes. But if we are intentionally ignoring what is important and just focusing on unnecessary things just because, okay, I really dislike this person, and so whatever they do, I must continually blame them. It doesn't. I don't see. I don't really see sense in that, and that is just my own contribution. Thank you.
Okay, my point is this. I'm not saying that the governors are doing well. I've said it here, time without number. I'm not saying that the governors are not are doing well. But you see, there is an adage that say, onye le nkịta gọla enwe, ife ntukwu ka nọkwa bie. That means the dog and the monkey, they are the same thing. So when you sell the dog and buy a monkey, you almost still buy the same species of animal. So it's still the same style of animal.
They are not the same species now. We can't do this thing I talk for our place.
Well, I don't know, but that's an Igbo adage. That's an Igbo adage, Mike. Oh yeah, like if you sell
maybe
it,
that's why a lot of these Akpabians are reasoning backward. How can you call dog and monkey the same species?
Okay, Mike, but when you sell a dog and buy a monkey, you almost buy the same animal. So when you
no, you didn't buy the same animal. No.
Yeah, when you devalue the naira and all that, and tell me that you increase FAC allocation, it's still the same thing now. That's my point. So making FAC allocation a point of achievement is my problem. So therefore, removing Tinubu out of equation. So every now, I'm not saying that I'm holding my governors accountable. My governor is not doing well. I've been saying it all the time. You understand? So, but I still find a lot of issue with the federal. I still find a lot of issue with them. And you cannot remove that. The other day, Shane Wakinde was telling them to allow them control their resources. And I still buy to that idea. Why can't you allow them to control their resources? Because if the federal should remove their eye from the oil in the south, I think that is the impossible. But that's how it should be. Allow every state to control their resources. Remove your eye in that oil in the south, so that everybody will control their resources, develop their states, do whatever they want to do with the money they generate. So that greediness in them will not allow them. It's just like
but how will your state survive now if they do that? How will your state survive if they do that?
Let them do it now. I know if I will not survive.
And
then when they do it, you now go back and begin to figure out your resources in your state. You begin to know what you will use to generate funds.
You are saying no, I agree with you. Me too, I want that. But the way you are making it look like if the oil is the old south have oil like that, like the oil belongs to the south. If you say south, I can understand, and then a little bit in southwest and some part of southeast. But you can't just say it's oil in the south. I see the old south are the one that own oil, and the old north are the one that don't have oil. And they are the one,
Can I, Mike? Don't you think that they should just they should phase it out? And if they should phase it out, what would be your time frame to say, okay, in the next 5 or 10 years, we're going to phase control out from the center? Would that be a 10-year period to phase out this control from the center to have the state government?
10 years, just 4 years. 10 years is too much.
So you think 4 years is enough for most states that are dependent to figure out?
4 years is enough for them to go and begin to know how and figure out how they will start to generate revenue and all that. Yes, if like when you are talking about Southwest now. When you're talking about Southwest, I drove past to Southwest almost all the time. I can tell people that say that Southwest have land. They're not lying. Southwest has a huge quantum of land. Just like when you are driving towards that Benin Road, you will see empty plot. You will see rocks growing in those land. Big rocks growing in those land. You understand? So, but those things are there. They are wasting. Nobody is cultivating it. Nobody is entering that space.
Right.
Just
an
empty
street. Can you wait? Are you the clutter?
I'm here.
Do you think 4 years is enough to phase out the feeding bottle system, where we say 4 years, state government go and figure out a plan to
resource control?
I say 10 years.
4 years is too small. Though. You want to kill you go kill the states.
Okay.
Hey, Dobati, what do you guys think about this? Instead of just giving out free allocation, they should make it more like in form of loan, in a sense where maybe that money will be in the form of like some type of bank, and then states will just come.
That's the
No, yeah, but you give credit. You give like you do some kind of credit system where a state that doesn't pay, they will have this kind of amount lower credit, you know, and you know, like you earn credit, and then the more credit you earn, meaning that how you pay back, and then they increase your credit. So that way, even voters can begin to say, even voter, even let me use this key point.
Like education that we can attach like results to further.
But give me 1 second. Let me say, and even voters can beginning to look at how their governors increase their state credit credit value or decrease. They can campaign on that too. Like, oh, when this guy was a governor, increase the credit value of our state to this, or they can use that. So instead of giving that free money thing is not a good idea at all. Like just giving money for free.
There's no incentive for the states to be productive with all this.
Yeah, exactly. So that allocation should not be just take. It should be like, okay, we want to use it for this, and then okay, whatever you have to approach Abuja like, okay, we need money for this project or that thing.
If they should collect money from the federal, they should borrow it.
You see,
exactly, that's what I'm saying.
When it comes to federal, you borrow them money maybe to do some infrastructures and all that. Maybe you should give them like 20 years plan, all those stuff. You schedule their payment for them, not just to go there and collect money. There is no state in Nigeria that don't have any resources. Even Imo State. Imo State used to transport. Imo State used to transport oil.
Wait, please. What I'm trying to clarify is that you said 4 years. I'm arguing for a 10-year phase out of the current system. But what do you think they can do in 4 years to earn close to what they have right now is what I want to understand. Let's say Abia State or Ekiti. In 4 years, if you remove what they're taking from the federal government, do you think that they can actually earn close to what they're earning right now from oil?
I think because they have been already earning something. What they need is to be more creative to increase their IGR. You understand? Many of them have been earning at least some billions in their states. You understand? So, but what they need is just to be more creative. You understand? To be more creative, you make your state to attract investors and all those stuff. You understand? You just check Abia State in the last few months. They have attracted foreign direct investment for about $150 million or so. So when you have a thinker, it's easy to do. It's just that the governors are not thinkers, and the state and the federal is not helping matters. And
but 4 years to plan and implement, and before you start
4 years is okay.
Yeah.
But 4 years is okay. You understand?
I don't think it's possible.
Has come out to call out for that.
You see,
so what they should do is to follow his step.
You see the problem. You see the problem.
Yeah.
I think 4 years is too tough.
If you give these people 10 years, Babati, I can tell you that they won't meet up. 10 years.
See, if they don't do it in that manner now, if they don't do anything, the people of that state will not bounce on their governor.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Let it finish. So
everybody is even shouting of federal allocation. But have you even asked some of these governors what they do with the personal income tax they collect? Because federal government is not even collecting that. Everybody that work in all those states pay tax and it goes to the state governments. Have you even asked some of these governors what they do with the internal generated revenue they have? Have you even asked some of these governors what they do with the loan they collected from World Bank and the likes of them? If you check the debt profile of some of these governors, you will pity your states. So when we talk about federal allocation, it's just, for me, it's just minute from what some of these governors get. Some of these governors, because they have their state house of assembly in their pocket, they go all out, get approval, and get loans. So when we talk about dollars, right, there are several things that you don't even need dollars to do. Agriculture is one of them. If you go to the US today, if you go to every African market in the US, 80% of what you see in those African markets comes from Ghana. So invariably, that shows you that Ghana is more productive because they have a way of selling some of those things out, and Nigeria has access to some of those things. If just one governor can just be serious, right? Focus on agriculture for a year.
Right.
I am telling you that we won't be facing what we are facing.
Okay, like let me put this to you so you know where I'm coming from. So
yeah.
this is a 10-year plan, so stay with me.
Mm-hmm.
First 4 years, you phase it out to 50%. So current earnings from oil, half of it will go to the region that has. So 4 years from now, you have 50%. 3 years plus, you have 75%. Then the remaining 3 years, we phase it out. So you have 10-year gap. So it's not like a total removal. So you do 50, 75 to 90 or 95%. Of phasing out. So that way you have enough time to plan to gauge. Are you with me on this one?
Let's interact and walk this round. How do we phase it out?
Right.
So let's look at federal government. Well, I mean the source of income. What's the name of taxes? Which taxes do they collect again? Do they collect VAT? And then
some of
that one is still in court too.
No, the federal government collects VAT. I think the state wanted to collect 6 tax, and that's still in court. So federal government collects VAT, and
they collect VAT. And what other taxes?
That VAT goes into federation account, which is being shared by everybody.
Mm-hmm. So there's VAT. There's the oil one. Which other one? What are levies and all that stuff?
Local government collect some of the levies. States even collect some of those things.
Okay, so if we're going to do resource control and we want to do it over 4 years or 10 years, how do we start phasing it out? So for that VAT now, you can start saying, okay, government removes hands from VAT. That may be a starter. For the oil one, you can say any oil mined on the English fails me, on the continent, any offshore oil belongs to federal government. Any landed oil belongs to individual states.
Inland, okay.
Inland. Yeah, inland is the word. Thank you. Any inland belongs to the United States. So once you do that inland one, then at that point in time, that's when you can say, okay, any resource you find in your state, now you get that. But to transition that, at some point in time, there needs to be kind of like 50, like Babati, the direction you were going, maybe 50-50. I mean, you need to kind of like start changing the percentage, reducing the federal percentage.
The first 4 years. No. So this is my proposal. The first 4 years will be the 50% removal. Then the next 6 years will be the removal of the other 50. So you can gauge how much people are adjusting to that. You can kind of move it around and balance it a little bit. Is what I'm proposing.
Because do we? Maybe the first thing is to force hands off the VAT.
Right.
Let the states collect the VAT. Then before you now talk about the resource, oil.
Kulata, they might not answer the VAT. Let me. One funny thing about this our economy now is that when we talk of this oil, we think oil is the real driver of our economy.
It's not now.
It is the driver of the forex, not the economy, because oil contributes about the real GDP term now.
7%.
God bless you. So now, but when you look at our agriculture, ICT even contribute more than doubled what oil and gas contributes. So that is why it is very pertinent that we keep asking the governors what they are doing with the money. Because if the real contributor of the GDP is within the economy, if it is not our forex we hang through the oil and gas, then something is wrong. The focus.
Sorry, I apologize for the sake of the discussion. Mike, can you put up that link, because they break down taxes that each tier of government collect in Nigeria. So it shows you the federal tax, state tax, and I believe local government cash. So they're already collecting taxes already. So Mike, if you can do that for us, I really appreciate that.
I get by the computer, man. I'm using my phone. Right?
Oh, you cannot. Okay, the link just shows you who collects what in Nigeria, so you can tell. But go ahead. Sorry, Ola, I was hoping.
I think what they need to do now is the resource control should not really be a big deal, but the reason is being a big deal is just because the people that are not ready to do written but are using some kind of just film things, like people that want to be religious, that don't want to be productive. So people that want to gag your VAT and all those stuff instead of attracting investment to the region, they are chasing investment away.
But Ola, I apologize, Kulota. Look at that link. The powers to collect tax that state government have right now, they should be able to generate enough money. They can do personal income tax, animal tax, fire service tax, economic levy. I mean, right now they actually can generate enough funds from taxes alone if they really enforce it.
They can, but I mean, I'm trying to look at a systematic way that's not going to make the country kind of like crash overnight.
Over time,
to kind of like hand over resources back to the states, because this is going to happen eventually. Because at the rate we're going, we can't sustain ourselves with this central sharing of money. Could it work? This feeding bottle government could it work long term? It's already crumbling.
Resources going back to state doesn't mean revenue only. You give them back their schools.
Benefit from somewhere.
But you start from somewhere now. You have to start from somewhere, because at this point in time, there's no incentive for states to do anything.
If we are really going that route, don't you think merging some of these states will even help?
No, it's not necessary.
They will have Larry, they will have no choice but to give up and say, like my state now will say, we know if we do it.
Yeah, because we might have to merge some of these states. Because
it's not necessary, Larry. It's not
necessary. Why I said
stop fighting for your. I know where you're going.
You can't survive.
That's the point he's making. We know where like.
Babati, let me tell you what is happening in my state already. See, if restructuring happens today, it's not going to catch us on our way. In the state already, they've returned the schools, the secondary school and primary school, to the original owners. And my school is one of those schools returned to the original owners. And we, the old schools, we are repositioning our schools to be able to be self-funding. So, this restructuring we are
that's your school now,
because we are taking burden away from the state government already for some of those institutions to exist on their own. So that's a model on its own, right? Now, if we are old school people, we can make our school work. So there are so many organizations too like that we can make them to sustain themselves. We don't have to pay the same worker salary that Ondo State will pay. We just have to do something that works for us within our community. If in our community, if you are not capable of establishing the state police, then we use the federal, just like you can do somewhere else. So we don't have to say, okay, everything that will happen in state A, we have to replicate. So those are the things. If you need to work on a state university to bring investor to upgrade it to internal, to world class level, and let people come and study there and pay, do that. If Afe Babalola, for example, is attracting so many people with huge school fees, why can't the state find a way to generate revenue and find a way that the state will sustain, the state university will sustain itself? So things like that, over time, it's just about initiative. We don't have to merge, because when you are talking of mergers now, then we are giving room for anti-resource control. We are giving them chance just to shut down the whole thing, because state doesn't want to start. Ekiti won't want to merge with Ondo State again, because it's so.
I want to make this final statement. I want to tell you that the problem we have in Nigeria is the oil in the south. That is our major problem. Any day our federal government remove their eye from the oil in the south, Nigeria will be a good space to live, honestly speaking.
Like I told you, that's
when you want to talk about that oil, just say oil in south. No oil in south.
Oil in south, yeah, oil in south. This is our major problem, because I don't see there is no other thing that help us in this nation apart from oil. What are they? I mean, but we have. Let me finish. But we have a lot of things in this country. It's just like the North now. They do their mining, golds and diamond and all those stuff. I don't know what they do with the money. You understand? These are you just come up, you dig out your gold, you dig out your every stuff. You just use your money the way you like. You come to the south, you want the money to be shared, and when the money is not given to you, you want to tear the nation apart. What kind of nonsense is that? So, and the governors, they have already have in mind that at the end of every month, they are running to Abuja to collect their share. So when they come, they don't do anything with it, except the few ones that want to perform. So I still need a day that the president will come out and say, go home and they control your resources. But in a situation whereby the president is the minister of petroleum, how can that work? I don't think.
Sorry, can
we get? I'd like us to, as a group, collectively, can we do one small exercise?
Yeah.
Can we even see if this is possible? Because
no. To what Larry was saying earlier, that so how many states will be viable in its own model of saying margin states? How many states do we
That's exactly where I'm trying to get to by looking at how do we pieces this federal revenue and kind of like make it on a state basis? And of course, federal will still have their own money that they make, and then like America, they will have to subsidize some. They still need to subsidize some states. So can we walk through? I wish there's a source. I'm trying to look for a source where it shows me kind of like which revenue sources the federal government currently controls and which ones can be broken to states and which one can still remain. Because I know
I have the link. I have the link there. I wish Mike could bring the link up so we can look at it. I have that.
What I understand by resource control in Canada is this. For example, we control our oil, and yet the largest part of that oil revenue still go to the central as part of equalization fund. So, and they use that one to fund the states that are not that viable, because our constitution, the way we are made is that we have provinces and we have territories. The territories are under the federal government because those are the territories they cannot stand on their own. So because they cannot stand on their own, they are part of the federal government. The provinces that can stand on their own, they form their own government. Now, the thing is this.
Hold on, before you continue, give me 1 second. I have one question. Has anyone ever sponsored a bill regarding handing this allocation or sharing money? If you can answer that one. Has anyone ever sponsored a bill regarding like, hey, we need to stop this, just sharing this oil money? I don't think anyone has ever done it, because people that find themselves in a position to do that, they are benefiting from it.
They have not, and
that's how they pay them. Huh?
Yes, they have not, and they will not.
So, but what I do notice is whenever like a lot of people say this thing, people that complain the most about this are usually people from your side. They always make it look like the Northerners are the one they are responsible to sponsor the bill, to hand it, and they are not doing it. And my question is, why has no senator from the Southeast or Southwest or South come out to actually make that move to sponsor it? And then we see who's behind, who's behind ending it and who's behind not ending it. That way we can know where to point finger. Who's responsible for this?
That oil, Mike, that oil is what keeps our elite together. That's oil.
Hey, I'm glad you mentioned that. But you agree with me?
Whether you are in APC, whether you're in PDP, whether you're in Labour Party, as long as you are in that chamber in the House of Assembly,
so my question for you is,
that oil is what keeps them together. So
hold on. So my question for you is, why is it that when we want to complain about why are we sharing oil from the south side, we say the Northerners don't want to hand it as if they are the one that put it there in the first place, and they are the one.
If you check the oil well we have in Nigeria, they are the major shareholder. The oil well, they have shared it themselves.
However that came about, but that's irrelevant to why are states sharing oil money. That one is a different argument. Who has more oil block, whatever. We know that one is more like a political thing or something. But you can't say the northern states or the northern people own oil well in the south. Maybe it's individuals through presidential connection, something like that. But we can go after the individuals own oil well and take it from them. But when we talk as if the northern region created this revenue sharing system, they decide that oil that pump from the south side we share it among everybody. And today they are the one that keep it in place and they don't want to take it off. It's not a fair argument. The fact of the matter is, it was Agri Rossi that decided we start sharing oil from the south with everybody. There was his idea. And the northerners felt like, whoa, if these southerners decide to be, hold on now, my brother, if these southerners decide to be foolish enough to share their wealth with us, we'll accept it. And today, if we want to stop it, somebody has to step up and start talking, sponsoring the bill. It's not by talking on internet, talking on the street. It's not those of us on the street and on the internet that we make that move. It's our elected officials. Any senator can go out and pass a bill, sponsor bill. Why are you not going after senator from your state to say, go and sponsor a bill to address this sharing another man's oil in his house? But we leave them, we allow them to enjoy you said it yourself. All the elite are enjoying it. They like it like that. So let's be fair when we want to talk about this. They were taking our oil in the south. Let's be fair.
Okay, Mike. Okay, we are here now, and we are proposing then some form of reversal back to, what it was before, or just adjusting to what we believe will work. I think Kay, you had a model you are working on. You're gonna.
Yeah, I've just been looking at okay, let's look at. If we return resources, meaning return resources, meaning mineral rights and all those stuff to the states, state policing, so the federal government can still collect personal income tax, right? They will still collect corporate taxes. The VAT, I'm not so sure if that will be federal government that will collect it, but I think federal government can still collect VAT because in the UK, I think it's still central and all that. But the running of all these resources, whatever you find on your land, will be up to the states. I think they need to kind of hand over some other parastatals. Ola mentioned schools. Schools is state owned at this point, so I think that's a moot point. Things like maybe airport and all those things may have to be kind of given to the states that they're domiciled. So in effect, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference apart from states that don't have anything that will generate all these contributions, because federal will still collect their share. The state will make the money and then they will just give the federal part of the federal contribution of whatever tax or whatever needs to be given to the federal. Apart from anything offshore, federal owns all that offshore stuff. So basically, we will get to a situation where small states will collapse. They just can't do it, except they get subsidized. So if they get subsidized, the likes of Lagos will still need to be acting like New York and California, meaning giving the largest chunk of money to the federal, while federal now redistribute it to maybe the Oshuns, the
So what is your percentage in that? What would be your percentage suggest to?
Right now, I think, how much is the federal taking? I think federal is giving 52, sharing 48 with the rest, the states and go. So in that situation, it's going to be the reverse.
Because all these farming states, they benefit through subsidies and other things.
Mm-hmm.
And they get the money from the Senate, but if you're using the California and New York analogy, so your Rivers, your Kano, your Lagos, maybe
Rivers, Lagos is basically Rivers, Lagos, Delta.
Up to just to give me a ballpark for a percentage. I just want to play with it a little bit.
Oh, that they have to contribute back to the
just to help the other ones out.
For simplicity, I'm just going to have to reverse it and say they keep 52, they give the federal 48.
Okay, it'll be down. Okay, all right.
I'll just reverse whatever we have today.
All right.
So there's incentive for them to be productive. But then the states, I mean, it will help because states like Zamfara and Co with insecurity, they have no choice. They just can't let them. They will not sit down and let them go poor and poor and poor. They will have to sit up.
It will improve our insecurity and everything because all these states that the bandit has taken their fund, you don't have any choice than to go and fight those bandits.
They don't have any choice to fight them because they will be poor.
So that is the issue. But if we say that we will continue to practice this type of politics we are practicing in Nigeria, I don't see it taking us anywhere. So the state should be given. The only person that spoke about it a few days ago was Sheyi Makinde, which I buy to his idea. So if him as a single governor has come out to voice it out, that this is what we need for our nation to improve. So if the president wants to listen to him, it's left for him to listen to him. So for me, that's the only argument I want to hear. Not all this increasing FAC allocation and all those stuff. It's still the same thing. We are still battling. Even if you increase it to 1,000,000%, we still the same. You are even creating more problem for the state. You are creating more problem for the state because every time you know.
The merging of the state, I really want to see. I'm not trying to poke at Ola, but this merge where states are supposed to merge if they cannot survive economically.
But it's not
I'm
as
not
you
poking
are
at
me.
you.
You are not poking at me, but I'm just telling you that the information you do not have. That's what I'm telling you. See,
I was only asking. I didn't mention your name.
I know. I know. I'm telling you that when you want to merge two states together, look at it this way now. The Southeast, they've been asking for a state since. Do you know why it is difficult to create? Just because we no longer have the military to create. Now, when you want to merge, the people you want to merge together, they will be the one that will cause problem. For that, all of a sudden, they will forget about resource control and all those things. Now, they will pick another fight, and already you will lose some of those momentum you've already gained in creating the.
So it's not possible to merge. Is what you're saying? It's not possible.
You are going to create problem. That's the thing. So you don't even go there.
But if you are not viable, what choice do you have?
No, Kulata.
They don't have to merge now. Every state has one thing or the other to improve them.
See, the definition of not viable, it depends on what you know about the state, and it depends on what viable means. I'm telling you categorically that it is viable. But someone from North Ekiti is telling me that it's not viable. I say it's not true. It is not true. It's just because we are when you have a parasitic system, so you will think that people are not viable. Look at the northern part we are talking about. If you go back to the 60s, if you see what these guys were pulling, you know, they were the region behind our textile system.
I think they were more productive back then than now.
Exactly. They were the region behind our hide and skin, all those things we used to produce, butter, shoes, bag, and so many things, tobacco, columbine. So they have a lot of things. They have.
You will even see this Abiokuta steel. This Abiokuta steel, you see it work overnight. You will see it work overnight.
Someone mentioned Zamfara now, which I think is very okay. If everybody is working, someone will not have focus of Sharia. This is what I want to do. You want to do religion, you don't want to. They don't have it because number one, I even want them when they are doing this arrangement to put it that any state that will create problem for others by not developing their people. If there is insecurity, the federal government will take over the administration of that place. Pending the time they will restore. They will restore peace there. See, these people will sit tight. They will sit tight and do the right thing. So Babati, there is no state that is not viable. It's just because of the way it is. Now we have Irebon Brick there. Do you know that if Irebon Brick were to be under UPN that initiated that, you know, Irebon Brick today will probably be what they'll be using for building in the entire Southwest. They have that capacity there. There are a lot of mineral resources in the state. A lot of mineral resources. When you look at
do you have them in commercial? I'm tired of hearing there's a lot of minerals. There's a lot of. do you have them in commercial quantity?
Even my question is this: I don't even want us to even depend on mineral resources
that will last, because I'm tired of people saying we have mineral resources. We have mineral resources.
I've not even landed my point. I'm just making. I was just saying. Now the point is this: I don't even want us to depend on mineral resources, because mining mineral resources in my state will destroy our land. Because that's the way I see it. All these aggressive solid minerals, it will destroy our land, and those lands are supposed to be meant for agriculture. So there are a lot of ways. So to me, your human capital is the biggest. Is the biggest. As our ICT, look at the entire ICT in the country now, is moving to 20% in terms of contribution to the oil economy. If someone told you before that ICT contributes more than oil, people will argue. It's just because of importation and exchange. That's the only reason we are talking of oil and gas today. But if everybody start producing and you start sending and you create value chain, or you start exporting what you are producing in your state, it will be another game changer. Nigeria see have appetite for textile industry that even where are these Igbo people producing their textile that are producing for them? See, we can be the hub of textile for the Western countries. So,
hey, Prince Daddy, are you still here? Prince Daddy, I don't think he's here.
So we can go back to our shoemaking and bag making. We can be hub for that. So the thing is,
what about Soli? Soli, are you still here? Prince Daddy can't be asleep now. This guy live in California. What Soli? I know Soli. I don't know what time it is in Australia. Soli's not here. Okay, I mean, continue, Jack. Continue.
So those are the things I'm talking about. So saying that it is not viable, I don't know where you got that, because the same Ekiti that used to contribute to cocoa in the Western region those days, you understand? Ekiti and Ondo, you understand? So like I said, Ekiti, I've said it today that we are the largest producer of local rice in the entire Southwest. I said that today. And cassava, the cassava value chain that
these ties, most of the ties we use in Nigeria are made in Nigeria. You know, we have most of their companies in Ogun State. Then we have other ones in Enugu State. All these ties and the marbles we use for our building. My friends that do that business, they don't import it. It's made in Nigeria. You understand?
I
don't know.
When you reach impasse, when you go to an impasse, then the creativity in you will come out. So we are saying this just because over time they've already killed our creativities. That is why some people will just come academy will just be deceiving us, and we start buying into it that some states are not viable. No. The viability of any state is in the human capital. How you can enhance the human capital within your state.
Ola, you're talking like, say, Ola, the way you're talking is like me saying, oh, everybody here has potential to be a billionaire. That's kind of what you're saying.
No, Ola, I think one place I actually agree with you is the issue of human capital. And, you know, a lot of people are against this Imo State governor. But if you ask me, Imo State in the next 3 years would be the hub, the state with the highest number of tech guys. Because the way those guys are actually investing in tech now, right? I hope some other governor kind of like just do something like that. Because, you know, people kind of like don't really understand what that guy is saying. That guy is heavily investing in tech. You know, training as much as he can, getting partnership with, I think he had partnership with Cisco, and probably I think they are in the line of getting IBM. So the cheapest thing for you to get, aside all these natural resources, right, is to invest in people. India today, most of the Indian revenue come from tech outsourcing, which every other person can actually have access to. Nigeria, if you look at Nigeria ordinarily, Nigerians have the zeal to learn. So I don't see any reason why some of those people can, just invest in some of those things. It's cheaper for you to do. Train people in mass. Imagine if a state governor can actually train 300,000 people, right? In mass, 6 months. And most of this training doesn't really go that long. Probably in 6 months, you have people, at least people that can actually get junior developer roles. And there are tons of companies in America that are ready, because everybody in America, what do they want? Why are they going to India? Because they believe that they could actually get that cheap labor there.
And we speak better English, by the way.
Yeah. And we speak better English than them.
I don't know whether we speak better English.
I mean, for the Indians, I mean,
than the Indians, I don't think so, Babati. I don't
Come on, welcome. Come on.
It's hard to understand those Indians.
You know the thing is,
when these IT people call me, I get frustrated. I'm like, God.
I want to ask Kulata one question.
Mike is
you will be surprised.
It's not the English, it's just their accent. Their accent is very hard to understand.
So, Kulata, if I ask you the question now, between Ekiti and Osun State, which one do you think is
stop doing this.
No. Babati,
let me answer him.
I'm going somewhere.
Let me answer him. Osun is more viable.
Okay, how?
First of all, Osun, as small as it is, we have one of the largest number of big cities in a state.
And we have tourist potential.
And we have, if you look at Osun right now, there are like 10 cities with population of like 300 or 400,000 and above. More than most Southwest states.
Okay.
So, and hold on. And there's significant presence of higher education institutions in Osun. Obafemi Awolowo University, Lautech, and some private schools. Ekiti has schools too, but like kind of Osun kind of like beats Ekiti in that respect. And when you think about there a lot heavy tourism potential, massive tourism potential.
Okay.
So
anyway, the question I want to ask you now, you tried. Now, how come that Ekiti is marginally doing better than Osun State in GDP?
It is not.
No, I think you're getting it wrong. It's not.
It is not.
Because if you look at the IGR, I just checked.
Wait, I said GDP. No, forget about IGR.
GDP is not better than Osun GDP. Let me check.
Hey guys, 1 second. Babati, can you repost the stuff you wanted me to share? Because I'm logged on my computer. So I can.
I'll put it back again so that we can better have a more robust conversation. So I'll put it in the private section. So it breaks down.
I'll see it now. I'll put it up.
Yeah, so when he talks next, he can look at.
Okay, before Kulata comes,
let me look for the GDP numbers. I doubt it. Let me see.
Wait now. You may be doubting it.
You've been emotional right now. You've been a bit emotional about it.
No, but it's not emotional. It's not about whining. There's a reason. There's where I'm going to. It's not as if I'm trying to condemn Osun State. I just want you to get me right. Ekiti State GDP is ranked higher than Osun State GDP. When you look at the positioning and the resources in Osun State is supposed to be ranking higher than Ekiti State. What changed that direction is the decision taken by the governors. It was even worse than this before. The gap was even wider than this before until Aregbesola started doing some kind of things. But Fayemi took another decision entirely. It was the decision taken by Fayemi that changed, that was responsible for the path of the change. Now look at it this way now. Stallion Group, Ekiti, managed to get their commitments. They are investing in the rice value chain in Ekiti. Dangote Group, they'll be brought to that rice value chain too. They'll be investing in cassava value chain because they were able to emark some places that are like farm settlement to bring people. So even individual like you that want to invest in cassava value chain today.
Ola, what do you have for the GDP numbers?
The GDP number I have here is 5 points. It depends on the one you are looking at, right?
I'm looking at the latest one. There's just a tiny difference. AKT Osun is 2.3 trillion. AKT is 2.35 trillion.
No, I said marginal. When I said
marginal, okay, you said marginal because they're pretty much the same.
Now what I have here now in GDP, what I have here is 5.82 for AKT and 5.69. So what we are looking is a per capita.
I'm looking at the state of states data from Budget IT. Okay, from budget. Sorry, budget, whatever that is.
Budget. Budget is not what I have now. So it depends on the way is it per capita, PPP?
No. It's just I'm looking at high level numbers here.
So when you look at it that way now, you will be surprised that it means that a lot of activities is actually happening in Ekiti. No, I'm not scared. It's not as if I'm scared. I'm trying to drive at something. The creativity, when you look at it, Ekiti is not even supposed to come closer to Osun State, right? But you still see Ekiti still being marginally better than Osun State. That is telling you things that this would depend on the initiative of the leader.
Let Babati quickly go over these things.
Yes. Can you come down a little bit so I can just let's go to the federal. Come down. Okay, federal. So, Kulata, out of this federal tax, come down a little bit more. So, just highlighting the federal. So, out of this federal tax being collected right now, in that new model that you're proposing, they have to give some of this up, right? Apart from the oil and gas or whatever. So, okay, go ahead.
Whatever you collect. I've not done any math or anything. I just basically reversed what I think is the current distribution. Okay. So whatever you make, you give federal like 48% of it. You keep 52%.
But so whatever, like for instance, now the education tax or personal income tax, they can't give it up at the same time. Just
no, federal will collect their own tax. There's some taxes that are federal tax and some just like the US, the federal tax and state tax.
Okay,
there'll be that.
Okay, Mike, come down to the state. That's federal government. Come down to the state tax. Just come down. Let's see what the. Yes, right there. Because they actually have more to collect, but this is what bothers me. Like, are they not effectively collecting, or are they just keeping the money? Is what I don't understand. Because this is a lot of taxes.
See, that's what we're saying. They collect some of those things. That's why when people talk about federal allocation, right? For me, I'm more interested in what they've actually been doing with a lot of those taxes. Take, for instance, now all the taxes they collect from all this betting, lotteries, and casinos, right?
That is state. By the way, I was even surprised. That is not federal. That is
that's state. So they collect a lot, right? But the problem is, because Nigeria is just a country where the states are just so lucky that they've been able to shift attention away from themselves. And a lot of people are not really looking into some of those things. So what they collect, if you look at what some of the states collect, averagely, right, you definitely see that even if they don't go to federal, they can actually do things. But unfortunately, they collect a lot of other taxes. And because they know that their attention is not really on them, they spend it the way they like. They don't even care.
Larry, wait a minute. State government collects capital gains tax in Nigeria. Did you see that?
Yes, they do.
I was surprised. I thought that was Fed. That is federal government, right?
That's federal government that collects it in them.
But in Nigeria is. They are robbing Nigeria's blind, man. Come on, man. So you know what? They are making a lot of money at state.
They are taking a whole lot of money. Take, for instance, let me give you FCT for instance.
So that's why Lagos is so. Anyway, continue, Larry. Continue.
FCT, for instance, majority of what Wike is doing. That's why every day I'm always praising Wike, because I know what Wike has actually been doing in FCT. Immediately Wike got in IGR. Most of the projects Wike is doing in Abuja now are projects being funded by FCT IGR. If you check what Wike has actually collected, right? Even me that I'm here, right? Ground rent on things that I have in Abuja, I have to pay. Because you see several things that are really happening. And that's why in most cases, you tend to ask some of the state governors. And they are, like I said, nobody's looking at them. Until we start looking at them. Take, for instance, if you can see the way Wike actually did it, which I think is very good, right? He talked with the contractors and he said, okay, fine, this is the IGR that we have. What is the problem you have? And some of the contractors were like, okay, fine. The problem they have is finances. And if they have finances, there won't be variation in contracts. And he signed a deal with them. Let's use part of our IGR to finance this project. Since we know that we can get so much IGR every month, let's take part of it to finance some of the projects. So even if some of the state governors are doing things like this, right? I'm telling you, you see a whole lot of things. Some of them will just, what they get from federal government will just be addition. But they collect some of these things. There's a whole lot of tax. Even the one you see is the ones that you actually see. Take for instance now in the market. If you see the number of local taxes that those market women pay every day, some of those market women, an average market woman in a Eko Dumota will collect ticket from NURT. All these Agbero will bring their own tickets. She will pay. Local government ticket will come. She will pay. State government ticket will come. She will pay. So averagely, a marketer in Eko Dumota pay nothing less than 2,000 in taxes a day. So where is that money going to? And most of what these state governors do, and that's why you see in most cases, all of them are always promoting NURTW. Because those guys, they use those guys in collecting some of those taxes. And those guys to have a lot of money. If you look at in Lagos alone, NURTW in Lagos makes so much money. Aside what they give all this downfall, what they give all this molu and all those things, they even go to the market to enforce some tickets and collect some tickets. So even, people say, oh, yeah, this Lagos governor is trying. But for me, right, most times all I look at is, have we really been able to really analyze what this guy gets? How much is he getting in IGR? What is even the depth profile of Lagos?
Sorry, Larry, do you have your screen? Can you see your screen, or are you?
It's my phone, so it's tiny.
You can't see the screen. I wish you could, because I'm here stunned of what they actually.
Okay, let me see. I've zoomed it out. State government.
Look at what this is ridiculous. They come on, man. Lagos is making more than they're even getting from federal at this point.
They are making a whole lot of money.
Oh, Lagos is getting Lagos internally generated revenue is 80%. Their federal allocation is like 20%. They're that big, so they don't need the federal government for anything.
So it's a lot. So I just wish some of these state governments,
personal income tax,
and even it's a whole lot. They are collecting a whole lot, but the ones they are actually collecting, you can't even see one thing that they're actually using it for. I'm still saying it. If every
can we do Mike? Can we do one more? Can you go to local government? Because they get apparently they are getting a lot of money too. Mike, are you there?
Yeah.
Can you go down to local government? Because I want
where's the federal government one?
Oh, no, it's above now. Okay, want to go up first for that one, or you want to go down to? Okay, this is local government.
Tenement.
They get money on liquor and alcohol drinks.
Yeah.
Tenement rate. Oh, tenement rate is local government.
Yeah.
Really? Shops and kiosks, motor parks,
levies, domestic animal.
These guys have money, man. Come on. They have money. Come on, no way.
No, it depends now. Like, it depends on the state.
If they're really enforcing this, they should not lack anything.
And a lot of times, states will be chancing them on this one.
Now, park levies here should be. It should not be Lagos State. It should be local government.
It should be local government. Yes, you're right.
One by one here now. Wow.
Wait, I'm confused though. So if state is collecting personal income tax, what is federal now collecting?
No, federal government. Personal income tax.
Can you go back up to federal, please?
Federal government only collect personal income tax for residents of FCT, armed forces.
Just the federal people.
Yeah, that's what federal government collects.
Okay, so federal government only gets this is federal.
They get corporate income tax.
Yeah. If you look at it, personal income tax, member of the armed forces of the federation, member of the Nigerian police.
So state has more powers. That they have more funds.
Wait. This is very good because if we look at this, right? So petroleum profit tax, value added tax. So when we're talking about resource control, right? Assuming, see this petroleum profit tax, there should be some solid mineral profit tax somewhere here that they're not writing. So basically, we're saying give the states the VAT, the petroleum and the solid minerals. What else? Maybe education.
That would be more than the number you gave. That would be almost close to 60% then if you're removing.
So another thing.
That's it.
Another thing is what you don't understand is most of these taxes you see that are collected by federal government. Some of them are going into the federation accounts, not the consolidated revenue fund. So if you are talking about taxes, like take for instance now, some of the company income tax, almost all the taxes that the FIRS collects goes directly into the federation account, which is being shared by everybody, right? So except those ones that are basically for federal government, like the personal income tax of residents of FCT, right, and some other small one, like education tax.
But do you still need the links?
I think we it's just to understand that states actually have more power. They have more powers and they can collect more levies. Now, how are they enforcing it? Is what I don't understand. And
can I remove it?
Yes. I think we've done.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we've done justice there. But that's just the point of state. So tweaking that will be like Kay was saying about profit for value-added tax. I think if we give that to the state government, I think we're looking close to 62% of the total budget going to the states, as opposed to what they have right now.
At this rate, federal won't want to release that VAT.
Even if they release that VAT, it's not even federal that doesn't even want to release that VAT, right? It's even the states themselves.
Let's hear from these new voices. We have Aizon and who's Oroyo? I've never seen this person before. I don't know if you say.
Mike, check whether no be hacker.
Yeah?
Check the new person whether no be hacker.
He's one man that added him, so
okay.
One man must have known the person. I won't have someone I don't know like that.
He's not a hacker.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to speak to that because somebody was asking how are the state governor collecting their taxes. So what the state governors normally do, they contract it out to their friends. Maybe they will ask you to bring in maybe like 2 billion or 2 million. Then the person will just go and collect whatever thing he wants to collect. If you collect 7 or 8, so far we just return 2 million. Then the rest one is for him. So that's the problem the state are having. They use it to compensate their
isn't that wait, let me clarify. So isn't that the list that we showed earlier, they are collecting all of them, but just with their friend and with their cronies, they just get a cut out of it, right?
Yes.
With what you're saying.
You guys, did you know one time I was shouting about Peter Obi? That's how he did it now. In Anambra, that the IGR went down when he became governor because he gave his I forgot the name of the person he gave. and those ones are pocketing it. Anyway, continue.
So those are how they collect those things. Those state governors, they are just bastard, I beg. Those guys are the major problem, not the federal government. So anybody crying that federal government, like my states now, many times, for the past how many months now, I've not seen anybody from Delta State shouting about our governor. But the last allocation, they received over 482 billion or so. But we have nothing to show for it. So if they give them, they have resource control, they will still not do anything. They will still pocket all the money. So people are they just want this governor to make more money. They don't understand what is going on. So it's very, very unfortunate that we have docile Nigeria.
I have one question.
Politics, they don't understand politics. When it comes to economics, they don't understand economics. Nothing. You will just see them once they hear one idiot talk something, they will be running with it. That is what you see them keep on repeating.
I have one question for people that may be able to answer this. Does the government spendings and how they are, and putting it, is it public information? Like how they're dispersing money and things like that. Is it something as a public information?
Yeah, they contact the phone or they make it public.
No, I mean okay, because there's got to be some accounting. They are accounting. And what I meant to say is the government,
like the state,
it's supposed to be a public information, right? But unfortunately, that everything is shrouded in secrecy. And so, I'm actually happy, right? I'm actually happy for what you actually said, because that your state, if you talk of Nigeria today.
Hold on, before you move, I actually want to get this out of the way. So, by law, the public accounting is supposed to be public. I'm sorry, the government accounting is supposed to be public information by law.
Yes, sir.
So, if it is, so why are we not going to request all this information to see exactly?
Because we focus on Tinubu and Buhari, we focus on Abuja and we forget our own state. We don't focus on it.
You get what I'm saying, Babati? Why don't we go?
If you see me on this show, what can focus on me is Ogun State. I'm always talking about Akpabio all the time because I know that's where the problem is, not Abuja. I know that my state is the problem, not Abuja.
So if this thing is a public information, why can't we go to this wherever to request this information, this record, and bring it here and then unpack what they are doing with the money and where the money is going or what they are, and we the people ourselves can be prosecuting the government now. I mean, I know a citizen has a right to call for prosecution, or even I'm very sure there are some private prosecutors out there and be prosecuting these government officials. I think we have, if this is the case, I think we have the power in our hand. We just don't know.
Yeah. We actually have the power, and the problem is, and just like Babati actually said, sometimes I used to think probably some of the state governors self even pay some people to ensure that they distract attention away from themselves. Yeah, it can actually be possible, because if we can actually hold these guys responsible. I like what this guy is doing, this budget guy, because it's now going in to let us know exactly the rot that is in what they've been doing. Several instances, they even release their budget. We don't even take our time to go into details to looking at some of the budget that some of these guys release. Not until recently that you now start seeing, they budget also billion to buy food somewhere. They budgeted also billion to, to buy car for this one. Everything has always been on the national budget. Now, it's now that those state governors are now seeing that people are now beginning to look at their own budgets, right? Even though there are still a lot of things that are still in secrecy. Like you said, for me, right, I'm not against outsourcing tax collection, because I've seen it work in Lagos, right? If you are outsourcing tax collection, in as much as that company, right, that can actually guarantee me that they can double what I collect. Because what do you see in most of the states? When you use some of the government institutions to collect tax, you end up seeing that they don't even go ahead to collect the exact tax that you want. Take for instance, now if I'm a governor, if I'm using the government to collect tax and I'm making like 5 billion every month, if someone can actually come in and tell me that I can make 20 billion every month, yeah, what's the point? I'm going to outsource that. And he says, okay, fine, I'm going to make 20 billion for you. And I'm going to take 10% of what I make, which is like 2 billion, which is still a good deal for me. You know, because the problem we have in Nigeria when it comes to collection of tax, take for instance, now FIRS, how many people really pay the exact money to FIRS? What do people do? They go to FIRS, pay some guys, you know, and they just give them, you know, clear pass. And another problem with taxation in Nigeria is the fact that we don't have data, right? Because if you look at the taxation in Nigeria, why is different from what we have in the US and some other places. So in Nigeria, it's more of you kind of like, you know, going in and tell them this is what I have. The government does not even have the exact data of what you have. But I think if they can actually do everything where it will be digitalized, take for instance, now if you buy a new car, if the government knows that you actually buy a new car, like in the US now, if you buy a new car, obviously the government knows that you just got a new car, because when you are doing the registration, it's automatically linked to your social security number. So probably that is what they should just try to like look at how to really do, because if they can do that, they will get a lot. There's a lot of people, even in Lagos, the way you see Lagos, you see them buying some of these luxury cars, right? And how much are you really taxing them? Property tax, how much are you really getting? So people just go in, you know, based on best judgment, they just go in, okay, fine. Even if you made 200 billion in a year, just go based on best judgment and kind of like, okay, fine, I've made 20 million. Okay, based on that, okay, how much is my tax? So I think that's one of the problem of taxation in Nigeria. That's why a lot of people are outsourcing, because if you outsource, those people are kind of like private people. They'll go all out. They don't even have any kind of like thing to do with government. It's not like, oh, let me call so person because I don't want to pay tax. Because at that point, it's more like business. So
Larry, Mike, all I could find is how on you think his budget, what K was quoting earlier, they actually publish how the state government spend what they get from federal, but there's no publication for how they spend what they generate in their own IGR. But they do publish what they get from federal allocation, but not what they generate internally. That one is not made public.
Yeah, so that's where you see a lot of secrecy. That's why I said it's a lot of.
Babati, which year of budget are you reviewing?
No. I'll put the link below, because
it's 2022 fiscal performance ranking.
Yeah,
state of states.
No, they have one for last year now. I'll put the link.
Okay, if you're reviewing the fate of the state, it actually breaks down everything. IGR, percentile.
State of states is every single thing.
Yeah, everything is in there, including a narrative on how the money is being spent.
Physical ranking for last year, 2023. But I didn't see.
If you're looking at, if it's fate of states, it breaks everything down. You should try to find the fate of states, the most recent one for states.
Okay, I was only reading
there's a 2023 version.
Yeah, they have it's from budget. Yeah.
I thought I had the most recent one. Oh.
Yeah. But sorry, Larry, I was just trying to just add to what you were saying about.
No, I understand. So that's for me. I think until we start really holding some of these people, because take for instance Lagos state government. Now, Oga, tell us how much you've realized, right? Tell us how much loan you've collected, and now let's look at it vis-a-vis how much you're actually spending on some of these things. Until then, we can now say, okay, fine, probably my Lagos state government is even doing well, right? But we don't have access to some of those things, which, they tell you, freedom of information law, you can always request for it. They have the right to give it to you. But it's not like that. So probably the orientation, and that's why in most cases I'm more interested in orientating people that don't really know some of all those things, because they've put some things, Nigeria, they kind of like put some orientation in people, divert attention. And you see some of the governors coming out because it's so unfortunate, coming out and saying the president should do this, the president should do that. And to me, I'm always like, are you guys crazy? What does the president wants to do?
Larry, do you know where all this argument started?
Yes.
It's when the federal government started cornering everything, the Western regions suffered most. So, and in the northern part where local government were not there before, they started doing multiplication. For example, where we used to have, like, say, a local government in, let's say in Ondo now, for example, you have one. It got to a stage whereby for everyone in Ondo State, they started doing like 3 in some part in the north. So at the end of the day, that thing started affecting the revenue allocation. Now, in the political space, energy will just shift to that money. Even you see that we, the masses, the citizens of the country, too, anywhere we hear money, Okuoje, our energy suddenly increase without even looking at some other things. So that is what happened over time, because you look at the imbalance that, okay, I'm bringing this money and some people are eating the money. For example is when they accused the Kano State of keeping its VAT. The other time when they were fighting for this VAT, whereas the one from Rivers State and the one from Lagos State, you are sharing from there. So that's the argument. But if you can give the state now to control, like my own control, I have my idea of own control. I'm still not saying the federal government should not be collecting that money on behalf of those states, because if you allow states to collect the money on their own, they can even use that as a weapon to hold the entire federation to ransom. What we are saying is this: don't allow anybody to decide who is going to build airport in Lagos State. If you can have city in Atlanta building airport themselves, you don't need to wait for the federal government. I want to have airport in my state. That I should have that power to decide. I want to build university. I know the viability in my state. Allow me. Just charge your tax at the federal government. Okay, if you are going to do this, this is going to be our part. But allow me.
But no one is stopping state from building universities
and not really even in the exclusive
an airport now.
Wait, no, of course they are there. They are there.
Yeah?
Forget it.
No,
they need federal government approval to do some of those things. Now,
so okay, well, let's say that let's say for the benefit. Let's say they need federal government stopping any state that wants to build the airport from building airports or university from building.
Wait, let me just finish my analysis. I don't like to be just interrupted at that, because we are shifting it. When I say federal government is holding them back, I know exactly what I'm talking about. You will know the fight between the federal government before they can corner them into even doing the Lekki deep sea. If that was under the control of the state.
Well, can you give us example of the fight? I mean, how fights?
Mike, another person can charge. When I'm talking like this, I don't really want my.
Well, we gotta ask question now. We're giving information.
You got to ask question, but when some question is just to throw spanner and take it
gentlemen, come on, guys.
No, but now look at it this way. Now, Lagos State, one of the major things that Tinubu wanted to do that time is aggressively, and I make bold to say that aggressively, Tinubu wanted to save the factories in Lagos from collapsing. And this federal government bureaucracy of electricity, they didn't allow. And investment of Aaron in Nigeria probably would have saved Aaron if we allowed that. But it got to a stage, you said, oh, that is not your duty. Okay, you want to generate by force, you will be sending that into the national grid, and we will distribute on your behalf and we sell on your behalf. Tinubu being a politician himself, he knows that federal government, oh my goodness, this is another BS. They fought until the problem of electricity could not be resolved in Nigeria. before they are now going back to concurrent that federal can generate, state can generate. The federal government is still not ready to leave all those things. And cities, my city generates the electricity, and we are just about 1.7 million. Whereas Lagos State, and even this city, they started generating electricity when they were even less than 1 million. 1 million. Not as if they are now 1.7 million, they are now generating. A Lagos State of over 20 million, you can't allow them to generate the electricity. And eventually, they started channeling the electricity they generate to run their parastatals and offices. So, resource control is not about money alone, but give me power to look for investor to invest in my state. The goal is on my land. Let me go and look for investor to invest in gold and mine gold. Federal government, don't worry, you will collect your money, but I want to control my the resources within my state. That's what we're saying. That's exactly what they were doing in the Western region. Oh, I have my cocoa, I have policy around my cocoa, but because we want to be in the same federation, we want to keep it fair, so we agree on, okay, this is how much I'll be giving the federal government for the purpose of maintaining our unity. That's what we are asking for. But people now think that, oh, because we need to give South their crude oil, suddenly they will now take everything 100%. No, we just want to say, let the South people decide, okay, we want to go on modular refinery, we want to bring investor from Saudi Arabia to invest, and decide. Not was someone from Sokoto will now be giving Lagos how to manage Atlantic Ocean that will not even have impact on its own environment. Those are the things we are talking about. So,
well, let's be fair now. So at this point, let's be fair.
Like I said,
at this point, who in Sokoto is and as we speak right now, who in Sokoto can be telling someone in Lagos how to manage Atlantic Ocean? Who in Sokoto has never even done that?
If someone in Sokoto becomes the president today, is going to have power over the water resources in Lagos. That's what I'm saying.
It's someone from anywhere. It's not only Sokoto now.
It's just an analogy. We don't have to go micro. That's what I'm saying. That's what when we are talking.
Let me help you
high
out.
Level speaking, not you don't have to be micro in the speaking.
Yeah, let me even help you out a little. It doesn't have to become president. If someone in Sokoto goes to federal government and they get a license to do whatever in the Atlantic Ocean, they can do it. They don't even need to become.
What I'm saying.
So
even I don't want someone from Ekiti to control Atlantic Ocean. So if that one will be okay.
How you want to control
Atlantic Ocean? Maybe if I use it that way, let Lagos control.
Well, we can say it's the federal government, not like a region controlling it.
See, people will be reading ethnicity. That's what I'm saying. We have to do it in such a way that.
Mr. Ola, can I ask you something? I know you are from
Ekiti.
There is something that still baffles me from Ekiti. Why is it that Afe Babalola University is able to generate the electricity they use, and Ekiti state government is not able to collaborate with that Afe Babalola and at least generate a portion of what is good for Ekiti? Because that university, because to me, in Nigeria today, I think that university has really done much. I was listening to that man.
What are they using to generate the electricity?
Yeah, they have several other sources. Every electricity they use in Afe Babalola University is generated by them. So they are not buying anything.
Larry, this is what I've just explained to you. Government policy is the one killing the electricity. Look at it this way. Nobody is saying you should not use generator in your house, for example. That's you generating electricity for yourself. But the problem is this now. Once you say, oh, because I have 500 kVA generator, I want to sell to my neighbors. That is where Wahala comes. Federal government will say you cannot do it. Tinubu will have, by now, with what we've seen Lagos State doing now, by now, if Lagos State is not lighting up everywhere, they will have saved all those industries like that packed out of Nigeria. And today, we will have generated even more revenue from all those factories. Those factories will have taken more area boys out of the streets. That will have helped the security situation of Lagos State. But the federal government says, no, you cannot do that. Now, Dangote is generating its own electricity. Bua is generating its own electricity. Lafarge generating their own electricity. That tells you that it's not the generation that is even the problem. Selling is the problem, because that currency, Naira, is the problem now. Who is going to be taking the Naira? That's where the problem comes in. That's the reason the federal government is not willing to give up the transmission network. Even though our installed capacity today is not what we give out. Installed capacity in Nigeria electricity today is about 70,000 megawatts.
I thought they've created this. They're giving this thing to the state now.
How about using this approach?
Or did they stop it? I thought they've given the power of this thing to the states.
If
they've given them.
Just late last year.
They've given them.
Mr. Ola, you see, sometimes the will you have and the passion you have at doing something really helps you to go a long way. Like you said, I understand the bureaucracy, the bottlenecks and everything, but nothing stops them from, empowering people, subsidizing some of these things to generate. There are some kind of electricity that is, take for instance now, solar, right? There's a way you could empower people rather than you generating and selling to them. I think in some states in America, they even if you use solar, I think they pay you, to encourage you to do that, to be able to generate some of those. So even if government is not really giving them that power to do this, I think it's more of will, right? If you have the will.
See, my brother, it is now that solar system is beginning to fall in price. Even as it's falling in price too, when you look at inflation in Nigeria, it's another thing. Myself working in a bank that time, working in the electronics banking, we even thought of using solar to even support our offsite automated teller machine. But you know what? Even as a bank, it was not viable. You understand? It was not viable. So we even look at that idea of saying, okay, let us power our data center and our head office with solar. When we look at the cost compared to 1 megawatt generator, 1 MVA generator we were using that time, it was even cheaper for us to be running that generator with diesel. So see, this thing is empowering people. People already are empowering themselves in that electricity, but the difference is that some are using gasoline and some are using diesel. Even some of those cassava farms that you see that are producing a 2 million metric ton, that Ekiti is producing, that maybe we hit like 3 million metric ton this year. Now, some of those guys are powering their farm themselves. And the
Ejeki is on sorrow now.
But Ison is not trying to talk. If he's trying to talk,
I think he tried to talk at some point, yeah.
Okay. If you want to talk, I will just talk for him, no problem.
No, so it's okay. Let Ola finish. Thanks, Kulata. Let him finish, then I'll chime in.
So, MTN then and MTN tried to use solar to power their base station. You know what happened? They were stealing all those. Even when they deployed some security men there, what happened? They piled so many of those security just to seize those. So that was when they now changed to using the Meccano. They started using Meccano generator for the base station. So there are many factors that affect all this we are talking about. So, but what I wanted to talk about is just majorly resource control. Resource control does not mean you are going to hold your money to your. No, that's okay. It's oil. Bam. See, I keep saying there's no way South will generate. We control the oil resources in Nigeria today, that they will take anything out of the country if the government of the country is serious. You will still have to pass through the border of that country. You can't. Not today. Alberta, we generate our oil and gas, whatever, but you can't take all those oil and gas out of this country today without the federal government. How you want to do that? You understand? And we still have a federal agency that collect money on behalf, then they remit yours to you, and they keep the remaining one. So all those framework is what we have to look into, so that Because if you allow states now to hold their money to themselves, oh, those states can come to us and say, no, I'm not releasing money just because the person at the center is a political enemy. No, the federal government can still collect the money on your behalf or give you your own portion. But I want Kulata to come and be doing granite in my state. Give me that power to regulate Kulata. So if Kulata is not meeting up what I want, I send Kulata away and bring another one without federal government creating some kind of complicity for me to manage my resources. That is how it was being run.
I'm kind of glad like they kind of give that power to the state to generate their own electricity now. So I mean, state like Delta State, I mean, they are receiving most allocation. I mean, by sometime by at least a year and a half from now, man, if we don't see, I mean, that kind of state should be a 24-hour electricity. I mean, it'll be a big shame if
you'll be shocked that Lagos might be the state to dominate that energy sector if you try it, because they are the one that have model that people can trust now. When you look at the entire state,
people like Aizon, where is Aizon there?
I'm here.
So now when you play Tinubu, Aizon will come, but it won't come for this one because it's enjoying it.
No, I just want to see what's going on in the state now, Delta States. I mean, because this is from one of those states that receive so much allocation, So now that the federal government have given the power to generate electricity to the states, So what's going on, man? I mean,
the Delta State is not different from any state in Nigeria now. If you look at it and you look at the numbers and the facts behind Delta State, yes, they get 13% derivation out of 100% of resources in their state. They give them 13% and then tell them, if you don't manage this properly, we'll come and criticize you. But then the other states in Nigeria that get FARC as well, they don't manage the money for the FARC. So, some of those states are poor. I'm not excusing them. The states can do better. Clearly, there have been some mismanagement. They have foreign debt and recurrent expenditures that account for most of where their money is going. And we've had under recurrent expenditures, there's a section that falls under miscellaneous. Only, God knows what that is, but that amount is probably where they see the theft that goes on. And then, when you look at the state as a whole and the 25 local governments in the state, there are definitely some things that can be done better, especially when you take a look at the acts of what has happened with Ibori and some of his cronies that have been governors after him since we came into that republic. But in every state in Nigeria, I mean, give me one state that is receiving FARC properly and has strict transparency, accountability, proper management, good books. You can see the results. It's hard to find. So,
do you remember the Lagos incident where they said some air freshener in Lagos, and they said, well, we mistakenly put 3 zeros. It was supposed to be 10 million. It wasn't 1 billion. How do you go how do you add 3 extra zeros to your figure?
It's a Nigerian factor. Nigeria, we just have a fundamental issue with proper management, and the corruption is in every nook and cranny of that country. But the thing is, also another thing with Delta State is when we had the Warri crisis, our own civil war between Izon, Ishekiri, and Robo. A lot of the companies, mainly oil multinationals, they felt insecure, so they left and they went to Rivers State. And Rivers State ended up benefiting from a lot of the revenue that Delta State was getting from those companies, because they ended up going to Rivers State and it helped their numbers. But if you look at, sometimes people talk about things, but they don't look at the nuances behind why some of these things are happening in some states. I'll give you an example. For the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years, when you look at several states, from south going all the way up into Kogi, at a certain point of the year, those states get flooded. Now, I know personally people who own pretty big farms in Delta, in Rivers, in Bayelsa. and they have to essentially just write off all their crops for at least maybe 6-7 months of the year. How are those people supposed to generate significant revenue from farming? It gets flooded. I'm not talking about small flood. I'm talking about significant flooding, where people just essentially, some people in their communities, they have to essentially bring out boats and be on boats. Their farms get flooded, almost guaranteed, to the point that they don't even consider farming anymore because they're like, it's just going to get flooded until the federal government does something. This is not up to the state governor. The governors can't do anything about that situation. Supposedly, what I've heard.
Is it that flood that comes from Cameroon? That's
yeah. That's what I've heard. Is now, Kulata, I don't even know for a fact that is the reason. It's all hearsay. I haven't read anything that has shown me that. Oh, but I heard that Cameroonians have decided that they're going to open up the dams, and when they do that, then that whole region just gets flooded. It goes all the way to Kogi. So I actually wanted to start a farm in my part of Delta State, which is close to Ughelli. And the people I know there that I'm supposed to work with are like, bro, don't even waste your money, because this thing comes, what are we going to do? We just have to write it off. Now, luckily for us, last year it didn't come. But this year they're expecting it. And once the rain starts, everyone's expecting that's going to be the situation. These are key factors in, and by the way, when you look at food in places like Delta and some of these other places, it will shock you that almost all the crops you find in anywhere in Nigeria can be grown there. Yams, cassava, plantain, peppers, atorodo, everything can be grown there. And then if you now incorporate the ability to use greenhouses and waterless farming, there's no limit to what can be grown in all these places. I mean, you don't have to wait for tomatoes from the north anymore. You can grow everything in your region. But when you're dealing with that level of flooding, I mean, just to put it in perspective for you, there was one year where it flooded so bad that people started seeing animals that we didn't know existed in Nigeria anymore. I'm talking about crocodiles, hippopotamus, pythons, because they were being flushed out of the forest.
Wow.
Yeah, what was that? Yeah, man. Like these are things that sometimes they don't carry it on the media, and these are real facts. And then when you look at the power generation, okay, Bielsa, huge natural gas. I mean,
the gas flaring thing. Couldn't they? Is that can't the state? Do they have the power to at least find some kind of
federal government has to. I heard there was a plan to end all gas flaring. I've forgotten what year it was supposed to end, but
that was by Yaradua. They canceled that thing with CM, something like that.
Total Energy just ended theirs like yesterday or something. They just announced it yesterday or something like that.
Yeah. So natural gas flaring. So think about power, right? In Nigeria, the natural gas that flares off in Bielsa alone can power all of Nigeria. Just think about that for a second. And if I take you to Yenagoa tomorrow, we'll just stand. We can go to one of the local bars in Yenagoa. We'll stand outside and just look up in the sky at night. You just see the fire burning in the sky at night. So if, for instance, going back to resource control, if, for instance, the federal government say, okay, you guys control your resources, the natural gas can be used to power, to create energy. It can be used to create gas, that cooking gas. It can be used to create tons of stuff. I mean, in Nigeria, at this point, for me, it's not even about the resource control. It's about management. It's about federal saying, I'm going to mandate that your state will work with you and whomever else we have to work with to mandate that we're not leaving all these things on the table anymore. There's just too much money that's being pissed away, from the farming to the natural gas. Ola was talking about the cost of solar. Yes, at that time, solar was expensive, but solar now is not as expensive. A couple of years ago, China wasn't producing solar panels. Now they're one of the largest producers of solar panels in the world. There is nothing stopping us in Nigeria from manufacturing solar panels. And if we're able to manufacture solar panels, then to drive down the cost, then to actually help solve some of the energy expenses that we have. So you look at all these things and, it's just like, where are the ideas? Where are these people You know, what are they thinking about? Why are they not trying to leverage the wealthy people we have in Nigeria? I'm not even talking about foreigners. I'm talking about Nigerians that have the money, and the federal government really trying to leverage all these people, bring them together, work with the state governments, you know, have a PPP and figure out a way to let's harness our energy, cut down our energy costs. Let's start to manufacture. If we make solar panels in Nigeria, we'll supply the whole of West Africa. You know,
but the question is, do they know how to make it? That's the thing.
They're experts. The technology is not proprietary anymore now. The experts are around the world, the people that can make it. We don't even need to bring a company. We can hire the experts and they'll work for us. You understand? So in Nigeria, so so a lot of times I listen to people and they're like, yeah, we'll just bring this company. But the people that have the knowledge, the experts around the world are there to be hired and they'll work under a Nigerian company. So we keep the money within our borders. Because if you bring a Chinese solar company, they'll make it. But a lot of that money will go back to China.
What they tell about those people, they won't want to transfer that technology. They probably won't even want to bring it.
I think the technology is not, is easily transferable now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not proprietary anymore. It's out there. It's available.
Right?
But I think the biggest problem we have is we have a sachet economy. How many Nigerians can afford to buy solar power? Nigerians can buy solar, but how many can buy to sustain the operations of that company as an ongoing concern?
I apologize. Back to that gas flaring thing. The deal that you were talking about, Kulata, was it made with the state government? Because they have the power to, I believe, the new regulation was it signed by the federal government?
No, I just looked at the headline. I didn't read the detail.
Okay.
I just read the headline.
More details. Was it a state thing or a federal thing for the?
I did not read the headline. I did not read past the headline.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So Baba T, just to put it in perspective for you, if Nigeria is considering creating a pipeline through the Sahara to supply Europe, that should just give you an indication of how much gas we have.
But that would be funny though, to supply Europe, but we don't have enough. We're not that. Isn't that interesting though? Like,
were they really trying to do that stuff, or was it just talk that we are hearing?
They're doing it.
They are doing it. They've invested heavily into it.
But imagine you supply Europe, but your own country you don't have enough for your.
You don't have energy.
Even when I hear about they supply,
do you guys know that? Do you guys know that?
Dangote, why are you supplying all these people now?
Do you guys know that Dangote is selling his first 2 shipments abroad?
Yeah, that's.
We knew that now. Come on, we knew that was coming now.
I know we said it here before, but I'm just saying, like, it's happening now. It's not selling it to Nigeria.
He has no loyalty to the country, to himself.
I hope that's why I keep saying I wish Tinubu can just borrow some things from Obasanjo.
I think in Nigeria we don't like ourselves. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, because look at a situation where Obasanjo is like the president. Obasanjo don't know how to handle some of these guys. This guy, obviously now, right? The whole housing sector is being controlled by Dangote and his brother Boa. Now, another aspect of our life, it's going to be controlled by this guy. And these people are not even investing in fixing the refineries. Because at the end of the day, it's still going to be what Dangote says. And that's my fear.
Yeah, we're approaching a very strong oligarchic structure.
Yes.
Where you have very few, very few, with extreme wealth and the masses.
What these guys do, right? If they see another person come up, they come together and run that person out of business.
And that should be illegal, correct?
Yeah, they use the court system. They use the court system, and that's court system. I'm sorry for lawyers.
Like not even the small company, even their fellow big men. That is.
Yes, that's what you do. Yeah. Look at Dangote and is it Ibeto or what's that guy's name?
Yeah, sugar thing. Yeah.
Is it Ibeto or what's that guy's name? That they had to do everything, use court, use everything, and everything, and that's the problem, right? That's why you see. Sometimes when government do some things, we know Dangote is a businessman, he's doing his business, he's doing this, he's doing that. But the time you now
take the whole strength of the economy to depend on this guy. This guy can just wake up one day and say, okay, fine, I'm closing my refinery. Nothing is going to happen.
Yeah. And you know what?
1 second, guys. Do we have an emergency that will my point here is that why should Dangote want to sell locally when it can sell internationally? I said it before. Is Nigeria at war or not? Do we have an emergency to compel?
Please. We gave him money, remember? And they gave him $3 billion.
Well, I mean, that don't matter.
You returned your money.
One second. We ain't giving the money. We ain't giving the money.
Wait. It doesn't matter? Really? $3 billion doesn't matter?
He returned your money. What's your problem?
Read the tone of my question. See, I said it before that is Nigeria at war. I mean, if it's a free capitalist society, so to speak, and it's a free business person in a free economy, obviously, if it benefits them to sell locally, it would. But my point is, I said it before about martial law. See, the government has tools and ways to compel private citizens or businesses, okay, to comply with certain regulations in terms of emergency. Okay, I don't think we've gotten there yet.
Let me interject you real quick. So, what you're saying is true. Yeah, he's a businessman, and he's going to act in the best interest of his business to generate profit for him. I don't even think I think Dangote is traded publicly, right? So he has shareholders. Yeah, that's fine. But here's the thing, though. Our federal government helped prop him up to who he is, to give him the monopoly he enjoys. So the issue is not necessarily with Dangote. The issue is with our government.
I'm sorry.
In the US, we have antitrust laws for a reason. Most of us here live in North America, right? And antitrust laws are regulations that encourage competition by lifting market power and prohibiting the control of that power in any single firm. So when you look at it from that perspective, we are permitting a handful of people to control the monopoly of cement, sugar, and now petroleum, our energy, which should be against everything in our DNA. We should not allow that, because
I don't buy that. I'm not against monopoly. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
Monopoly.
I'm not against monopoly.
If you are in favor of the market,
Dangote can take the risk.
Is it fair to call him a monopoly? They gave many people refining license. It's just the only one that's able to pull off a big one.
See, he's the one that was willing to take the risk. Okay, and the fact that the government invested in a refifery is not sufficient justification too.
Guys, this guy does this thing. They will give everybody one thing, but it goes back door to go and make the different deals.
But that is life now. That's life. I mean, there's nothing new about that.
Babati, you said something the other time.
Again, what question now?
Dangote money. Nigeria didn't give Dangote money. Nigeria NNPC invested in Dangote.
That's a proper way to put it.
That's even worse. That's even making my point.
That's worse.
It's even making my point now.
It's not worse.
It don't make it worse.
NNPC, Nigerian Natural Liquefied Gas. Nigeria is having the 48 or 49% of the investment. There's nothing worse there. It's business, because LNG is the only viable investment that I've seen the federal government invested in that has never created problem since I've known anything about federal government in Nigeria.
Because we don't run it.
Exactly. So, even Virgin Nigeria, you see how they pursue that guy out of the country, that the guy vowed that we never come to the country again. So, let's stop saying Nigeria invested in Dangote. Nigeria gave Dangote money. Invested.
Allow me. We should quit. We should stop.
Let's not talk like. Let's not talk like.
Aizon, sorry. That monopoly you talk about, Aizon. That monopoly, most power generation in the Western country are monopoly, and we tend to call that one good monopoly. Emax
Like,
in my times monopoly, BC Hydro, Manitoba Hydro, all those
but
are
you
all
see the names.
monopoly.
You see the names of the companies you're calling: BC Hydro, British Columbia Hydro,
But
Manitoba Hydro. These are
they are not run by
wait,
they are not run by the government too. They are just they are
no.
running those on behalf of the government. It's monopoly.
Yes, but that you're talking about Canada, right? And you're talking about these are provinces. Those companies are highly tied to those provinces. So government does have a huge say in those companies. Those companies can't just wake up tomorrow and charge whatever prices they want without the Canadian government being involved. That is true. That is true.
Okay.
So you can't. So what I'm saying to you is this: because they understand that you have to maintain some level of order within your country, you cannot, and that's why the Americans came up with antitrust laws, because they said, listen, even in cases of mergers and acquisitions, they look at it and say, is this going to somehow give this company the semblance of a monopoly, and the government to come out against it, because in a capitalist market, it benefits the economy if you have multiple suppliers, because it helps manage the prices. Look, we know the history of Dangote. We know exactly how he got his wealth. Let's not act like we're ignorant.
So let me interject. So
Of this narrative against Dangote. I'm tired. We don't have the question
so
is this: tell me someone that put infrastructure in place that they didn't allow. Ibeto, people were saying Dangote kill Ibeto. Nigerian court ruled in favor of Dangote and those people that put infrastructure on ground, because Dangote took Ibeto to court. He didn't use government order. It was court that pronounced Dangote. Now, then there was a court case between Emefiele Otedola and Dangote too. And they took themselves to court.
Listen to what I listen to what I said. Let me
my thing is
interject.
this: I'm not knocking Dangote for being a businessman. A businessman is going to act in his best interest and do what he has to do to generate profit. Fine. My thing is with our federal government. Wait. My thing is the federal government. The federal government needs to make sure that we are not dependent on a very few handful of people in sensitive cases like energy. And that's why I was talking about gas flaring. I was talking about manufacturing of solar plants. I'm talking about any other form of more dams if possible. Any form of creating energy. Energy security is paramount in any country. You cannot allow a handful of people to control something like this.
So
And that's
what's your government in America doing about Amazon and Walmart and dominating the grocery industry today?
Ola, don't complicate it now. Monopoly has changed. It's no longer what I read even when I was in school.
Okay.
It's changed now. Yeah, it's changed.
They've changed the name,
okay,
right?
But I'm interested in calling. This is what I'm interested in. Some people have sat on refinery license for decades because they give those licenses along with oil importation licenses. So of course, who's going to be doing capital expenditure when you can just import petrol? But Dangote is the one to have the balls to build a massive one. So how do we now penalize him for having the guts?
And there's even one guy in this.
A lot of people have license to farm. A lot of people have license to farm also. Okay, so again, to your point, Dangote should not be penalized for taking the risk and bringing venture capitalists together to build such a large refinery. That is not the point here. The point here, just like Aizon was saying, is that look, the antitrust.
Venture of vulture.
Okay, well, that can work too. We can substitute that also. But antitrust is not really trying to drag your competitor to court. See, it's the agency of the government that evaluates what is going on in the economy to try to be what do you call it? Support consumers' benefit at every point. Okay, so no need for anyone dragging Dangote to court. We just have to look, say, what is Dangote doing? Is it in the interest of the Nigerian people? If not, then you make rules if you have to break it up or request him to do certain things. Like, for example, do you have an emergency? Now, you said this guy is selling his first shipment to foreigners, to foreign internationally. Okay, to me, it's not a bad thing. It's up to the Nigerian government or the people to determine that, hey, Let's compel Dangote. Yes, it's a private company, but you can still compel a private company in an emergency situation to change their course of action.
Hey, hang on. There's a nuance. Is in a free trade zone. Do you want to start messing with your free trade zone because of some national emergency? There's no national emergency.
Well, yes. There's no such thing. This is when you have a moratorium. One second. This is when you have a moratorium to suspend all this fancy stuff. Free trade zone.
It's not fancy stuff. You created it now. Nobody compelled you to do it.
But in an emergency when people are starving, when we are in an emergency.
That's not an emergency, Prince Daddy. We're not at Ethiopian style farming level yet.
Okay, till we get there. See, I'm not disagreeing with you.
We're not even close.
When people complain about this and that, well, that's why I say like people like Dangote should be free to operate. Obviously, just like you said, we're not to the state of Ethiopia or whatever you said. I mean, that is fine. Then let's not
what I'm saying is, listen. What I'm saying is this: I'm not knocking Dangote for making money. He should make as much money as he possibly can. I'm not knocking Boa for making money. I'm saying to our federal government, you want to create a vibrant economy. You want to create as many producers as possible, right? Kulata mentioned there's some people that were sitting on refinery licenses. Take those licenses away from those people. And take those licenses away from those people and give it to people that are serious. Look, I'm saying we're a vast country with a lot of places. We have a lot of issues. You want to have more production as much as possible, right? So you don't want to keep it in the and this is a Nigerian thing, by the way. Look, Nigerians will say to you, "Yeah, I want to do
licenses not have expiration, for example."
I'm not going to go into the details of whether or not you have it. My concern is that
that'd be a good way to know that like 10 licenses were issued, only 1 or 2 came online.
Exactly, and that's fine. Those are details. That's fine. It can have expiration. But my concern is this: if you want to really create as much, you want to create a robust economy, more productive, right? So wait, my brother.
I'll let him finish one point before let's have a flow.
I'm saying increase the reach. Make sure, like, okay, people have talked about modular refineries, right? I'm sure there are people that are willing to do those modular refineries to make it more productive, to reach more people, and these things will help keep the price at a lower point, right? If we're able to do those things. So we can't say, oh, we're going to say, give these few people the ability to produce, and they get angry if they're selling it to foreigners already before they sell it at home. You put yourself in that position. And as it relates to food, I've said this from day one. And I think that lady that was on earlier, I think her name is Shola, was saying something about how she grows food in her backyard. I've said this, we have 776 local governments. The federal government should institute community farming as soon as possible and give incentives to people in communities, in local government that want to produce food specifically for those local governments, whether it's greenhouse farming. Israel has the largest greenhouse number of farms in the world, whether it's greenhouse farming, whatever it is. You make sure it is local, you give people incentives to do that, and they produce food locally so it doesn't have to travel because our roads are bad.
Incentive and training. Incentive and training.
It's not expensive. It's not expensive. Listen, food goes everywhere. Food goes. There are farmers in every community. Trust me about this. In every community in Nigeria, there are farmers. Some are more experienced than others. Some have more tools than others, right? But if you're able to create a program federally, and then work with certain communities. And you give incentives.
They had a program before, but it was
and you need government to do that for you, huh? We can't do that ourselves.
No, the government has to give the incentive to do that because the people at the bottom of the pyramid don't have the finances or the resources.
I agree with you. I know they have some anti-government policy people on the platform. One of you just spoke right now, but I agree with you. Sometimes the government has to take the initiative and incentivize people to do that. It's
exactly.
Let's go do it.
Prince Daddy, see, government took so many initiatives, but the problem is this: people want to key into those initiatives for different reasons.
Corruption, the way
corruption. Exactly. The way Aizon made it look like you would think that, oh, Dangote and Boa were the only one that secured licenses. 57 refinery licenses were granted in the last 18 years. You understand? 57 refinery licenses. Now, don't forget that some of these guys, they gave them opportunity to be importing that petroleum product.
That's why I said now fuel subsidy. That's where they were making money.
More on importation. And once you switch to say, okay, where's your refinery? They don't want. They will rather sponsor media and educate people, give them orientation that, oh, some people are monopolizing. But they will not tell us when they approach financial institutions to establish that refinery, even if they've not granted you facility to do so. Let us know, what is your credit worthiness? So to me, and we are not saying that, okay,
isn't that the corruption you're talking about? Because why would you grant
corruption
people that
is
you know?
a simple word,
Why
to be
would you
honest.
grant
I'm running away from that word because it is something we fall back on. I can understand where Kulata is coming from, so I agree with Kulata to
yeah, well, wait, let me land. So why,
when we use the word corruption, sometimes it's just a broad word to deflect things.
No, but that's the point I'm trying to make. Let me make the point. Why would they grant them license if they're not capable? Because what we are saying is they're not capable. If they're capable, they will do the same thing just like the Dangotes and the other guys were doing. So, and if they are not able to do the same thing that we want them to do, like build refinery, they can just withdraw it from them. So that's where I'm saying that is corruption because they didn't get it.
See, my brother, even as a businessman today, if you present your case to investors, investors will believe in you and they issue some kind of letter to back you up. And when it gets to a stage, they can withdraw their support. You understand? Don't think that these people that got licenses, yeah, I understand the political environment we are in, but you'll be shocked that they made their presentation. Look at when they were buying the bandwidth for establishing a second national carrier, when all those same thing. Some, they were all over the places, how that thing was risky, blah, blah, blah. They were campaigning against that thing. And only Globalcom decided to put his head in. And today, we hear story of how they use Babangida, so those stories will be coming. Because if you are an investor, if you know that you are not fairly treated, I don't know if it's done in Nigeria, but if you make a presentation here, your competitor got that in and you think it's not fair, you go to the court. In most of these cases, whereby they gave licenses to people and they were unable to get it or whatever, I've not heard of someone that went to the court to fight it. The only person that I've seen so far went to the court to fight, maybe Bua and Femi Otedola. And Femi Otedola today is the only person that imports diesel to the country today. But when is Femi Otedola going to stage his refinery? Since they took that refinery away from him, Yaradua, that guy has never planned to do any refinery in Nigeria. But what is he doing? Alain is investing in Dangote too. You understand? So where some of the things we say sometimes is just because of the information available to us. But once we have the information available to us, it is good for us to come back and say, okay, we were wrong. This is the situation. Because like now, 57 refinery licenses, you'll be thinking that at least 10 of those licenses should work. But today, where are they? And Dangote owes us nothing. To say we are in the case of emergency that Dangote should be selling, then you are selling.
You know, okay, hold on.
That's sending the wrong signal to
what are the incentives? What are the incentives of getting a license for refinery? And number two, just like I said earlier, maybe one simple solution, if there's none yet, is to put a timeline whereby these people with licenses can execute their.
There's a renewal period. Hold on, there's a renewal period.
Okay, see, and we know no common person or some random person with money can get those licenses. You have to be connected. You have to be one of the boys, so to speak.
Yeah, but
that's the way it works.
Any business with high entry barrier in the world.
Like in Nigeria is kind of like corrupt, but it's lobby. They lobby. They have people that they support maybe Senate, I don't know how they get it, but they lobby.
Okay, Prince Daddy.
They have good people that support them to be able to get those licenses.
Prince Daddy, when they were going to buy Chelsea, for example, even Chelsea was like a forced sale, right? The United Kingdom forced that. So you think those people that bought Chelsea, you think all of them, they didn't lobby? They just say, oh, let me just put my money there. You were going to invest like about 4 billion
there's lobby everywhere. There's lobby.
You will lobby.
That's how you do stuff.
But Ola, you can't say on one hand that lobbying is okay, because lobbying is what maybe gave those 57 people that weren't qualified the licenses and they never did anything, right? Maybe if they had given it to people that actually wanted to create refineries, we won't be listing 57 people that never did anything with licenses.
Yeah, but lobby
because you can't tell me that they're not Nigerians right now who would love to have licenses to build refineries. Modular refineries, I can tell you right now, there are several. I've met them.
Yeah, I know.
So
hold on. Like, just like everything else in the Nigerian system structure, right? It's always in the interest of some people, maybe a handful of people, for things not to work. So who knows right now? This licensing that they issue those people, it's part of the whole shenanigans.
Guys, you guys are missing one big thing. Sorry. The biggest thing you're making is they gave licenses for refinery for a product that is regulated. You basically just killed my incentive to build anything.
Exactly, that's what we're saying. See, Dangote and several people.
Yeah, but how come Dangote was able to build a refinery?
Okay,
I mean, they're all on the same page.
Dangote would not have built the refinery if they weren't going to remove oil subsidy. And now gone there that we still have hidden subsidy. You can see Dangote is not selling to Nigeria; it's exporting.
Right.
Like
so what's stopping
like
the other guys? So what's stopping the other guys?
But Colata, the licenses were issued, from my understanding, many years ago. So the removal of the subsidy right now should not be the
that's why nobody built, because the product was subsidized. So why will I build something that automatically I'm going to have a loss?
As far as I'm concerned, I used to
really.
So
what is the incentive of keeping after the licensing?
I don't think so, though, because
even the
Dangote, irrespective, still gonna do his own thing, if they remove it or if they don't.
You know, the thing is this: for me, I'm not really against Dangote, right? Dangote is a businessman; he can do whatsoever he likes, even if he say he doesn't want to sell to Nigeria. Yeah, good, he can do it. But where I'm having problem is with the government, right? Because if you look at those days, you know, when NNPC actually started, when they started having some of these filling stations, the fact that you can go to NNPC and buy at a cheaper rate, we were able to use that to really at least regulate the price to a particular extent. So I don't see any reason why the government is not, doing everything to ensure that all the refineries they have work. Because obviously, if some of these refinery work, we won't even be bothering about Dangote. Dangote can sell to Venezuela anywhere he wants to sell to. In as much I know that I can get something from government, and that is kind of like subsidized.
Can I ask a question?
Is Nigerian rent-seeking is the order of the day? Rent-seeking is the order of the day. Is Nigeria
running a capitalist system, or we are running more like oligarchy or communist? Because
at different levels, we run everything.
It's a mix.
Everything is oligarchy, whatever.
Reason why I'm asking this question is everything is going back to the government. Why
government
never do anything right?
Saying everything is going back to the government.
That's what you're asking now.
You can't compare Nigeria with the US because US.
I'm not comparing. I'm just saying.
Wait, let me talk.
No, Larry, let me give you an example if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to land that point now. I mean,
I'm taking permission from him now. So
okay, go ahead.
Right. So, Larry, look at it this way. When we started telecom those days, right? Mm-hmm. Now, MTN 50 naira, Econet 48. Abi?
Yeah.
Now, there was a time we even they asked them to bring it down. that United say, oh, we are going to use our own to bring down. That's how government can bring things down. They tried it, it failed.
Okay.
But good for us, we had Globacom that they didn't want Globacom to come in easily, but it has to use like lower cost, per second, to just disrupt the entire value chain of telecommunication, right? Both Econet and MTN, they were lying to us, right? But Globacom just discarded all their lies, and later some other company joined. Today, telecommunication services is cheaper in Nigeria. They're cheaper in Nigeria compared to when Nigeria could not even afford them, right? The same way, if people are interested in this, instead of government forcing them to come down, if the like of Dangote start performing now, you can bet once you remove the subsidy and nobody is getting subsidy, some people will want to join the industry. And in the long term, but what you should not expect is this. Don't expect that the price of PPMS will fall below the what is obtainable when you refine it from crude oil in Nigeria. Just that, because immediately you start doing that again, you return subsidy, and anytime you return subsidy, you just need some crazy people to bring us backward like 100 years backward again. That is exactly what you say. So when you are saying government should regulate now,
no,
how will you regulate?
Well, that's
how will you regulate when you are not the one that will be paying the foreign debt that this guy has incurred?
Wait.
Where exactly do you want to regulate?
That's not what I'm saying, right? The regulation I'm actually saying, take for instance, let's be clear with ourselves. Subsidy, for instance. There is no way government can remove subsidy 100%. But the only thing that is lacking is transparency. If I know as a government that the whole landing cost, everything that takes Dangote to produce, a liter of petrol is 800 naira. And I know as a government for a fact, right, that I'm paying subsidy, because obviously we all know that the government is paying subsidy. The only thing that is lacking is the transparency.
NNPC. Let's change it. NNPC is
no. So someone said I don't know whether I should believe BKO anyway. He said they are not paying, but I'm still analyzing.
No, it's not. You won't find subsidy on the federal government or whatever.
Yeah.
But NNPC is taking the hit in their books, but they don't have to tell you.
Exactly.
So technically, you can't call it subsidy. You can call it some sort of intervention.
True. You see what's going on. The disparity is too large. Something is going on.
Look at Forex is going up and down, but you have the product price the same.
No, Kulata, did you listen to BKO? He said they secure some kind of because I was trying to make sense of that.
I don't know BKO.
Don't listen to some of these guys. We all know
this is BKO.
This is normal.
That fat guy on there.
Yeah, but there's no country that doesn't subsidize.
Is that fat guy on TVC that always?
I don't
watch TVC now. That's
exactly. Don't mind.
It's not a big deal though. There's no country that doesn't subsidize.
It's normal, pure mathematics, right? Because there is no logic which they can actually tell us that that they said, oh, we are covering our landing costs, we are covering our costs, which we all know that it's a lie.
You can see kerosene and diesel follow the market, but PMS just stubbornly stayed on its own.
Somebody's paying somewhere now. Come on,
guys. Let me ask you one question. This why is Tinubu listening to these Bretton Woods institutions? I'm just curious because I've spent the last 4 days going back into countries in South America, Asia, Africa, and I couldn't identify one country that has benefited from listening to the IMF.
Vietnam.
How did they benefit? It wasn't because of the IMF. It was because of the hard work they did.
You must be hardworking too now.
No, but IMF policies in itself, devaluing your currency, floating your currency, whatever the case may be, the structural adjustment programs,
through the
gap.
What's his
Let
me give you
the gap.
let me give you an example.
I thought about that topic
ahead.
today. I thought about that topic seriously today. Like, okay, devaluing your currency. The gap we have is we don't have anything to sell.
So
if we had something to sell, this will have helped the economy significantly.
Correct.
Assuming we were
Correct.
manufacturing
I agree with
something.
you.
Can
I
I
agree.
answer your
Yeah,
question?
100%. So what is the logic in listening to that, but not taking our own unique situation into consideration?
So I don't tell me something. Let's look at the situation we found ourselves. Tell me, right? You had Buhari already was borrowing billions to defend 600. I don't know, was it 600? We had a backlog. Well, I don't know where it was borrowing from. Then we also had a backlog that we couldn't pay. And then our oil, right now, our crude oil, I don't know when we're going to make money from it. Forward sale from now to forever. So at that point in time, there's no money to even back up this thing.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
3 years, Clutter. 3 years for
3 years. What are you going? I thought about it. Like, okay, Kimomashi, what will you do? Like, okay, do you want to continue borrowing 1.5 billion a month just to maintain the rate? I mean, what will you do?
Because here's the thing, right? Rafael Correa, the former president of Ecuador, the guy was a trained, well-known economist. He came into office in Ecuador. He realized his country had been borrowing money from the IMF, and that his country, before they could make any economic decision, they had to submit all their economic plans, policies, and everything to the IMF. And the IMF was essentially telling their country how to make decisions on their economy. First thing he did was to pay them all their money immediately. And they started running the economy went up. Same thing, Lula da Silva, when he became president of Brazil, he came in, what happened? IMF was essentially running Brazil into the ground. He said he went to pay the money to IMF. IMF said, no, don't give us all the money back yet. Keep it, because it becomes a tool for control. He refused. He paid them all the money.
Well, that's the key word, yeah.
Even Thomas Sankara did it.
Let me land. Go ahead.
You know, he came back. Lula was able to lift millions out of poverty. Millions. So if you look at it, if you look at the history of these things, and that's why I asked who Buhari was borrowing money from. Because if Buhari was borrowing money from them and Tinubu came in and that's the situation he met, then he doesn't have a choice. He has to try to play ball and figure out how to get us out of this situation, because we're all in this situation. But if he wasn't borrowing money from them, these Europeans can't tell us how to run our economy. There's no way.
I agree with you. I think we're leveraged from them.
Can I say something?
Hold on, let me say this real quick. Sankara did the same in the 80s, and he lifted millions of Burkina Faso people out of poverty. I don't know, and he was even advising all the ECOWAS leaders, like, "Come on, you don't have to be taking loans from these people. You don't have to. We don't need." The guy was breaking it down. The videos on YouTube. He was breaking it down like the simple things, man.
Especially the African leader, most of them. Let's go with Nigeria. See, you don't have to, but who's not going to take free money that you don't have to account for? Come on now. See, that's the reason why.
A responsible leader will not do that. That's what I'm saying. Someone that
a responsible leader
what's that saying in America? There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Remember there's no free money. They used to pay the money back.
No free money, man.
And it's only few people that benefit from that rubbish.
The government is not borrowing. One second, let me land my point, please. It's easy to get, just like the whatever we do with the crude oil or the oil subsidy, right? There, some people are making bank money over fist or whatever. It takes a leader, especially a leader that comes into power and sees what is going on and say, no, we're going to do things the other way. The right phrase that the person that spoke earlier uses, that it's a control. The IMF is nothing more than a control mechanism of the West. Now, it's well documented for anyone that's willing to pay attention to what is going on. Noam Chomsky comes to mind. He already said it. The IMF and its other World Bank institutions, the goal is to keep the third world countries, Africa and South America, in the same state that they are. They will pretend and give you all this elaborate, economic policies and this and that you should do. They tell you all those things, but in the same breath, down the line, they are the same people that are going to circumvent the plan to keep you in that state forever. It's never to free the people.
Can someone tell me how Tinubu will have got out of it? Because when I look at creditors, Paris Club, London Club, and the usual suspect. China gone. We don't owe them that much, maybe less than 5 billion. So
how much do we owe the IMF, Kulata? Do you know? Maybe we can look.
I don't know. It doesn't list each amount. I'm still looking for a link that has
a lot.
Amount.
A lot. This is really a lot. Yeah.
Because since Babangida days, they've held our balls. So how do we get out of it?
If I may say this, so they see us. Those institutions, they're basically instrument for them to control us. We can use the same tactics. Like we need money to pay whatever we owe. We can use that and have it at the back of our mind.
You don't have smart leaders enough to do that.
I understand, but I was just trying to make the point that we know we need money. We can use them the same way we know they're using us. But I don't think our leader understand that. So
how do we use them?
Explain further, please. Explain further, really. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me say this. Remember when COVID hit? They told us, the World Health Organization told us, oh, Africa is going to get bad. They know what they're doing. Some of the leaders, they didn't really listen to them. So that's the same thing. Like, I just see it as tactics. Like, they have those little organizations. It's very hard for us to be at the head of those institutions. They get information from us, use that information to kind of like put us in trouble without we knowing, thinking that they are helping us. But what I'm saying is, since that we're already in trouble already, we owe them a lot of money. We can use that, understanding the fact that they're trying to use us. At the same time, let's play the game with them by saying, okay, we can use them as well to pay whatever we hold them. And when we're done, just like you guys already gave some examples that people will pay up their loan and they will stay away from them, like not having them to be instructing them and telling them what to do. That's what I think we can do right now.
I'm confused too. Like when you say use them back, can you?
Yeah, they too can play the game. It's more like we already know. Like everyone on this, here now knows that they're using us. Like they just
let me help you out there. Maybe an example would be they need that gas from the one that we are moving that line to Europe, right?
Okay, I have some numbers.
No, yeah. I don't think.
What we owe World Bank, IMF, AFDB, $20.8 billion.
Shit. Okay.
See, I'm looking at 1.5 billion. Is that 1.5 billion to IMF alone? Is that right? I just saw a number like that.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with owing, though. Don't you think we can pay it back? We can pay it back. But the thing is, we don't want to get stuck in that loan.
Okay, let's put ourselves.
There's nothing wrong with owing, but if you borrow the money and actually do something with the money is another thing. So that's
let's put ourselves in February. Was it February or May? May 2023. According to what we know today, $7 billion in backlog. That means a lot of, airlines even bailing out. Some banks could not fund LCs. We're maintaining this rate that people, that Emefiele was magically maintaining. According to some reports,
let me add
let me just finish the narrative. According to some reports, they said our external reserves that we borrowed, some money in our external reserves was funded by JP Morgan and whatever. So we were kind of like in a bad shape in May 2023. How would you have continued that Emefiele approach of maintaining that rate? And the backlog will keep growing. People, you can't pay bills. What will anybody have done? How will you fight IMF at that point in time?
Yeah, but remember that even the CBN president or the guy that Cardoso was saying that even out of that 7 million, 2 million they can account for.
2 billion was fake. We know
exactly. So like there's some manipulation going on that we don't. A lot of us don't know. So I understand. I'm just saying that the best thing to do is we already understand they're using us. Let's use them back as well, so we don't stay in that borrowing. Because what they want to do to us is more like keep racking different loans, and you get stuck in it forever. and that's not good for us.
The Nigerians are the ones in cahoots with these people, just like these foreign companies. It's not so much the IMF doing to us; it's the people that connive with these banks, with these institutions to fleece Nigeria is the problem. So what you're saying is very idealistic, but it's not going to work because the whole system, the people in charge, are there to circumvent the interest of Nigeria. At the end of the day,
isn't that how CIA and FBI works? They use your own people. That's the thing. They get the information from your own people. That's how it is. They use us against us.
Yeah, but Kulata, 20.8 billion is not a lot in terms of nations and money owed, though.
Yeah, but for
we that were borrowing money to even pay backlog.
That's the
we
thing.
Don't get money now. We don't get money.
Kulata, so you were kind of like asking a question that is there anything that any other person will have done differently?
I really want to know.
Yeah, okay. So look at let's go back a little bit. For me, Tinubu is trying his best, but the only
my brother, Obi, good afternoon. Obi could have done better.
No.
Thomas, Iko Wala.
Now.
No. Thomas, we've been having a good conversation until now.
I don't pour Sansan to your Gary.
Larry, don't mind Thomas.
Yeah.
Larry.
Yes. So you see, one thing that is lacking in this government, and that's, to me, that's the genesis of their problem, is transparency. If Tinubu had been serious, immediately he got to that place, he was supposed to give the true figure of what we have, what we are owing, what he meant. And at that point, everybody knows, because the problem in a lot of Nigeria now, we don't even know what's happening. Because Nigerian government has always been this government of secrecy, right? Till today, you don't.
Sorry for interrupting you. Are you forgetting that they are from the same party?
No.
You still want to shield Buhari. You want to shield Buhari a little bit now.
Yeah,
they are from the same party.
Yeah, you see, that's why anything anybody is saying now, right? I can't even exonerate him. Because one thing is for you to...
I don't see it like that, though. I'll wait for you, but I don't see it like that.
Larry, you forget that CBN wasn't audited. It was opaque. Nobody knew.
You bring it out exactly where I'm going.
For 7 years.
For many years prior? For many years? Was it not audited?
For the entire time,
7 years.
Buhari was there.
Even NNPC doesn't know what's going on with their account.
Yes.
NNPC account is, who knows if they figured it out till today.
Exactly. So it's like he has to figure everything out before we can tell him to be open about everything.
Can I talk?
Yes, you can talk. Relax.
Even though we all know the NNPC, CBN hasn't been audited, but as a president of a nation, there are some information that you have access to. Number one, the reserve. You don't need NNPC to do. You don't need CBN to. If CBN tells you something that is exactly how much we have, you have the right to get to know the exact figure of what we have. That's number one. Number two, when Obasanjo was the president, if you remember that Nigeria was in a mess, deep mess, when Obasanjo just came in, right? He knew what we had. His own approach then was more like, okay, fine, let's start begging, right? Let's ask for debt forgiveness. Let's ask for debt restructuring. Let's ask for one or two things. So for me, the problem that Tinubu has today, number one, he played politics. And that politics is now beginning to come back to him. And if you look at some of the policy, most of the policy he was doing was more of pacifying politicians. Take, for instance, there was this issue, right? You shared 2 billion each governor, right? You didn't even put any mechanism in place to checkmate that. That money is gone. Nothing. We are not hearing of that. In December, after the governors have actually failed, you went to National Assembly again, right? Try to use them and some other thing. That one too failed. So as far as I'm concerned, there are even a lot of things that that we need to, if you are transparent, there are a lot of things that we need to sit down and analyze as a country. Is shouting today that the salary the government pays, right, is more than what they think they can afford. And at that point, if everybody kind of like know what we have, where the problem is, then it's going to be a good thing to negotiate even with labor. Because the problem we have now is not just what we are seeing today. We are still seeing a lot coming because labor is still going to come. Because even labor does not even know. Nobody, if you ask me today, if you are not deep into government, if you ask me what is happening in this government, in terms of the financial capability of the country, nobody's, obviously, I can actually tell you that a lot of people don't even know. So if that transparency is there, that will solve half of his problem. And that will even solve half of these people coming back and throwing every stone at him. I know he's trying his best. You know, there's nothing you can actually do. Because
can we ask questions, man?
Yeah, you can ask questions.
Yeah, so
let me go
do you want him to micromanage the governors? Is that the point you're making?
No, I didn't say micromanage the government. The money he gave the governor was not part of what the governor was supposed to collect. This is a federal government money.
So no. I thought that's the allocation.
No, that's not even allocation. He shared that. Each of the governor collected 2 billion naira each.
But the governor, they have autonomy. Can he be telling them what to do? Can he be telling them what to do? What law grants him that right?
That is what I'm saying, right? Autonomy, when it's money that is you earn, right? Probably it's money that you collected from the federation account. That's your money. But that 2 billion that he gave them each.
I understand. I get that part. But even at that.
Yeah.
But I mean, can he still tell them what to do? I don't think he can.
He can.
Okay.
No, he cannot.
Wait.
So, Larry, let me ask this question.
Yeah.
That is for everybody. You can kick it off. Let's just be not joke aside now.
Okay.
Did any of the other candidates, did you see any of them that their policy could have been much better if were to be they won the election, were to be better to Tinubu's policy now? Out of Kwankwaso, Peter Obi, Atiku. I'm serious now, joke apart. So, did you see anyone? And I think anybody can answer that. Did you see anyone?
Can I answer?
Yes, you pick it up. Yeah, you pick it up.
In terms of policy, I don't think it will be that different because of the realities on ground. But the difference is, I'm going to say it now, Tinubu seems like an impetuous person. He does make rash decisions because based on the way he executed these things, they could have been done better. Like some fact finding could have helped the matters. A little bit of timing, a little bit of staging, of phasing some things. It won't have killed us. And we will have been we'll have been able to stomach this. But I think it's kind of like add this economist theory. I mean, I said it before the election. Everybody knows, anybody that has an inkling in the economy knows that, okay, I want to minimize arbitrage. I want to remove subsidy, blah, blah, blah. We all have all that stuff. But the way he executed it without first settling down, that's where the problem is, because they executed it and then all bets are off.
Can you also add to your submission? This I read this news report that they're also planning to remove the subsidy on electricity.
I was going to mention electricity because let me be honest with you guys. If we don't remove subsidy in electricity, nobody's going to invest in that place. We will not get any investment.
So, Babati, that's what
is there any subsidy on electricity or just because?
Okay, if Kolata is done with that question, who wants to go next?
That was a terrible
can I ask
that was
him?
a very mean submission. Just very mean against the poor masses. Just terrible. Go ahead.
Right.
Kolata, can you conclude? Everybody can.
I've concluded.
Yeah,
That's why
I want to ask a question.
Next person can
so
go.
you said it shouldn't have removed it the way it did. Maybe it should have settled down. But here's the thing: when would be the best time? Because to be honest, I don't think there's any time that he does it that would be good with everyone. No matter like how he manage it, it doesn't matter when he does it. That's how I see it. Like, and when the longer it take, the longer it becomes harder for him to actually take it off. That's how I see it. Like, if everybody's saying, "Oh, let him relax, understand what's going on around him before he take it out," then he will have more people that's already visited him. They're trying to lobby him not to do this, do that. Don't you think that would take away from what he wants to do? That's what I think. That giving him more time.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
let me comment. So,
Hold on, please. Let me add this to this. Yeah, Kolata, yes. Kolata, can you answer this, please? Yeah, then Prince can come in. Why are we pushing this blame on Tinubu? Is it because he announced it? But we know that
No.
subsidy is
What
free.
what we're
Why are
doing
you
is
putting the
simply
blame on him?
we're doing Monday morning quarterbacking. That's all we're doing. Because the decision had to be made. Now we're just thinking, was that the best way to do it? I get what Uriola is saying. That was what I've been saying all along. But then again, I started thinking again, like, but I mean, you are a politician now, you are the Jagaban. You can leverage your politics. But of course, the longer we wait, it becomes almost impossible to do. That's why we've not even done it since. So I don't know whether that was the best way. But when I think back, I think maybe if you knew the situation a little bit better, maybe you could have had a different approach. But who knows? I don't know.
So Kulata.
okay. So I was gonna say, who's that?
Yeah, let's hear from Prince. Then we'll come back to you. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, so I think I agree with our real submission about the subsidy removal. And by the way, if I'm not mistaken, I thought uh, during Buhari's last term, there was no budget for the subsidy anymore beyond Buhari's term. So automatically, I guess naturally, they have any other choice or option but to let the subsidy go, which kind of
Sorry,
made it
and
much
Forex.
easy.
And Forex. So when you say go to Forex too.
And Forest too. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but to the question about Thomas's question, among the four candidates, right? I think Tinubu has I would say, the best intention to want to do good, but quite frankly, now we have things on display and see how they are managing their affairs. I don't think it goes back again to Cardoso, right? That they didn't have a good grasp of what they needed to do. The fact that they fumbled initially trying to apply um, simple economic terms to solve the problem by borrowing dollars to fight to strengthen the naira, to me, was a poor move. It showed that from the onset they did not have a clue about how to go
Did
about it,
Tinubu borrow
because
money to strengthen the dollar? Is that what they did?
I'm sorry.
Did Tinubu borrow money to strengthen to?
Well, did his administration ever use borrowed money or wherever they got the dollar from in order to defend the naira? Did they ever do that? Am I
I
mistaken?
think it's to clear the backlog, if I remember correctly.
It's to clear the backlog, and it's very necessary. Prince Daddy, let's say you are British Airways, you put your pants in Nigeria, you can no longer get your pants, and government is saying, okay, keep bringing your pants. Will you bring your pants if they did not clear the one you had before? That's one of those things that is
Okay,
creating
hold on.
crisis
So
for us.
was that the money, the deal they had to do, the Cayman Island, I believe, that they had to use the crude oil exchange for the dollar. What was that fund for?
That one is shenanigans, but to continue, Sha.
Okay, so you guys say there was never at any point in time that the administration tried to defend the naira. Okay, but well, I thought they did, but maybe I'm mistaken. But the point here is that either way, it shows that Cardoso and the people around him they don't understand the different points or the nodes in which they need to attack this naira dollar problem. But eventually, it's kind of they're coming around.
They understand.
Prince Daddy,
it sounds like they're coming around by now that they're trying to prevent this way called this money transfer apps to have the naira to stop the exchange of people collecting that dollars from the bank. That's the start. But there are other ways, I believe, that I myself don't know. But my point here is that you think Tinubu, just like you said, the Gajaban and the people supposedly they know better. They know how the economy works. They know how to solve the problem. But it sounds like they don't really know. They do a lot of a try and error along the way, which is kind of disappointing. Actually,
I tell you, they know. See their moves.
How can they know and they can't solve the problem? No, they don't know. What do you mean they don't?
You see, Prince Daddy, when you see their moves, you will know that they know. Because you are not seeing the result in the short term, does not mean that they don't know.
I know they don't know because the move they just made a few weeks ago showed that they did not know. If they knew, if they knew, that would have been one of the first moves they would have made from the onset, and they didn't do that. So don't tell me they know. They didn't know. If they knew, how could they know that this is their problem? Okay, and they're taking the wrong medicine for their condition. No, they didn't know.
Prince Daddy, can I say something? Can I say something?
Prince Daddy, because they did not. Okay, Larry, please go ahead.
Yeah, you see, I agree with Kolata on some things. You see, as if you look at it, if you dissect the two decisions that he made, when it comes to fuel subsidy, yes, I don't have a problem with that. But when it comes to unification of the exchange rates, I have a problem with that. And I wouldn't blame Tinubu. I think the mistake he did was to trust some people. And this was, and I've said it on this platform, the genesis of Nigerian problem is that policy document that Cardoso and the likes of them worked on before Tinubu was sworn in. If you look at all those policies, if you have the time, go and look at that policy documents. Everything Tinubu did in his first month was just following that policy document paper to paper. And that policy document, they did that policy document with a lot of assumptions. And that's the problem. That's where we are today. One of the assumptions they did, and that was why I was more like, do you just, and this is the problem I have with a lot of economists, particularly in Nigeria.
Sorry, what policy document are you referring to?
Yeah, there's this policy document, this Tinubu's policy document. I don't know if anybody actually lay hands on it.
I did.
Yeah.
His manifesto. I read it.
That they did everything, he brought all of them together, a lot of them. But this what's this woman's name? This woman, this special advisor on petrol, on energy, she was part of that. Cardoso was part of it.
Oh, that lady that married a Dutch guy.
Yeah. Wale Edun was part of it. All the Kiki guys, all of them were part of it. This other Lagos senator was part of it. So everything they did was based on that document. And that document, if you can look at that document, right, you see that a lot of assumptions were actually made on that document. And they just told him that, okay, fine, this is the problem. You had backlog, right? I'm not saying don't float. Nothing stops you, because that backlog, at the end of the day, you don't even have money to clear that backlog, right? If it's going to take you to borrow to clear that backlog, then now look at what is the true value of what you have. Because when you don't even have the foreign...
Borrow again.
Yeah, that was what they did. How did they clear the backlog? They borrowed. Do you think it's Nigeria that... How did they clear the backlog?
Where has Thomas been?
The little they cleared, they borrowed.
On the kangaroo meeting.
Larry, let me tell you something. If you don't mind. See, when you say some of economists in Nigeria, probably they don't know what they are doing. I know they know what they are doing.
No, I'm not saying they don't know what they are doing.
That, this is the point he's making. info technology is not reliable.
I got the point. That's why economics is dynamics. Look, see, always in any business environment you are, even sometimes you'll be shocked that even in your own business, you can still find information asymmetry. You understand? The thing is this: when you see what they are doing, they know, but the variables will be changing along the line as they are implementing. Yes. Why I say they know what they want to do, exactly what they are doing is this: they didn't come and be asking the foreign people that are supposed to repatriate their money to say, oh, go and look for your dollars somewhere. Like Buhari gangsters were just telling them, go and look for your money. And I saw so many Nigerians on Facebook then telling me, yes, they should go and source their money without even knowing exactly what they were even referring to. He borrowed to collect, right? Now, the question is this. We've known, even right from the Abacha period, that the gap between dollars and naira has always been there for overnight billionaire among our thieving, how do we call it? The crook, the crook
rent seekers.
So you want to make sure you bring the culture that we promote non-subsidized forex, and you want Nigeria to get used that one. You start from day one, because if you have not started from day one, it will become difficult as we are going. Because those that want to make you unpopular, make you unpopular. They did that one to Obasanjo at the beginning too.
Bros, my problem.
So.
Sorry, what do they know? I mean, paying your debt is knowing what? That's just obvious. What exactly are you talking? What do they do that's so extraordinary, that's so unique?
What did they had that got to floating naira?
You say the economists, these people, they know what they're doing, and I don't believe that.
No, Prince Daddy, this is the way you look at it. If they continue the same way as Buhari, have you looked at it? What could have happened to the economy? You are looking at it from one angle. Okay, assuming these people arrived, they keep borrowing to subsidize naira. They keep borrowing to subsidize for gasoline. When already we were using over 90% of our revenue to pay to service debt, to the point that look at the red sign. China was no longer borrowing Nigerian money. And when you borrow money from China, they want to see the project you are executing. Okay, we want to do this project. The Chinese contractor will still do it, but they say, no, we are not borrowing you because we know you don't have capacity.
Okay, so they were not able to borrow because their borrower or the lender did not give them money. So what is so unique about that?
Just wait. It simply means that if you continue that way, Nigeria will go bankrupt. And we are going to see worse situation than what we are seeing today. That is what we are not talking about enough.
Yeah, nobody will borrow.
There's nothing unique about that. You make it sound like there's some real principle that apply in the method.
You know why I said some of these economists? Because you see, if you look at the normal thing, even in economics, right? They say ceteris paribus, right? You are assuming that every other variable is constant. And if every other variable is constant, then this and this will happen, right? But now look at what is actually happening in Nigeria. Some things are just common sense. You know that you have a backlog. You are owing a lot. You've collected naira and you have to give these people their money back. And you don't even have that money because when you came in, you don't even know how much you even have. Because when you are floating the currency, then you should definitely have some things to back it up. Because when you make any decision, you see, it's always good to make policy decisions. In most cases, after a month of that decision, you don't even know what's going to happen. That's why you need some gauge, some shock absorber.
Larry. No. Now, before, when this guy took over, if we're a businessman, what was happening to Nigerian LCs when you were dealing with foreign trade? What were doing happening to them? They were bouncing. They were no longer honoring it. What's that telling you? And we are supposed to have foreign reserve, right? Then our foreign reserve should be strong enough
Bros.
Even so, that means that if someone is telling you lies about our forex position, you understand the foreign reserve position, the fact that international community, they were no longer honoring our LCs, should tell you the story, not what they are telling you within Nigeria.
No, bros.
Now, if you say this guy comes, he should not float.
I'm not
he should
saying,
keep subsidizing.
Bros, I'm not saying you are. I think you are.
No. Larry, this is what I'm saying.
Wait, can you just
economics you are talking about is based on the information you have. You may think you have a certain information, and the information you have may not be up to date.
Bros, the info you said, you see, one thing is for us to say we don't have the information, but we can always see what is happening now. Because
we have a pattern of information over many years and months. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay, Larry, what exactly is happening, and what would you have done better when you go to that place? What would you have done better to fuel subsidy?
No, the floating of the naira is what I'm really interested in. Right?
What would you have done?
What I would have done, right? I would have looked at the shock absorber I have. And now, in this case, now I don't even have any.
I just gave you information that they were no longer honoring Nigeria LCs.
That is not what I'm even saying. Number one shock absorber you have is the true state of your foreign reserve. If my foreign reserve, do you think if Nigeria has a foreign reserve of like $30 billion, right? And
I told you they were no longer honoring Nigeria LC. That one tells you something is wrong with our foreign reserve. That's why I keep saying the same thing.
Bros, wait, that is why I shouldn't have floated it when he doesn't even know what we have.
How are
you are floating when you don't even know what you have.
You and I may not know, but those guys may still have access to some information.
Bros,
it's just because we are talking from our own position of people that are not in power.
Did not know. Okay, was it Nigeria that told JP Morgan to come out and tell us the true picture of what is happening? You said we don't know, but this is a public information. JP Morgan actually came out and they never denied it. On paper, we had $30-something billion, but the actual money we have is less than that. And this man knows, we have the actual over $30 billion. Then you have a shock absorber. Nothing stops you from taking from your foreign reserve to clear some of this thing. You don't even need to go and borrow. So once you don't
you said Nigeria should have used the balance.
That's not what I'm saying.
The balance to clear the.
Bros, what I'm telling you is because when he got there was a lot of assumption, and the assumption was what we had was over $30 billion, which in actual sense we didn't even have up to that. Because look at the situation where we have that $30 billion, and we know that we have $30 billion, and we have some obligation of like $5 billion, $7 billion, right? You don't need to even borrow, because if you can clear that obligation, run the other guys out, look for a way to get all the other money that are actually outside the system into the system. Averagely, I'm not saying we wouldn't be having 1,500 naira to $1. So because the way it is now, right? All they are doing now is, this is more like you have a car and the engine of the car, you knock the engine of the car. And now you don't have any choice. The only thing you can do is to look for a way to just get oil from somewhere, and look at if you can still move the car. So that is exactly what we are really facing now.
So are you saying that you shouldn't have floated the naira? So if you're saying you shouldn't,
I am not saying you should have floated the naira.
Okay.
I'm saying you will have got some things right before floating the naira.
Yeah, but all the information you just presented to us now, all that information was in the open before he actually floated the naira.
No.
Yeah.
Before he floated the naira, JP Morgan has not even come out to tell us the true picture.
They didn't. I thought we knew. I thought it came out.
It was.
Let me interject quickly.
But don't you think you have more access?
You can know the position of your foreign.
Maybe he knew.
You can know the foreign.
How do you know he knew?
No. I didn't say he knew. I said maybe.
Policy document.
Guys, it's the president. Don't you think we have more access to more information?
I don't think you should have floated the currency. Typically,
when you float your
I
currency,
disagree with you.
Okay, clearly you do, yeah, which is
So
fine.
how do you
But
back the
typically,
naira then?
typically
You
when
want
you
him to keep borrowing money like a family?
Nobody is
let
saying
me
borrow
let
money.
me let me let me let me
If he
explain why I
had
don't think
done
you
the
should do it
right
now.
thing,
So I don't
presently,
think he should upload their currency, because typically countries float their currency when the economy is strong and the fiscal policy is sound. Now, by all indications, they took over from Buhari, and Buhari had just handed over probably the worst economy in the last Lord knows how long, maybe since independence. But so if everyone, I mean, if you look at this thing and you research it, everyone knows that if the policy towards monetary policy is weakened and the economy is not strong, you float your currency, you're definitely devaluing the currency. So if Wale Edun or whomever made this decision have the experience that they claim to have, then they knew by floating the currency, they were clearly going to devalue the naira significantly. And if they knew that, it seems like it seems to me, right, because of their experience, that if they knew that, then they were in a backdoor kind of way trying to devalue the naira.
No.
So how would they back the naira though?
You are looking at
Tell us
this
how they will
because
back the naira.
countries
Oriola, let me tell you something.
countries that devalue
Aizon,
countries
just
that wait.
Ola, let him land. Let him land, guys. Let him land first, please.
Countries that float their currency, right, will do it when they know their economy is strong, right? Typically. But if he did it, and I'm giving Wale Edun his credit based on his experience, then he knew that it would devalue the naira. So to me, instead of just coming out and saying he wants to devalue the naira, it seems to me, at least from my perspective, that he just wanted to devalue the naira. So they floated it, knowing very well that the value of the naira would drop.
But we don't
And that's
have
what they did.
What you just said is almost commonsensical, so to speak. But my question would be: so how come they didn't know those strong variables that are the drivers of the weakening of the naira, and they didn't go after those variables first?
We don't have money, guys.
Prince. Typically, when you see
have
IMF, Prince, when you see IMF intervene with countries, or you borrow money from them, what are the things that we typically see? Right? Structural adjustment programs, devaluing of your currency. It almost goes hand in hand, right? If we are doing all these things, so they took away subsidy, right? They want to take away electricity subsidy. We see poverty all around, things going crazy, and then they devalue the currency. But instead of just coming out and saying they want to devalue the currency, they said let's just float it. It's going to devalue anyways.
Sorry,
they didn't. They knew the value was going to drop.
But how can it? I mean, we all know it's pretty straightforward that if you have a weak currency, it would be better to have a robust or somewhat robust manufacturing economy that you export a lot, so you can create a lot of activity in your country.
Can you
don't have that.
Can you let him complete?
But guys, whoever is talking, can you guys talk about the rock and the hard place? Because you say don't devalue or no, but at the same time we're in a hole. We're facing bankruptcy if we didn't do something.
That was my question to Arizo next, because
that's what I keep saying.
Are they with this? Okay, can you hold on, please? Because we've learned from how they took away subsidy from petrol. I was asking K earlier. How should they go about removing the subsidy from electricity to where obviously it will spike, the price will go up for a while, but how should they, learning from the mistake we learn from this, just announcing things without thinking it through? So how should they go about removing, because they're going to do it eventually regardless.
Here's the
thing, if it gets what would be the anticipated price?
That was what I was asking. But how should they go about learning from the mistake they made for removal of tariff from electricity and the effect on the economy, short term and long term?
Wait, can I add to that, please? Where's the electricity? Do we even have electricity? You're saying they shouldn't remove it. Do we even have?
I am not saying it should not. No, I didn't say that. No, I'm saying that I'm just asking the question because
Babati, here's the thing, right?
Okay.
Tinubu took I remember watching his inauguration speech, and I was thinking to myself when he said it, my initial thought was, okay, There's clearly a plan. And my first instinct was to say, that's leadership. I gave him props initially because I said, okay, he clearly has a plan that he's not just going to announce this during inauguration without. But then what happened? What happened the next day, couple of days to weeks afterwards, shocked me because I was like, this guy didn't have a plan. He just announced it, which was shocking because he hadn't put his team in place, right?
No, hold on. He had S on his chest. That's all he had when he came in.
So I was like, okay, I hailed him because I said, because all the other governments we knew, Jonathan tried it, then he backtracked.
Do they have a plan for when they remove the tariff?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So,
but I also consider the subsidy was removed by Buhari before he even came. He was already removed.
Yeah, but Mike, you're right. But when you are a leader of a country and you announce something like that, right? The aftershocks of that kind of announcement, right? That's what really kicked in. Yes, he was removed by Buhari, but he could have taken a certain strategy to implement that removal in a certain way. And that's what, to Babati's question, that's what I would look at in terms of electricity subsidy. He needs, first of all, he needs hard data, right? I think Oriola said we don't get electricity currently. Okay, he needs hard data on.
Sorry, Tinubu had assembled all these smart economic financial gurus around him. They should have advised him, sir, don't do that from the onset. Delay for
no, he didn't have his team. He didn't have his team in place. He didn't have his team in place when he made that announcement.
No. He had people around him already. Really? He didn't have nobody in place. Wow.
He hadn't appointed anyone. None of these people were appointed.
No, but you should have personal advisors, though. Any presidential candidates should have people, your policy framers.
Exactly. Ready to go. So he didn't have to appoint nobody. The people he was going to listen to give him direction or advise him on economic policy should have been there. Told us, sir, don't do it. Don't do it right now.
Well, it's one of two things. Either he didn't listen or that's the advice they gave him. It's one of the two.
No, I have a third one. I think he probably did not anticipate the reaction. Because it was that chain reaction, that cascading just
no, come on, you knew it. I knew it was gonna happen. Come on, man. Everybody knew
everybody knew that.
Come on now.
Kolaka, coming from you, knowing that we live in a rent-seeking economy.
You know the best. You know what they say about the best laid plans, right?
Yeah, they always Babati. So to electricity subsidy, what I would do is, right now there hasn't been an announcement from them, right? There isn't anything. I would get the hard data first, and then I would stagger the removal over a period, so the after effects are not felt immediately. If he has to do it, I don't think he should, but if he must do it, I would not do it hard with a hard stop the way they took away fuel subsidy. No safety nets, just boom.
How would you do it? How would you do it? Wait. How would you do it? Because
a phased approach. A phased approach.
A phased approach is what I'm saying. I would stagger the removal over a period of time. So I would say, okay, based on this is all hypothetical because I don't have the data in front of me. I don't know exactly where the power sources are and how people are paying for power and how the whole thing is working. But I would phase it and say, okay, we're going to take out piece by piece, do it piecemeal over a period of time so the shocks aren't felt. And maybe we can then try to create alternatives that will help people deal with the removal of power subsidy. You see what I'm saying?
I don't think leadership works that way. Because phase by phase, then it will become like, if the pressure is too much, then it will have the reason to like pull back. It can't work that way.
Phase by phase.
No, if you
I swear to God, with the kind of people Nigerians are, every phase they will murder you. Maybe you just do it one time.
Maybe that's what they are doing with this. Allow me to say this, man. Give me a second.
Invested billions
of
dollars.
Hold on, Baba, Prince Daddy. Yeah, Mike wants to say something.
Yeah, Mike. So that phase by phase that you mentioned, maybe that's what they are doing with this oil subsidy. Why the price is going up gradually? Like maybe they're doing phase by phase. We don't know. So to me, that phase by phase, it's really not the way. It has to be. To me, Yeah, everybody might say on here now, but they just have to put some
Do or die. Do or die.
narrative in place.
The reason why I
But to
said
me,
phase by phase is because if think about this, right? Look at all the hardship everyone is dealing with. I'm thinking more about businesses, right? If you yank it immediately, then they have to deal with the shocks immediately, with all
But
the
you
challenges
still
they're
gonna
currently
talk.
dealing with.
You still gonna talk. Regardless, whichever way it does it, you will still talk.
Me? I don't
Well,
think you should.
everybody will still talk.
I don't think you should.
Can I make my
Listen.
point now? See,
Let me tell you.
hold on.
From my perspective, I don't think you should take it off.
Dangote,
This is me. But he asked me a question that if I was to say that he should do it, how would it happen? And that's what I'm saying, that it will have to be taken off. So the shocks aren't felt immediately. The shocks will be felt in pieces over a period, which makes it easier for people to deal with. You yank that thing out immediately, and that country goes from right where it is right now.
Aizen, you speak English too much. Yeah.
Okay.
So I was
Well,
asking you guys earlier on. That means nobody can convince me that anybody has any policy that is better than Tinubu's policy.
Thomas,
Because
you
I
know,
haven't heard any question from anybody.
well,
Any
I'm gonna
answer
answer your
no
whatsoever.
matter
question.
how, let me say
I
this,
said he had a
Prince
good
Daddy,
idea.
hold on, Prince Daddy.
Can I?
That's hold on, you go now. I'm not saying a lot. They have to do it, and no matter how they do it, price will go up. But the best time to do it will be in the beginning of your
Your tenure.
administration. Exactly. So that way the pain will be for like a year
But
or a year and a
Mike,
half,
everybody
and
promised
then
to remove
yeah, they have
subsidy.
to. So the guy he did it the best
Everybody.
time. When you come in, you do it right away. And then the pain will be something people will feel for a year and two, and then not towards when you are trying to run for another election. So he did it at the right time. So we all know we're going to feel it, but by 2 years we'll see where we are standing. But we know that subsidy, of course, then it will be some profit on the other side. Every good come with bad, every bad come with good.
So they remove the one in education. They remove the one in power. They're going to do it in electricity. It will look cool, right?
No. Let me answer that point. See,
man, listen, that country will catch fire if the Yanks. I'm telling you right now. All the
at this point in time, I don't believe. In fact, we need to know first if they remove the subsidy from electricity, how much would be the kilowatt, per hour for average consumer. So I don't think they should do it right now, and I don't buy into the point somebody made earlier that look, if they don't remove the subsidy, there won't be any investment in the electricity sector. I don't believe so. This is the right time.
But
This is a
please,
good
Daddy,
time.
is Nigeria really even paying the bills? Even before now? Are we really paying the bills? Are we paying electricity bills? I can tell you for fact
Well, so
that
if
we are
you're
not
not,
paying.
and you remove the subsidy, then how much? I mean, coupled with the price of fuel at the pump, the petrol, how much do you want people to? How will people survive? That'd be a terrible thing to do right now to remove subsidy
Trust
on
me, people
electricity.
can survive. People can go back to their rural areas and go and survive the way they were surviving before the
Really,
defense are
Mike?
coming.
Okay.
They can people. I'm telling you. See, hold on, Babati just allow you go for it. This is what happened before go on and die in the 70s when they introduced that subsidizing Nigerian life. People were living their life. They had their way of surviving. All of a sudden, we had oil boom because we're collecting revenue. Government decided to start trying to make people enjoy, make some people enjoy, started subsidizing things. And that time, it was only people living in the urban area was just few population. Lagos population wasn't that much. All the small urban area, they were the only one enjoying that subsidy. But what happened over time is people from rural area, villages started moving to urban area. And now they started joining the consumption of that subsidy. So now the cost of that subsidy is now rising and rising and rising. Nigerian population is growing now. Government is subsidizing millions of people. In the 70s back in the tension, the people who were subsidizing were piling up to 1 million. People consuming all these things. It was just Lagosians and what's the small area people. We had the money, but now people are so used to it, and the population is growing to the point where even people neighboring countries are consuming the subsidy. They're consuming the things that government is subsidizing. So at one point we have to remove it.
Can I
Great
have?
point. You make a very good point, Mike. But I'll tell you, see, that's when we should have been planning, okay, on how to do I don't know. We should have planned better based on data on how to make the whole thing better. If you have investment, that's right. You should have invested in a lot of things that would have limited the subsidy growth or expansion to a whole lot of people. It's a great point. At one point in time, a small number of people were being subsidized. Now
Please,
millions of
Daddy, let
people.
me
It's not
put
Can I
sustainable.
some
add
comment.
to?
Hold on, please. Yeah, you will. Please, Daddy, you see, you are even looking for that English to qualify what you want to say. It's not even coming. That means that subsidy is supposed to have gone long time ago, isn't it?
Well, no, following Mike's logic, just like I said, initially it wasn't a lot of people that were being subsidized, but now, it has ballooned to become its own industry. Okay, it's something that it's become a whole new industry in itself. A lot of people are making money out of it. So my point is that if it's a country that really values data, and we have our continuity in governance, then we should have known to gradually maybe remove the subsidy or invested in the right places, okay, to help mitigate the whole thing. I mean, that's why you play. You live in the Western Australia. I mean, they just don't wake up and say, they track their population growth. Okay, now we're going to need more schools. We're going to need more bridges. That's what you do as a government. But we don't do that. We don't have a culture of maintenance. We don't have none of those things. The fact that it caught us unaware is shows a poor leadership. It should not have been the case. That's the point.
Can I add? So
Mike,
I think the best
Mike,
way
I
to do
dropped something
this.
in. I dropped something in.
Hold on, please. Let's Oriola. Yeah, Oriola, go first. Yeah.
All right. So the best way I think this could be done would be the fact that if they can give everybody pay meter, since it looks like not everybody actually pay electricity. They use it, they don't pay. And it's not like electricity is like 24/7. If they can work on getting all the household in Nigeria pay meter, meaning you pay as you go. If you use it, then you pay. If you don't pay, then you don't get electricity. So you pay for what you use. I think that's the best way. That way, we won't feel the subsidy that a lot more, because it's more like a lot of people that will use the electricity will be people that have money. And if you don't have money, you don't need electricity. Just use your lantern.
Yeah, please, Daddy. Will you suggest the approach we use for the telecommunication sector? And
Yeah,
everything is fine now.
yeah.
Let them
Pay
remove
as you
everything.
go. You
Let
pay.
it go.
Thomas, but the communication sector
But please, it
brought
will
about a
even
lot of
bring more
investors.
investors. It will bring
Yes,
more
it brought
investors.
right. That's what it did. So if the same thing happens to the electricity industry, right, sector, then you have to make, say MTN and the rest, they find opportunity in Nigeria. And there's always opportunity in Nigeria for people to invest. So we don't have to wait to remove subsidy before they start investing. I don't believe in that. Right now, and many years back, they should have been investing in the first place. If they incentivize this investor, see, it's not true. I think it was government regulation that hampered a lot of investors, the people to invest in the power sector. I think that's the problem. It's not so much an investor.
Prince Daddy, the type of subsidy we give in Nigeria kills investment. That's the difference. We do the type of subsidy kills investment. If you want to subsidize for maybe an investor now, you look at it this way. Obasanjo tried to do something. Unfortunately, the global crisis then affected it. He said anybody that will import generator in excess of 1,000 megawatts, zero duty. So at that point in time, even to buy 1 megawatt generator was almost cheaper than you buy 500 kVA, right? So, but when you start handing people cash without seeing even what they are doing in the name of subsidy, then you have some overnight people that are investors. But if you are bringing your machine like this, okay, you don't pay tax, you don't pay duty. That's a form of subsidy. So at least for you to go and government is not giving you money here now. They are only waiving tax for you. You see the difference? But this one, government is handing them cash. That's the problem. So you can subsidize. But how do you subsidize is the problem. You understand? Don't give cash.
Yes. Ola, let me say this. You are an engineer. I think I can say I'm one as well. When I
I don't
came to
even know
this
what I am
country,
now.
but you started as an engineer. When I came to this country, I had some engineers. I said, "Is it difficult to have electricity?" They said, "No." They took me to the plants. It is not difficult to have electricity, my brother.
See,
Very simple. Ola, last week, ask me what Australia did in Victoria and Melbourne. They destroy 500 megawatt plants because they don't need it anymore. The electricity they generated is too much. Ask me, 500 megawatt. They destroyed the plant because they
you
are
see,
just
Thomas,
generating the electricity. They are not. Nobody is consuming it.
you see, Thomas, the problem of electricity is not because we don't have electrical engineers or mechanical engineers. This is all about policies. This is all
But
about.
you said no. I said policy earlier. It says no policy.
Well,
Did I
me,
say
I
so?
disagree with you guys with this policy thing.
Okay, you can disagree. Just my opinion anyway. And what I say, it's all about policies. Because how do we say policies, for example? Policy is when you give my competitor advantage over me. That's what I'm saying. So look at it this way. The easiest thing, you are landing your cement at $200, whereas I'm producing locally with the production cost of 2,000. So you open the border. So when you open the border and people are bringing cement at 200, so what's that telling you? It's policy of the government. But if you block importation of cement, that's policy. So people will look inwardly. That's the difference. So now, when you say it's not policy, after explaining what I don't want to repeat myself, what Tinubu tried to do in the early 2000s, that the federal government is not allowing, then you say it's not policy. There's nothing I can say. When you say you privatize the electricity sector and you are still holding on, the federal government is still holding on to the transmission infrastructure. When you know that about 70,000 megawatt we have today, you were not even going to build capacity. You understand? To evacuate that. Is that not policy? So when you gave this thing to private people to generate, Genco, they were able to speed up to like around 7,000 install capacity. But the one that the federal government is holding on to, not able to even take it beyond the beyond 10 to be 7 to 10,000 megawatt capacity. What's that? It's policy. Simply means that if you don't policy to allow the private people to build the transmission infrastructure, someone that already built capacity of 17,000 megawatts, they know they are tying their capital down. They know that in terms of operation, they are not maximizing their assets. They want to maximize. So they will do something about the transmission line. By now, maybe we will have transmission capacity of like close to 25,000 megawatts just for them to evacuate their power. So that is what we call policy. So to me, it's a policy that is killing us. Then I won't forget to quickly mention something about this forex because I'm sorry to say, and with due respect, I know that many of us will read textbook and I could clearly see a direct quotation from one textbook or the other time that we should have done this or that. You see, one thing is this. A professor of economics from Harvard can say something today, and someone from university or if you say university can fault him, say no, because you miss some information. That doesn't mean that that prof that was saying that thing was wrong. That's not how economics is treated. You are judging based on information you have at hand. Now, Cardoso and this guy that will try to say they don't understand this thing. Honestly, to me, I laugh because these guys, when you want to know information about what is happening in Nigeria today, all those consultants that work with the organization, you just need to procure data from them and you get this thing. How do you think all those World Bank and how do you think some of them get their information sometimes? They have some people on ground that feed their data ecosystem.
See, I like quickly. See, simply having information
let me quickly
is not the answer.
Before I'm interrupted. See, look at it this way. There's a figure on ground that more than before, after floating the Naira, we now have more forex coming into the country, whether by borrowing, whether by individual. But the problem is just because of our outstanding obligation, is still killing what we have. You understand?
What's the source? What's the source for that, Ola? That we have more forex coming into the country?
Cardoso did interview. Cardoso did interview, and the press is on Arise TV. Even I posted the Arise.
Compared to what? Compared to this point at last year, what did he say exactly?
Can I say something?
Said the foreign investors are now able to bring forex into our.
Yeah, but that doesn't translate into more money being in the economy now. They're now able to, but it doesn't mean that there's more money in.
But I believe you're a student of economics, and you know economic positioning is not mostly short term. When you are, because these are not like handout things that you want to see the immediate effect within a month or 2 months. But when you are taking a position like this, you know this thing, you'll be looking down 2-3 years down the line. That's why I'm saying, I'm afraid when people that are knowledgeable infuse politics into how they inform people. Okay, just imagine.
The reason why I'm asking you the question is because there are other factors involved that would influence people bringing money into the country, right? So that's why I'm asking if in him saying that, was he definitively saying that money was coming in more than had been at this point last year? Or was he saying that it can lead to more money coming to the country? You see what's in the talk?
I know. No, when you read that, even the volume of forex traded last week is pointing to the fact that it has improved down the last year situation. So I just what Cardoso say. I've not gone to statistics. I've not gone to where some of those API where I feed data to even double check. So this is just a discussion we are having without even going to micro or minute. So the thing is, I understand. I feel for the poor people too, because we all send money to Nigeria if not almost every week, at least almost every month. I know that. I sympathize with them. That was why I said that the only thing, two grudges I have with this guy is that he should have increased the worker's salary simultaneously. That, you understand? If we have increased the salary, we'll be talking of another thing entirely now, different from what we are talking about.
Hold on. Temporarily or permanently?
I want to know how many people
let me comment. You said she coming earlier. Hold on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so quickly about the salary. Are you talking about temporarily or permanently to increase the salary? And also, the fact that, you say these guys, they have data, and of course they have better data than I do or than we do. It doesn't mean that because they have data, they are capable of making the right decisions based on that data. It can go either way. So don't say because they have data they know better. They don't know better. Yes, they have data, but they don't know better.
No, Prince Daddy. You want to use data to reduce error as much as possible. See, you can still use data. You can as perfect as you are, but the unintended consequences that you can never forecast can just emerge. It's everything you are doing. You can never get anything 100%. Okay, I'm going to A, but the risk along the path you are going to. But there are some unknown risk that will just surge from nowhere. That is your unintended consequences. So that is exactly what we are talking about here.
Well, yeah, we're not talking about slight deviation. Oh, 1 second. We're not talking about slight deviation from whatever you may call the norm. But what we're talking about here is that your actual concrete decision that you make, the body of it that we're talking about. And I'm saying that so far, what we've seen, they've made a lot of misstep as if they didn't know what was going on in the first place. And it's quite obvious it's out there.
Okay, let's take it one by one. What were they trying to achieve by floating naira? What were they trying to achieve?
Okay, let's do it like this.
Sorry, Larry, you will talk. I just
want Mike to open something. Can you open that Tinubu's policy document? Let's go to page 19.
Larry, I just want Prince Daddy to attend to something. No, you will continue. Don't worry, you will continue. Sorry, Prince Daddy, what were they trying to achieve when they float naira?
I didn't think they have a clue They didn't know the intended consequences. That is the blowback from their action. If they knew, I don't think they would have
no
been
consequences.
that eager to
What
want to
were
do
they trying to achieve? There's one thing is consequences, but what exactly were they trying to achieve by floating naira?
How did you know they don't have a clue though? Because I don't understand.
Exactly, they have what they want to achieve. See,
okay. What they were okay. Let me say. I guess so. Based on the aftermath of the action, what you're saying now is that their goal is to devalue the naira to the worst condition possible. That's what they were trying to achieve.
Okay, so
is that what they're trying to achieve?
When you devalue the naira, what exactly are you going to do by devaluing your naira? What do you achieve by devaluing your naira?
Well, that is exactly to that point. That's what is so confusing about it. And I said it earlier.
They wanted to build the local economy, because see, when you devalue your currency, number one, because we don't have the other component. They know we don't have the other component. Like let's say, if we were China now, for example, we won't be talking like this now, because the Europe, America, they will be feeling our impact, because we'll be sending our goods to that place because our currency is devalued.
Before you go further, hold on. You said they're trying to do what? Improve the economy. But how? How do they plan to do that?
Wait.
When it's only
devalue your currency,
why are you in a rush?
You no longer okay. Prince Daddy, look at this way now. You were earning 50,000 before. All you were buying is rice from Indonesia. Right, you were importing soup from London. Immediately they devalue your currency. You forget that one. You start buying your mama put immediately, because you can no longer buy from that London. So it simply means that you are supposed to improve on your local economy. Why the external economy will be expensive?
It's not working out, because it's not what your explanation is not gelling. You know why? Because
it's not my explanation is not gelling. You are measuring what you are doing.
They didn't invest. You're talking as if there's so much capital in the country to invest in manufacturing or agriculture. Therefore, naturally, by devaluing the naira, there will be so much economic activities in the country that we're going to have so much surplus to export.
Okay, please, Daddy.
How many
capital?
How much capital
of naira is supposed to.
So how's the food prices right now? So is everything so nice and glory right now? Is that what you guys are saying? Maybe I'm confused. I don't know what
that's not what that's not what we're saying. I mean, give them time.
Now they've done it. Now they've done it. Are we not seeing the impact of the action, the decision?
Problem.
Okay,
it will take time to see the results. It's not like overnight.
Let me tell you this now. You understand?
I agree with you that it's not overnight. It's obviously not overnight. But what I'm saying is, though, that there's a blowback to their action, because it sounded like they didn't have a clue about what they were expecting.
What's the blowback? That some people can't eat? Is it not today?
Is that not enough blowback? What do you want?
Today?
If people can't eat
today?
Oh,
okay. Praise that.
It doesn't care about poor people now. You know that it doesn't care about poor people.
I know.
Right,
I think you're so condescending towards the common people, or realize it's not even funny anymore.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Please, Daddy.
Don't do that. You know what I mean?
No, let's do it. We're going to do that.
Okay, Prince Daddy.
I don't think it's not enough for people to be hungry. Really? If the people are hungry,
but we look at the stacks yesterday, and the thing does not like there's no much different. Like it's not like he's ridiculous. He's not like oh, let's say in 2015 or in 2023, a lot of people were starving, and compared to this year, and it doubled that. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is not like it's a flick. It's not like a lot.
Oriola, wait, what are you saying?
What we're saying is
wait. You're saying people have always been starving, and there's nothing unique about what's going on now.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Is that not true?
It's not coming across as sensitive. That's just the difference. Like when you say
Babati, he's being very insensitive because when you look at the reality on the ground. Okay, let me ask you this: last year, was any state governor saying food should not leave his state? That's happening this year. Last year, was the Sultan of Sokoto saying Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder? That's happening this year. Last year,
guys,
can you give me a second? Hey, guys, give me a second. Agama, can you show your face? Let me see who you are first, so I can hide you.
You know him if you see the face.
Yeah, Agama. You know what Agama is?
Agama is that I don't know where.
I don't know who is though. I don't know. The last
That's
time I saw someone
show the face now.
So come online, come do this. I don't know.
Let me see where.
Agama na DSS. No let me know.
Okay, Nigeria guy.
I don't know. See, Prince Daddy.
No. Oriola, how can you say
okay, don't see you.
I'm not being insensitive.
I've been listening from the background.
Did you hear when Ribado was on? Did you hear when Ribado was on this platform talking about what people are going through in Borno State?
Yeah, but it has always been.
What are you talking about? No, it hasn't always been that way.
Been so.
Last year there was no state governor saying the Niger State governor said food should not leave his state.
Yeah, but there's a reason why he said
happened. Because there's a food shortage. That has never happened.
Where?
People cannot get food. Did you see the protest in Niger State?
Wait, there's a food shortage. Why?
What is the cause of that?
Is only Niger that can produce food in Nigeria? Is it only Niger? I mean, I understand people are starving, but I don't think we should. We need to look this in the we need to give it a perspective. Like, not only Niger produces food in Nigeria. There's everywhere in Nigeria they have something they can produce.
Who wanted me to share a link? Was that Larry? Somebody wanted me to share a link.
Just because you said that, then we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Do you still want me to share it?
Yeah, if you can, because
look,
you've allowed Prince Daddy to escape me. Honestly, you've allowed.
No. You guys continue.
To him.
No, not you, Mike. Not you. Aizon and Oriola.
You will go back to him.
No, because
I'm listening to you.
And I'm just saying the fact.
At least we know for a fact that any for a fact. We care about poor people. I think
that's not fair.
I was even going to ask question. Why is food shortage? Is it massive exportation or insecurity? What's the cause? All importation. What's the reason? Why is the reason? I know food shortage is. I know about food shortage. I know people are crying. I know people can no longer afford what they used to buy. That one is glaring. Nobody needs to tell me because I have people on grant. So and I hear they cry. So it's not new to me. It's not new to me. I'm saying that I know what is happening. That's what I mean. People are suffering more than before.
Well,
but the data does not back what you're saying.
Government doesn't make policies. They don't make decisions in isolation.
Oriola, I have family in Nigeria, so you do. I don't. So what data can be more than my family? So let's forget about those.
So the data is not a fact, right?
Oriola, there's no data.
There's always going to be people. There's always going to be people that's affected, but that doesn't mean the entire population is being.
That's not the issue. Not. I said food shortage. Do you understand? The question you want to ask is why food shortage? That's the question I'm asking. Why food shortage?
From what I heard, there's no food shortage.
It's insecurity part of the problem. It's insecurity part of the problem, Allah.
I just want to know. See, I know insecurity is part of it. I know exportation is part of it.
Okay.
Wait, what's
were those variables addressed first before they embark on the policy that they're doing right now? Did they address those issues first?
Prince Daddy, I'm telling you that the policy is achieving what they targeted. Number one, people may be exporting the food. Wait, people they may not be exporting the food they are supposed to be consuming.
That was the goal of it. That was the good level. Come on now.
If you remember,
let's get to Larry's what Larry's trying to present.
Please let another person talk. I don't think I can convince you tonight because you already have. I'm not to convince you anyway.
Let's Larry present what he's trying to present.
Carry on.
Okay. Can you go to page 19?
Page 19. Okay.
Yes.
I agree with Larry. By the way, I'm on Larry's side. We speak for the masses. For the poor, yeah.
When did you become Shogure? You are speaking from the masses from United States.
Page 19. Just for a little bit help. I want to go to that foreign exchange site.
Pick my page up. Yeah, I think I saw the same.
Oh, that was 17. Sorry.
Yeah,
This one, right?
that's where foreign exchange comes in.
Okay.
20. That's 21 now.
You said 19 or 21?
That should be 19.
That's 19.
21 now.
No, yeah, 19 on the.
Oh, page 19, but on the PDF. Okay.
Yeah, on the PDF.
Yeah, that's it. Exchange rate management.
So everything this guy did, right, regarding unification of the naira, it's actually in this policy document. And obviously, they know exactly what they were doing. And everything they did, that was why I said it was more of assumption. And that assumption is what they just came in to implement. Because if you read this very well, right, they said, to ensure the exchange rate policy harmonizes with our goal of optimizing growth, job creation, blah, 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 blah. The whole thing is just that, they knew what they were doing. They had those assumptions. They knew they were coming to float that naira. But do they really have the real data to tell them the aftermath of floating it? And another thing I want to bring out is this. You see, if you look at what has actually happened the last 2 weeks, Cardoso believes that increasing supply of dollars will definitely have effect on price now, which has not really been doing it. There's been a lot of volume of foreign exchange that have been traded in the market from last 2 weeks to today, and it does not have any effect on price. Rather, it keeps going up. That's why, for me, probably if I had to sit down with Cardoso today,
but the question you should ask yourself is this: what effect are you expecting forex to have on local price? I'm still asking that question. It's a function of productivity, not forex. We use this into
all those. You see, productivity or no productivity. You see, when you have a policy, right, there is a short-term effect of that policy and there is a long-term effect of that policy. Everything you're saying, productivity and all this, productivity don't just increase in months. So if you are bringing, this is just like you're bringing a policy, right? You should definitely know that there will be short-term effect of that your policy. But in the long run, probably in the long run, things there will be at equilibrium. Things will kind of like come down.
So what is the timeline of the short-term effect? Because you can't just say short. I mean, he has to. The short time might mean
short time
a week,
is always within a year. 1 year,
2
1 year
months,
is short time.
1 month.
Short time is 1 year. Anything above
exactly.
A year is
So
time.
it's not even a year yet that we already complaining.
I say short-term effect is immediately after you bring out that policy, and that's exactly what we are facing now. That is the
I don't agree with that.
The truth of the matter is, sorry, let me butt in here. The truth of the matter is that floating the naira is one of the best decisions they have ever made since he became the CBN governor.
I agree with you.
The problem is, see, I did my first master's under economics in University of Lagos before I went to Italy to do another master's before I came to United States. So the floating of naira is a very good decision, but the problem is that, see, the supply side of the dollar has really increased in Nigeria.
Thank you, my brother.
But the demand side is great. But the demand side of the dollar is greater, much more greater than the supply side. That is why we are having that's why we're having the equilibrium constant is not there. So even let Cardoso fall from heaven, he cannot achieve this the equilibrium constant now, because the demand side, there is a demand push that is increasing every day.
You see,
based on the supply side, because we have maybe we have only one source of dollar supply, which is the foreign exchange. But in the long run, we appreciate this policy, even the fuel subsidy removal. But the concentration where the Nigerians are supposed to focus more is, since this fuel subsidy have been removed, what are they using the increase or the excess money they are having from this fuel subsidy to do?
That is where the problem. If the federal government would have given them ultimatum or trying to whip them or the governors, which is very impossible somehow, to hey, this is what we want to achieve. Let us increase this. Let us help these people so that we can be able to reduce the shock. Yes, the announcement which was
in the
made.
allocation though. The allocation has increased.
Of course, the allocation increased very much, almost doubled.
Right. So now there's the problem. The governors are the problem.
That is, to be sincere with you, that is the architect of all the whole problems. But you may not believe. If the governors really want Tinubu to succeed, they will do it within overnight. I'm telling you the simple truth.
I agree with you.
If they really want him to succeed,
they have more money now. They have
more than enough. More than enough. Okay, look at first, second, and March of next month now. You will see the dollar increment will increase.
Agama, let me engage you, Jare. I said Tinubu should have increased the salary of government workers immediately. Do you share the same opinion?
Yes, but automatic. Yes, somehow, because we already have excess money supply in circulation.
And you need to keep consumption of those people with the inflation.
But see, this inflation is a fake one. Let me use it as a layman. It's a fake one. It's organized by a group of individuals just to maximize from the people.
You're not lying. You're not lying.
Okay, Chris, I like that point. And to your point earlier about this the demand for dollar, it's more in the country than the supply. I don't believe that. So I think you just answered the question right now. Also, I don't think we have more demand for dollar in the economy. Just like you said, it's all about manipulation and rent seeking that's going on in the country.
Organized crime, man.
Well, if you want to put it that too, yes.
See, Agama is not wrong because the demand is in for importation is what we want to ask for, but the demand is for speculation. Now, when people say they start mopping up the dollars within the economy to speculate, but those people taking the money in overseas before, are they still going at the same rate? You may be surprised.
No.
That demand for forex to travel or to spend overseas might have reduced.
Yeah.
But those people that think they can keep dollar under their carpet,
they still
do
now
resell later. That's a matter of fact.
The demand you're talking about is artificial in a lot of ways.
Ola, let me ask you to dollars. If you are to advise Cardoso today, will you advise Cardoso to keep increasing supply of dollar into the economy now?
Are you asking me or Agama?
No, anybody. Will you guys advise Cardoso to still keep pumping, increasing supply now?
Well, based on what you said, if there's so much money in circulation, there it will be a bad policy. Because the naira in circulation with the dollar.
I don't think that has to do.
No, Prince Daddy, this is forex. This is not local currency.
Yeah, this is forex.
So when you oversupply dollars, those people holding dollars, they are bound to lose because there's a limit. You can hold that dollars if you have enough supply.
No. The truth is that if Cardoso can identify those people that truly needed this naira for production, automatically the demand must come down. Yeah. That is the issue. If
don't you guys think that
you said earlier? Hold on, you said earlier that there's so much money. There's so much money out there in circulation.
It's naira monetary supply, money supply,
okay, the money
more than enough.
The major
so hold on a second. We're talking. If that's the fact, if that is true, then what is the benefit of having excess dollar in the economy when the naira can mop up the dollar and the cycle continues? What is the benefit?
No, Prince Daddy, you are missing it all. Your local currency your local currency is different from your foreign currency.
Yes.
So local currency now, you treat foreign currency now as an item in the market you want to buy.
Can I say something?
Look at it this way. Now, supply and demand, when you have balance, you have reasonable equilibrium, right? But if you oversupply, there's what we call ISM curve in economics. It's going to shift towards left. That is to say, when you have that supply, now more than the demand, right? More than the demand. Now everybody want to quickly drop their dollars. Okay, yeah, bring it. You understand? Because
yeah, but isn't that the problem
The
already?
price will fall down immediately.
The CBN cannot even monitor how much they have in the economy.
The way it is now in Nigeria, if Cardoso pump $100 billion in Nigeria, it will be mobbed.
Larry,
okay.
Let me.
I'm not
Isn't that what I said? Hold on, you keep saying it's forest and this and that, but if that been the case, the guy just said exactly what I said.
I like what Mr. Agama actually said. You see, we keep shouting of some variables. And when we keep shouting of those variables are not really on the supply side. Those variables are basically on the demand side.
Exactly.
Artificial demand.
If you don't stop pumping money now, face that variable, you keep it. This is more like you are pouring water into basket.
It will absorb it immediately. It will swallow it.
Have you seen that? You see, that was what I was asking you. Okay, last 2 weeks, he said the banks should decongest the dollar they actually have. They decongested it. They put it into the economy, right? They said this. They kept pumping money. And do you see that the result of that is just that after 1 or 2 days, it keeps going up. So if you don't deal with the variables on the demand side, I don't see any magic.
Yes.
Yes. I'm saying. So this is
Larry, you can explain that. See,
let me
in the foreign country now, as I
let me just say that. I'm going to drop now. I just want to say this.
Okay.
Cardoso's kind of economics now, because Cardoso believes that all he needs to do if he clears the backlog, they look for a way to kind of like increase supply, right? That's going to really have effects. But I'm telling you, and most of those things in natural sense, right? It's not even on the monetary side.
Fiscal side, he has done his own. In fact, his part in the monetary policies is almost very excellent.
And the fiscal side is where the variable is.
Is there the problem? This is the problem. That is the simple truth. That is where the problem lies. The fiscal side.
So I don't know. Everybody have their own way of doing things, but that is my own understanding of what he needs to do. And if he doesn't do it, it's just that we keep deceiving ourselves. They keep pumping money into that economy, and they will still keep facing the same mistake. So that's all I want to say. Thank you very much. Good night.
Well done, Larry. But tomorrow I will catch you.
No, bros.
Agama, let me engage you a little bit, and I have my reason of because I want us to make something clear.
Okay.
Now, so okay, let's say what people will understand, because I wanted to ask whether you want to say whether this guy is going pro-cyclic or counter-cyclic. But let's make it simple. Larry is saying they flood the markets with $10 that they are going to mop it. I don't necessarily disagree, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the question is this: flooding the market with dollars is one thing, but flooding it with the adequate supply, you understand, that meet the demand is another thing, right? So it simply means that if you flood the market with dollars and you are not seeing the impact, it simply means that it hasn't met the demand. Whether people are hoarding money, putting in order their carpet, because I believe that you are going to supply money to a particular point, if you have that supply, that even by the time you put enough under your carpet, you no longer even have naira to mop it. By the time you want to
your assumption is you're assuming that we have unlimited supply of this dollar that you're talking about. That we can
I'm not
get
saying
it out.
That's why I'm trying to explain the policy of the government. Because the thing is this: when you pay backlog, I said it the other time that if you gave CBN your dollars and you're unable to repatriate. Meanwhile, you were the one, maybe you were the someone like say we were doing like say $100 million with Nigerian government before, but since you were unable to repatriate your money, you no longer bring money to Nigeria.
Yes.
But if this government can now give you confidence again, at least you know in the next 4 years of this guy, if they give you money, you start bringing your money to Nigeria again because your money is asset and you want to make money. So you can be encouraged now to keep bringing your $100 million back to Nigeria because you have a reputable
Well,
and
see,
reliable government.
a lot you behaving and talking like Tinubu's minions. See, because you're applying your economic principles to solve a problem, and that's what I keep talking about. So what you're talking about,
but we have to apply economic principle now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have to apply. I don't have my own private knowledge that I'm using. I have to use what I learned.
You don't have to apply unless you naive to the fact that the whole system is rigged. The whole system is rigged. Okay, that's why I keep saying that Tinubu needs to maybe go and settle with some people or go and address the main issues. And I think the things undermining Nigeria's economy right now.
What are the main issues? What are the main issues?
Well, that's a very good question that I myself don't know because I don't know.
I would like to speak to that. I would like to speak to
we are telling you,
if I can.
We are telling you what will solve the problem in the long term. See, if you let all those gangs capture you now,
yes, in the long term, in a normal, controlled economic environment, yes, your proposition works perfectly. But that's the problem. We have a unique situation whereby we don't really know the real challenging variables that are undermining the economy.
I think we know.
Prince Daddy,
okay, tell us to realize you know.
Where were you when Obasanjo came back to power in 1999? I just want to see whether you understood the market that time. Agama, if I'm lying, just please don't hesitate to say you're a liar. I will take it that way because I give you that thing. You see, under the regime of Abacha, it was reported that our foreign exchange, our exchange was 22. But in the recent, we're not going to get it in the parallel market for like 28, for like 70 to 80. Right. That thing initially gave Obasanjo serious headache. Right. But we didn't come back to normality until around 2002. You understand? So now, what you see now is this, because over time, people have started, under Buhari, they widened the gap between the official and the parallel markets. So for you to normalize now, people are saying, okay, keep on bringing the dollars, we are going to mop it. I know private individual that uses Naira to buy dollars. Private individual that have nothing to do with the government. Because he has excess Naira, right? He mopped things up. If you bring dollar to the country today, they are going to mop it up too. Then the only way you can get dollars is just to restore confidence in investors. There are many ways.
Let me ask you something. Why do you think people are able to successfully mop the dollar?
Because of they printed more money. When Obaseki was shouting, they think that it was political.
No, the dollar. How are they able to mop the dollar? Like get the dollar away from circulation? How are they able to do that?
They will go and buy from parallel market. Anyway,
yes, now parallel market. When they gave to these banks, now that's what Cardoso was complaining. When they sell to these banks, the banks will go and sell it to the Aboki them. That is the problem.
Right. So don't you? Now we know one of the factors that one, it looks like CBN doesn't know amount of money in circulation when it comes to the dollar coming in. They don't know, like, and don't you think they try to solve the problem by saying if you say Nigerian money is Naira, it has nothing to do with dollar. And when you're sending money into Nigeria, it has you if you send dollar, you receive that money in Naira, not in dollars. Don't you think that's some of the way to fix the problem they're having now? Instead of if I send money to Nigeria,
Oriela, exactly what you said is what they did. Hold on. Let me answer Oriela's question. Hold on, what you just said is what they did about 2-3 weeks ago, after we made that suggestion on the show a month ago. So what you said, they just did it with the money transfer.
Yeah, right.
Now, if you send money right now, when I send money, Now they converted the money directly into naira. They don't give dollars
so
anymore.
now they're able to monitor anything that's coming in.
At least that sector of
but
transfer.
now they're solving that's how you solve problem. You can't solve everything at once. It's little by
and I
little.
agree with you. And I said that earlier. Because if they knew what they were doing initially, this would have been one of the early policies that they would have implemented. But it took them 6 months or more to come up with that solution.
No easy way to solve any problem.
Guys, can I say
Daddy.
something?
You can't just solve
Can
a
I
problem
please?
like that. You have to see what's going on and bring in
General use of
different way
power.
to resolve the issue.
Yeah, can I please say something? Yeah. Do you guys know that there are many dollars, pounds, Dodge, everything, just mention it, that are not entering that country
Oh, I was
while
about to
people
say
are
that,
sending
Thomas.
to the country?
I was about to
Yes.
say that. That was what I wanted to ask Prince
Yeah.
Daddy.
I have a app in Australia here. I don't want to open their yash. I wouldn't mention their name. I send money through that app. They don't send
Yeah,
dollar
but
to
they've
Nigeria.
changed. Now the policy has changed now.
No,
That's what we're
hold on, my
saying.
brother. Hold on, my brother. You send money to them. When you send money to them, they have their businesses in Nigeria. They will hand over naira in Nigeria, and they will keep their dollar in Australia, in America, in UK. They are not remitting it even to the country. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay.
No, I don't. I don't understand what you
Thomas, it
mean because
depends.
there's no way
It depends.
now they have to go through. So what they're doing before is this. They don't. So the physical dollar they can't say because all you have to do, all they're doing before is more like if I send $100, someone will go to the bank and receive that $100. But now the money that you send, because the legal tender in Nigeria is naira. So there's no way you will send money to Nigeria and get dollar. Now, if you get naira, you have to remember CBN is they control naira. So they're able to tell the type of money that is coming in and whatever money, if you have to send wire or do any transaction outside of the country, they're able, because if you have to do transaction out of the country, let's say I'm in Nigeria and I want to send money overseas, I have to be able to send that money in naira, and it will be changed to whatever legal tender at the country that the money is being sent to. Where I believe before I can just get it, I can get dollars and just send dollar with my
In
account.
what rate are you getting that naira?
I don't know how. Yeah. That's what they're doing now. They're in competition with those Aboki people. From what I heard, Aboki people are selling naira for like 1,500. Now, when you send money, you're getting the same exact value. So
Are you
people
sure?
will,
Are you sure?
yeah. I still
Yes,
saw people
that is
that say
correct.
yesterday,
That's about
like
the same
you get
amount.
the same exact amount. So now people are
Thomas.
saying that there's no even reason for me to go to Aboki. That's where
Yes,
I believe.
we can do that. That's a good
Yeah, I
step in
think
a good
that's what they're
direction.
trying
Yeah.
to do now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
Thomas. CBN won't be able to trace everything except through those apps. Those apps that you see is actually in our favor because the demand is on naira now, not on
Wait,
dollar.
what are you talking, Ola? Why in a country that has law, and you're telling me they shouldn't be able to trace every single thing that comes into their country?
Even United States and Canada cannot trace everything. You just know the money that goes out of your country.
I don't believe that.
Okay. Let me explain to you. Maybe I'm the wrong person now. Let's see. Now, Thomas, you give someone dollars, you are buying naira. So the payer is not on naira now. It's naira you are buying, right? Which is okay. It's okay. It's different from someone that is buying dollar to take out of the country, right? Totally different things. Now, the situation is this. If I go to Nigeria, okay, I'm supposed to declare 10,000, right? And I take 9,000 to Nigeria, and I get to Ikeja Airport, and I exchange that from a random for a Bureau de change person. How will CBN trace that?
Yeah, but you know you're taking a risk now that you know the
No,
exact
I'm
money.
that's what I'm saying now. I'm ignorant. Just tell me, how are they supposed to know that?
Yeah, but that's how they've been doing it before. Now they want to change it by saying that whatever you're doing it outside, we'll be changing it the same thing. So I'll see no reason to take that risk.
Okay. Oriola, let me give you another example. I have Canadian dollar and I need Naira in Nigeria, right? So, no, someone in Naira in Nigeria and give me Canadian dollar here. And from my account in Nigeria, I'm not sending dollars out of Nigeria, but the person that won Naira in Nigeria, I give Naira in Nigeria and I take Canadian dollars there. So how will the government?
That's different. That's different. Like
that's why I said they cannot track everything. And you say no.
Yeah, but the scenario.
I want to know if I got it wrong. That's why I'm asking you.
Now is different though. It's different than me sending money to Nigeria and the government will not know that money is coming into their country.
So Thomas, buying Naira is a good thing for us. So you are buying Naira. If I got your analogy well, that's not the problem. But buying dollars, taking the money to go and school in Harvard or University of Australia, or you use it to go and give to your girlfriend in this thing. So that's where the problem is.
Yeah. You know? See, it does. I don't understand the point you guys are making. It doesn't work that way. If I school abroad and I want to pay tuition, I can't even a school abroad like sometimes like semester. At least I think a semester will be like $7,000 or so. You still have to wire that money. It's not like you can just unless you have a domiciliary.
We are saying another thing entirely. They will know. No, that's not what I'm even saying. They will know the money is good. I said that is demand on our. That's the demand.
Quick correction.
Yeah, but you don't have to change the money though. You don't need to change.
No, they require that they have certain amount of dollar in their accounts. Okay, so they have to have that. They have to front load or they have to have that funds available.
Yeah, but you don't need to be. It doesn't have to be in dollars. You can have your Naira. They will just do the They will just
conversion?
Change it to convert it to their own money dollars and see like the equivalent. You don't have to physically
who
change
will be responsible
dollars.
for the forex? Nigeria will be responsible for the forex. That's the point.
Yeah, but now they can monitor what's going on. The thing is,
I know we are not talking of monitoring now. I'm saying the demand on dollar
is going out from our shore.
Exactly. I'm saying Thomas that is giving Australian dollars, that they are giving Australian dollar that is giving someone in Naira. That one is demand on Naira, not demand on dollars. So what Thomas is doing,
that's what I was saying. Why do we prioritize such transactions in the first place? Why do you prioritize such transactions in the first place? See, that's why we have to categorize all these transactions. Sending people trying to give people hard currency or dollar to pay tuition is not in the interest of the Nigerian economy, because all that money funds goes outside of the country anyways.
No, so, but the money is not going out though. That dollar is that dollar is not going out from Nigeria. It's more like if you wire to another country, you wire your own currency, and when they get to that country, they will receive it in the other country. So if
no, Oriola,
that's the way you understand.
No, recently now, we send it out in the foreign currency. I think we do.
That is what we are supposed to be using our foreign reserve to do now.
I've wired money to Nigeria, and if I that was way before. Now you have to turn it. If I send dollar, I get dollar. No, I've wired where my bank here. I just tell them send this total amount, and when you get to the bank in Nigeria that I wired it to, they receive it in Naira. That's what I'm saying. Like if you want to wire money to your anyone over here overseas. You do your money in Naira, take it from my bank, send this total amount. When you want to receive that money at the other country, you're receiving their own currency. It's not like you're getting dollar in Nigeria and you're shipping it out.
You will see how to do
yes, you are. You have to secure the dollar in Nigeria first. Okay, it has to be secured here before you do that transaction. So what
exactly, because
sense,
I don't think that's how it's done.
No,
maybe that's how it's done in Nigeria, but that if that's the way, that's one of the problems.
See, that's where the problem. That's where the problem lies, because the bank. Because the banks cannot give them this £6,000, $5,000, the one I used to pay the school fees. They go to their pocket to go and get it. That is the demand.
We don't have to be doing that, because the foreign country don't do it like that. I just explained to you. I wire money to Nigeria in dollars, and I go to Nigeria, my bank, and it's in naira.
No,
but yes, Oriola, what you're saying, what you did is fine, but the other way around, Nigeria has its own policy.
Yes.
And also the foreign country or the institutions can also demand that their funds be dollarized. Okay, not because of the fluctuation or whatever of the naira.
Yeah, but isn't that what Cardozo just did recently? That naira legal tender in Nigeria is naira.
Yes.
Yes, it finally did it. It just it just did that.
Oriola is missing the point. See, legal tender in Nigeria is naira.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you want to deal with any foreign country,
yes,
even though you may be paying your service in naira in Nigeria,
yes,
there we have to settle the foreign country in their own currency. So
yes,
there's a demand now for the currency.
That's why, like, I have a friend that wants to buy something from Amazon,
and I
like you have a limit that your bank can approve for you to buy something in Amazon.
Okay.
Like
I
maybe
think that's where the mistake comes.
Yes,
I think because here's the thing. If I believe I was it 2014 when I went to England, I brought dollars. Immediately I get there, I was able to convert all my money into pound, because that's what I can use or I can spend over there.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm receiving, even when I use my card to get money, I was receiving money from ATM.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give me dollars. They're giving me in pound sterling. So that means that's what we should be doing. Like,
that's ideal, Oriola, but we don't do that. See, hold on a second. When I also use my card in Nigeria, I got the money from the ATM in naira, not dollars. Okay, but what you're saying is ideal. But you're talking about a country like Nigeria that dollar is a legal tender. You know that. You can spend naira dollar as much as you can spend dollar anywhere in Nigeria. Unlike the UK that you're talking about, that's not the case. You can't take naira or your dollar.
Right.
I mean, you could, but it's why you want to do that? They can easily take your pounds.
No.
Unlike,
can I ask you that question a lot? Because I remember I was in downtown Jerusalem like years ago, and I had
this one of those people causing problem for us.
Oh, I used my Bank of America card. It wasn't even I just used it, and it just converted it by itself, and it gave me the currency.
Exactly. Thank
you.
So
I'm saying that why can't we have a process where even if you come with your foreign, there's a system that converts in real time what the exchange rate is to whatever you need in that.
Okay, for naira, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That even if you have to send forex from Nigeria,
right,
send it in naira. When you get to that country,
automatically it does convert for you. Why can't we have that system to save us these? What can we have that kind of?
That's still not the issue, Babati. That's still not the issue. I got it. You are looking at it from the surface, but the settlement area is where you are going to look at it. Okay, look at it this way now. Let's say cash and carry is in Nigeria. Cash and carry is demanding dollars from you, right? You take dollars to cash and carry. Okay.
We explain that we don't.
That one is illegal in Nigeria, right?
Cash and carry
wait now. You would think.
We don't understand what cash and carry is. Explain it.
Oriola, wait now. Let me even finish my analogy. You didn't even know where I'm going to. Because I can see the confusion in this dollar demand and this. Now, even if you still buy things from cash and carry in naira, cash and carry, for example, assuming it's an American company, it's not a Nigerian company. If you want to repatriate its money back to America, it will still demand for that dollar you used to buy from cash and carry. The only difference now is this: is transferring the burden to the customer. To instead of me looking for dollar later, You bring the dollar to me. You understand? But the problem that one is causing is this: it's now putting pressure on everybody to now be looking for dollars.
I'm saying the burden of
shouldn't be doing that.
The burden of conversion to be on the banks to help you out, because you can't be, oh, how much is in the like? They should be able
I agree with you.
to help you with that.
I
now
agree
we have
with
to
you.
worry about what the rate is. They should figure that out for themselves. And you get the naira coin in Nigeria, and when you leave, you get the dollar. That's it.
I agree with you. Assuming Nigerians are not hoarding dollars, even if those guys are still approaching the bank to do that, it will still be the same volume of demand. Assuming that
let's forget about people hoarding. The point is, Nigeria should not be collecting, changing dollars that they want to spend in another country in Nigeria. No, we don't need that. Spend your naira when you get to that country, collect it in
their own currency over there. That's
know how much your tuition is. If it's $10,000 in naira, it's 10 million naira. Pay 10 million naira when you get to wherever it is.
Okay, I agree with you about Babati completely.
Okay, one second. See, it doesn't work that way. See, what you're saying
how it works everywhere else.
Well, okay. Well, obviously it's not working in Nigeria. But the point here is that
Prince, why must we always be different from normal human? Why will we always be different?
Why? Thank you.
I'm serious. Why?
You see when I said, hold on. You see when I said that. You see when I said that, the people in charge, the Cardoso and co, should understand the uniqueness of Nigeria's economy or other system.
Yeah, but that's what he's doing.
That's what we're talking about.
What we talk about now is what he's doing.
But to your point, you can't just have arbitrary what I call exchange. See, you have to. You can't just say, well, I have 10 million naira. I want to pay tuition, so I'm going to go to the U.S. and pay that tuition with that money. No, because of the dollar reserve, you have to secure that money. The economy in which you're coming from, the country, has to produce that fund to make sure it's available.
Wait, that's not true. How come other countries are not doing that?
Oriola, let me explain this.
They're doing it. What do you mean?
They are doing it. If I have to buy something in England now, I will pay the conversion rate in the dollars. When I get to when the money get to England, it will be
the pound
sterling.
That's
I don't have to buy pound sterling in the US to pay them over there. No.
Okay. Now you're talking about convertibility rate. You see, the naira is not a strong currency as such. Okay, neither is the ruble. So what you're saying,
Nigeria is a Soviet country. It's not a just. So we have to.
Obviously, the naira is not in the category of the dollar and the pound sterling. There are certain currencies. You can easily exchange around the world.
Wait, are you saying all third countries? That's how it works. Like once you go to Jamaica
once
now,
you have once you're like in your country, if you have MasterCard or Visa, you should be able to go into most countries, put your card in, and you get the conversion of that country
exactly.
And use currency.
But the same thing happens in Nigeria. I use my credit card in my bank card, debit card.
We're saying the other way around.
The other way around. When you leave, you're supposed
to
do that.
So why do you need to get forex in Nigeria? You don't need that. Once you,
I'm a transaction. See, what you said actually suggested it before, but in the sense that if you want to pay tuition, but there has to be an arrangement with the Nigerian government or banking system.
Yeah, the bank.
Wait, let me give you another example. So I went to Nigeria, I think 2021 or 2022, whatever. I have some naira left that I didn't spend. When I get to JFK, I convert everything back to dollars. I just give them at the booth, and they
it doesn't change anything. It's the peculiarity of Nigeria. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Why must it be peculiar, Ola? Why must
wait, Babati, wait. If you wait, I will.
No.
Wait, Babati.
Why must it be peculiar like everybody?
Wait. See, the way you are trading forex, that's how the speculator in Nigeria want to trade forex with their hard cash. That's the principle you are basing there now. Now look at it this way. Whether you go to other country to change it or you change it locally, the demand will still be the same. That's what we are saying. Okay, when I told you about when I was,
it won't be the same though. I don't.
To your example in New York. See, New York, it's this very much familiar with Naira than other parts of the states. Okay, for example, so your Naira is easily convertible to dollars. But I don't think that will happen in other parts of the country. It won't happen because there's demand for Naira in that area, at that airport, for example. So it's not going to work
you're right,
everywhere
and
else.
I think I understand why this might be a problem because a lot of banks in Nigeria, if you come here, you can't use your ATM in the US. A lot of
There you
banks.
go.
I think now I understand
They
why
have
that might be the case.
if they
But
have
that's what we need to work
that
on.
was what Buhari brought now.
Yeah.
See, what I was trying to
No.
explain.
Even before him, I think it has been like that. Like I think there's
No,
only
it hasn't been.
2
It
or
hasn't been
3
like that.
banks that you can
No.
use your Nigerian card and
Oriola, it has been like that. I work in the payment system while before leaving Nigeria, so forget.
yeah, then they should fix that, man. They should fix
So
that.
I know that terrain very well. So
but it's because of our manipulation. That's why. Because we steal a
Oriola,
lot.
I said, let me explain. You didn't allow me to explain.
Explain.
Because I understand the technicality you are meeting there is that you are not looking at demand, but you are looking at changing. I was explaining to you the other time that okay, cash and carry the total goods they have in Nigeria is $1 million, right? Take that good for $1 million. Now they have to sell $1 million goods, whether they buy it in naira or they buy it in dollars. 2 different things. Okay. Now, if they sell everything in naira, if they want to get the equivalent of the $1 million to their country, they are still going to the central bank through the bank, the financial system of Nigeria, to demand for $1 million forex to take to their country.
Exactly.
Now, if you, as a consumer, if you are going to them to pay them dollar too, you still pay them that $1 million. Do you understand? So that's not the
No, I actually don't think it would.
Wait,
the way I
now,
see
Oriola, you actually don't think what you don't understand.
Wait,
you
no. See, do you want me to explain what I think it is? Then just totally blank saying I don't understand what I'm talking about.
Sorry about that if it's offensive.
What I'm saying is this: when you, from our knowledge, is all like that's why they have like Swift in between that can do conversion for each countries, like they have to go through in order for easy buying and selling. What I believe is this: the store that you just mentioned, if they let's say they make $1 million and they want to get it out of Nigeria, is wire. They wire the money from our central bank or whatever bank.
No, I'm still saying the same thing.
Yeah, but they don't have to get it. They don't have to get the money.
The wire is not the problem, but that demand of $1 million is the problem. That $1 million demand is the problem. Forget about wire or no wire. Even if you pay them as a customer, if you pay them in dollars, they are still going to wire to their country.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they don't need that physical the $1 million. All they need is naira.
Physical or no physical, they still demand on dollar. Demand on dollar.
Yes, now even
no, you're not
through wire payment. If it's not electronically, you can still go and if they can demand cash from the wire payment, of course, and want to use it to pay for their citizens or anything.
Yeah, they just have to convert it back to dollars. Like they will have $1 million in naira. And that naira is what they will convert to whatever country they're going to and collect their $1 million dollars. What I'm understanding what you guys are saying.
The problem is not that transaction we are talking about. The problem are those people buying that dollar and put under their mattress. So you are creating artificial scarcity so that you can gain. That's where the problem is.
We're confusing each other. I understand the point you're making. Let me explain to you what you're saying. What you're saying is they need to get $1 million to their side. Let's say $1 million, right? Now they need the CBN to give them the physical cash, $1 million, correct?
Whether physical or through tech or through anything, just a method of payment.
Right. But what I'm saying is once the transaction is made, they don't need the once they get to their account, whatever bank they wire the money to, they don't need that dollar in naira. They don't need that
in cash.
They don't need that physical dollar in Nigeria.
See. It's all about trade balance.
It's not about method of. It's not about method of payment. It's about
It's about
if the money gone out or not. That is the most important thing. So they can use that. Wait, they can use, because I'm working in the accounting department in Caliber Collection here. They can use that wire payment number and go and steal demand cash from your country.
Right. So now what's the problem? Nigeria does not have money.
Oriola.
The truth is that
please, if you don't mind, give me a minute.
Okay.
I won't go beyond that a minute. Agama, the problem is this. How many of us now? Let's say we are 10 here. Let's assume all of us, we have equivalent of dollar in Naira. We are Nigeria. We are supposed to keep our money in Naira, right? But we now decide to say, oh, we are not keeping our money in Naira. We are keeping our money in dollars in Nigeria. That is where the problem is coming. Just imagine almost $1 million. You convert your Naira to $1 million. Everybody converts their money to $1 million. So it simply means that 10 million that are supposed to be for genuine transaction in the market, we are hoarding it, creating artificial scarcity for those people that want to do business. That's the problem. If you got my point. Thank you, Agama.
I get your point, but and I think Agama kind of get what I'm saying, because the scarcity is what I don't understand. Like, I understand people are holding money, but if we have to do like the wiring, for example, it means that Nigeria does not really have to have that physical dollar. Or they have to have the exchange rate of that amount of $10 million. And when that people get to their country, they will collect it in their own currency.
No, Oriola, no, they are those people that are holding money, not necessarily because they want to use overseas, but they want to prey on you that you need that money. So that, you see, one thing is that, okay, when you mop all the money in the bank, it's just like fuel. When we have fuel scarcity, what people do is that they mop the oil, they keep it so that the scarcity will still be there. And people will come now and be buying for more. That's exactly what is happening. So the money that is supposed to be in the bank, be available to people. Even some of the bankers will even encourage some people to even take that cash away to keep somewhere. Just imagine, Bank 2 were hoarding foreign currency, Nigeria Bank, hoarding foreign currency. So if you are supposed to have, maybe the demand in the market is supposed to be $10 daily. Some people now decided to say, okay, they hoard it and just have only $1. The only $1 million that we have is what people will be fighting for. Already, it is supposed to go for 700. They are now say, okay, we are going to collect 1,200. Once that one is off, some people that are holding the money, they release another $1 million again. They are profiteering.
I understand the point you're making.
This money is not supposed to be in the hand of
the
individual.
problem go beyond people just hoarding. The thing is, Nigerians should be able to get their money, get in Naira, and get to the counter and be able to convert that money to whatever country they go. Or they should be able to use their bank. If I have 10 million Naira in my bank, I should be able to go to United States or anywhere in the world and collect conversion rate of whatever I want to take out of my bank.
That. I don't understand. We do that. I see. We
don't do that. You can use all the bank in Nigeria.
Can I interject a little bit? Sorry,
guys. I mean, speak.
Okay. I think the issue here is threefold. The first one is with the commercial bank in Nigeria. Their underhand and illegal activities are just too numerous, okay? I know that there was a time that even if you have a guarantee debit card and they give you a chance to use it abroad, they also put a limit on it. I don't know, but what I think Nigeria is just my own, and then we also have the bureau change and the informal sector of Aboki. I've never seen any country where you are trading currency in the open like that. I think the floating of the currency is good, but for me, I think we should have a way that, first and foremost, any currency you want to exchange, it has to go through the bank. And the CBN and federal government security, all regulated, they should monitor the commercial bank very well so that they don't do round tripping.
But Remy, quick question. You remember the Cardoso said that forced them to sell their dollars. That they said they bought at 400 or 300. Why did they wait so long for banks to hold dollars at that rate?
So
without having them.
That is how this commercial
law
bank.
enforcement is like garbage.
Yeah,
that is criminal. Imagine buying the lot at 300 as a bank and holding it until it become almost 1,500 naira.
So that is what they are doing. You know what? To be frank with you, if I want to have my way, the way it is now, what I would suggest, although it might look a little bit archaic, although it might be not so easy, I think just let CBN do this thing by themselves. Cut away all these commercial banks because they are working hand in hand with their bookies and the rest. When you go to bank, I remember when I want to pay school fees for my daughter.
Remy, they're regulators. They're not doing their job. The people they hire is not doing the job. They should regulate all the banks.
Because the regulators are not doing their
laws.
Job. Let me tell you something, Oriola. There's one thing about Nigerian, or maybe about black people, I don't know, but about Nigerian especially. It's always about what can I gain from
Remy, can a penalty? Shouldn't they fine them or something for holding?
What I'm trying to say, I don't understand. Maybe CBN for the meantime. CBN for the meantime should just create another department. If you want to any dollar, any foreign currency you want to go, just go through the commercial, go through the CBN.
See, that's the thing. Let them enforce all the policy they have already.
Totally. Kill them.
Let them enforce the policy
Remy,
they have already.
Are they enforcing right now?
Exactly.
Right now,
they're not enforcing.
They are not enforcing. First, you have to cancel bureau de change or bookie no matter what happens. Nobody.
They don't need to. We run a capitalist system. There's no need. It's a freedom. You don't have to. It's not communist system that we run.
Nigeria cannot go the way of all these highly educated, highly disciplined, highly obeying the rules of laws like all these Western nations. Our country is not like that.
No, they do the same thing in Britain. I was in Britain, and at the parties they were selling dollar to us. They're selling. People are coming and selling money to me and other people as well. So they do that, but at the end of the day, they know it's not profitable. Just like Nigeria is just a little bit different because people knows that if I go through the bank, I will get more money than if I just meet somebody on the street selling me money. It won't be a good thing for my pocket. So people will go through the right way.
The beauty of it now is that they've done, which I think is good. Any money you are transferring to Nigeria or you are sending to Nigeria is going to arrive in Naira form.
Yes.
And through the international banking settlement, CBN can now settle with all these.
That's how it's always been.
Yes.
I don't know why we change it.
This is good. And then I think now, as we are doing this, nobody needs to go to their booking and exchange because you don't have dollar in your hand anymore. Naira is already in your account, so you don't need a dollar. So, and if you
right, and you're changing it at the same rate to
Thank
like
you.
if I bring if I go to Nigeria today and I have $1,000, there's no need for me to risk my life by going to
no, just send it to your account
I'll just go to the bank and do it because it's more safe. People just risk their life because people that go to Nigeria knows that if you're changing money on the roadside, you have to be careful because they can rob you. So now I don't have to take all that risk.
You don't need to do that anymore. Just send the money to your bank account.
Exactly.
No. I did now. Usually now you invite their bookie to come to yours. So that's the okay. Never mind.
It's the bank. The bank will invite their bookie to come to the bank.
No. But if you go home, they will come. Their bookie, you just call them. They have connections. I need so amount, and they will just do it for you. You don't have to go there now.
That one you're also risking your life.
No, I'm about to say that.
We have connects now. They do it for you now. You don't have to go to that bookie yourself.
Remy.
Yeah.
See, I want you to address this issue. What Prince that Babati Oriola are talking about, that's valid. But what we are saying now is not the problem. The problem is, Remy, that have 10 million naira in Nigeria. But you are afraid that inflation will eat your money because of naira volatility. And you decide to convert your money to dollars. Mm-hmm. Because, okay, look at it this way now. If you've converted, maybe you used to have, like, say, 10 million in the account before when dollar was like 100 naira, right? Mm-hmm. So You convert your 10 million. Let's assume you kept 100,000 that time, right? If you do not, assuming you didn't convert that your currency that time, you left it in naira. Simply means that your 10,000 today will just worth how much?
I understand.
People are doing. People are doing 2-3 step transaction. They will first change it to SEPA first. Then people are doing it other ways now.
No, Babati will get me. Babati will get analogy. Okay, no, sorry, Remy, get some Babati.
Well, he directs money, they do the SEPA.
Get me. Now, a person like me, Naira in Nigeria, inflation the banana me get. Body pension in Nigeria, inflation the pension me get. Look at it this way. If before Kibu Arito Debe can pay 100 in one share dollar, Tibani 1 million buying. You understand? Tibani 1 million buying. Only 1 million might give for me, for example. That's $10,000. Right. Can't be moving naira, Missy Lati Georgie.
Ola, for the benefit of Agama, I don't think Agama understand you, right?
I think what.
Sorry, apology. I didn't even know that I was switched to Yoruba. I'm very
this is not the after show. Like, this is the after
I'm very sorry.
The question I will ask you is this.
No, Remy, please let me explain that thing in English and you understand.
I think they okay.
So Babati, no, for Agama to hear. Babati, like that time, when it was 100 naira to $1, you understand? I have 1 million. That was $10,000 to me, right? My 1 million. But my 1 million today is less than $1,000. That's the problem why Nigeria now starts converting their currency. The money that is supposed to stay in naira, you now convert your money to dollars, even though you are not traveling out of Nigeria. You are doing your transaction in Ikeja there. We are not going anywhere. But you know that your 1 million will become nothing. So you now kept it so that if you have the same $10,000 today, now, for example, you know how many millions you are making now? You are having about 16 million. That is exactly what is happening in Nigeria. That is why people are hoarding dollars. That's what we've been trying to explain. So the dollar demand in Nigeria, all of them are not for foreign transaction.
Yes.
They are for people to keep under their carpet.
Yeah.
Well, we are looking at the wrong problem, just like I've been saying all along.
Yeah. So
all those guys also understand now because they are politicians. They are the one holding that. They are the one doing that mostly now. Right? When people are saying I don't understand, I just laugh.
So,
they are the one doing it.
They're using us.
Ola, in this sense, most of this money you are talking about will be changed through Aboki outside the bank, the formal sector. Because you cannot just walk into a bank and they say, okay, I have 2 million naira, I want to change it to dollar. You must have a reason. You must fill some form.
Remy, there are fake foreign LC, I tell you.
The question I want to ask you is this. So that's why I'm trying to say that the democracy we have copied, or the capitalist mode of economic that we are practicing, does not fit Nigeria too slowly.
No. You've changed the topic.
So my question is this. Answer this question. My question is
you've changed the topic.
This one is economic
problem. This is economics and you've changed it entirely. No. You've changed the topic. No, that's not the topic we are discussing.
My question is this. Now that we knew that there are so many people, and most of these people they are not going to be just ordinary Yabasira or something like that. They are going to be a little bit above high income.
Remy, you'll be surprised. Everybody is changing their money to dollars.
Your governor is changing his money. Even your government is changing his
money. What can we do?
Those governments are the major culprits.
They are the ones changing the money now. You think they are leaving the money in naira when they call it allocation?
They are the major criminals. That's what we're saying.
Okay, if they are doing like that, what can the presidency do? Or what can CBN do? What solution? What can we do?
Don't we have policy? And they are regulators. Regulators should do their job.
Don't enforce anything.
The CBN governor that have the power to change all that.
The policy are the one
they already have policy in place to do all these things. They're regulators.
those people making the policy are the one breaking the policy. When Emefiele went to Caribbean,
everybody break policy.
Even Tinubu go, his money is in dollar.
Someone that went to Caribbean recently, you know what he was doing there now?
So you understand? The policymakers are the one breaking it. That's where the problem is, and they have this huge money to mop. So
so it's hard to actually like fault anyone because people see them doing it and people join too. Like everybody's changing their money. So
what you guys are telling me this morning,
I have my friends.
No solution.
I have my friends that
Remy, if you listen, I said people are doing two-step conversion. They are doing safer to dollar. They will first do that neighboring country conversion. Then they will do they are bypassing this whole thing. You are here.
Remy, the people that are supposed to solve Nigeria's problem is against their interest. The solution is against their interest.
They don't really want to solve the problem. That is where the problem lies.
I am not. It's like what you guys are telling me is that there's no solution.
There is
Remy, if you become president of Nigeria or governor, if you want to change your money to naira,
what you are painting here right now this morning to me is that people already changed. Find two.
Remy, let me make it worse for you. Remy. Hold on. Let me worse for you. Do you even know what it's worse apart from changing the currency? They even get better rates than everybody else. They're not even doing that 1,500 right now. They are still getting into low for cheaper rate.
That's the reason they say floating. That's why the floating of naira is necessary.
So it's not even working. Even your rate, they're still getting it below that rate because they get
okay. If our Cardoso, it should just
it's working though. With the new policy Cardoso introduced last week or 2 weeks ago.
No,
Babati. Policy, that policy is working.
What you are trying to tell us,
next few days, let me speak English now. Speak English. You accuse me.
Guys, we are going to 2K for sure. That's to me. I can guarantee that before the end of the year we get to 2,000. That is certain. So
but there's nothing wrong with that though. If there's productivity in the country,
where is the productivity? The question.
That's the problem. That's the problem. That's the even China one time devalued their currency.
Agama, where is the productivity? Is the question.
No, Babati. Not everyone that is Japan to school versus with Japan now will be Japan again. But it may not have huge impact on us.
Yeah, that's a good point.
People will. So those
people sending their kids to school abroad, they will change their mind.
So basically, inflate the naira that is so expensive, people cannot live. Abi?
Then we have No. Then we have to find a way to be productive. Then we find a way to be productive.
Let me tell you, Ade, if it's low or high, if you are productive, you will be regardless of whatever the money is.
Now, don't you think we will start producing stuff?
Listen to me. If you are productive, you will regardless. Okay, you will be. If you're not willow when it's low, how can you be willow when it's high? Oh, no, you must go.
No. Babati. There are still some local.
We have to go through tough time.
There are still some local manufacturers. Because let me tell you something. We see imports are sewn cloth from Nigeria. While some Nigerians they prefer something foreign. So the thing will happen eventually.
Wait, please. Oh, okay. Oh, when it was 500, how when it's 2,000?
They will. I'm telling you, they will.
Okay.
When we get to the rock bottom, we would turn around and know, like, okay, now we have to be productive.
I asked that question on this platform 3 years ago. What is the rock bottom? What is it?
Yeah, rock bottom is when you can all the foreign luxury that you're yearning for, you can't afford them anymore. Then you know, like, okay, now I have to be serious and do something in my own country.
Nigeria serious, okay. Okay,
good. So you think that we can?
What Oriola is saying is true.
I'm asking. I don't know. I don't know.
Do you know some Nigeria? We are desperate that even to school in Nigeria, we don't school in Nigeria. We
have buy pizza from London to Nigeria.
No, we just have to go to Kuton.
No, rock bottom, Abi. Go ahead. Rock bottom.
No. Babati. That's just okay. Let me tell you something now. Even though they've increased the wages for some bankers, for some people in telecom, But the truth is this: despite that, the same thing, not the same thing. They like when people like us were there. When we were earning money in the bank, we were earning really good money because we know they convert that money to dollar. Funny enough, but today I tell you, if they pay like my bank now, we used to earn our salary around 21st, 22nd. You understand? Today now, if some people earn their salary today, the first thing first of all they call a bookie, they change the money to dollars. If you ask them not to put it inside the account, they will go and buy votes and keep it inside their votes. So now when they tell you that the team will come carry them for, but they know they tell you say that
a
they
lot
carry
of
money
people
they
have
go now.
domiciliary accounts.
Yeah, give me do me a favor. Because you work in the back end. Right now, how much dollars do you think people are holding in their homes or in the circle somewhere? Give me a number. If you have to estimate.
Babati, alone,
just try now. Mioju.
See, if you ask me, I will say what is in the hand of people today, without me thinking I'm exaggerating.
Okay.
Maybe in excess of over $15 billion.
15 billion.
Yeah,
in Nigeria, somewhere there.
Wait, I think we can trace it because I think we can trace it because US know like where the money goes. Like they can trace their money. So I think we can trace how much we have in Nigeria. I won't lie to you. I said it before. They're using us as an instrument. We're being used. That's all this manipulation they're doing is all
we are subject of neocolonialism now.
Yeah.
We are subject of imperialism.
So basically, according to Ola the banker, somewhere in Nigeria, there are $15 billion somewhere just hidden, sitting down there.
That's what I think.
I don't think we have that.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking.
Ola and Babati, Ola, you are a former banker. No, you cannot tell me you don't know this set of people. You will know them. And even the Patrick will also know.
No, the thing I know.
My brother is
Remy, Marco, Bobo, Similapo. The thing I know is this. Remy, the thing I know is this. I said some of those people
how do we stop
Remy, no, these are individual people like you and I. Some of those people that I know like you. Okay, some of them earn like say 2M a month. Right. For them, for the 2M a month, not to become 500 naira a month in 2 months' time. If they collect their salary on 21st or 22nd, the first thing they do is to call Aboki to change their money to dollar.
And they will not keep it under their pillow at home, right?
Under their pillow,
they have domiciliary account though. No, and you have to remember that.
Oriola, if they are targeting domiciliary account and they won't keep money in domiciliary account.
No, you can't do that though. You can't
put Oriola,
wait, you can do what? You can do
Oriola, let me shock you.
If you are holding, you can't expose yourself now.
Wait, no, let me say. So I have somebody work for me. Wait, I have a team that is doing some things for me. The lady told me I have to pay. He's charging me in dollars, correct? And he told me specifically, he's like, I have domiciliary account. She lives in Nigeria, and she was like, oh, I have domiciliary account. So that, and she's not the only one. Like I have cousins that I know. They all told me they have domiciliary account.
Stay with me. I'm not discussing those ones. People that have that money, you know, the guys, you know, Ola said in 15 billion. Some of it are only funds. So that's why I'm going. And don't do what you want to do. It's not going to go open some domiciliary account to put the money there now. Forget people doing legitimate business. I'm not talking about those ones. If you have 15 billion somewhere in Nigeria, obviously it's not all legal.
You know you're in trouble if you have 15 billion in Nigeria, right? It's useless.
No, not by one person now. It's
what I'm saying now is that that domiciliary account, dollar account, you can't really change dollar right now. You have to. I mean, there's no way you can do it because they've changed the system now.
Now, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Now, the only way you can do is to walk to the government now to for your money to be anything
policy.
Now.
Yeah, that's
the new policy.
How would I put my money there?
That's what they actually enforce it too. We have to put that into account.
When I was coming to Canada, although some of my money was in the bank, but the money I really brought to Canada, I got myself. You understand? In cash, why you call me? Okay, let's just say this: $20-something thousand. It's just for random. You understand? You know, that money was staying inside my house. My wife didn't even know where the money was. So if a random Ola could do that, right? Just imagine how many Ola working in the Nigerian bank.
That's not advisable,
Ola,
especially where there's robbery in Nigeria. You got lucky because you got lucky. There's a million.
We're in a live program, so I can't say what I really want to say about this.
No, that was when I was coming. That for how many years?
So we are a live program, but people are.
Only Ola, you know this green.
Baba T, this man is calling me Oli. Can you imagine?
I did not say that.
Where's Ogbeni? I need to take this guy to call tomorrow.
Remy, I want to be Nigerian. For them to get their dollars, if I'd gone, bank delivery, I'm going to deliver everyone. Until long, but anyway, I'm going to deliver for one.
Yeah, you have to be rich enough, Baba T.
I know.
You have to be rich enough to do this.
That's my point.
At least you did $1 million naira to 10 million for them to do that.
People are looking at that country.
A lot of people in Nigeria.
They are loaded though.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying you have to have that kind of
because when you look at how much dollars politicians spend during the election, that's politicians. So we are still not talking of those ones being ordered by individuals. Man, like I said, I don't quote me for that figure, but I just believe that we must have something massive.
Let me give you a clue. Let me give you a clue in this live program. Hashtag Gambia. If you know, you know. If you get back, you know what I'm talking about. They know what they do. Let's just move on.
Yeah, Baba T will know all these things.
They know what to do. People they know how to bypass all these things.
Yeah, there's no law in that country.
See, as I speak to you now, I have a cousin. You understand? Once he receives his money every month, the first thing is to convert it to dollar. You know, they waste time. You understand what I'm saying now? And it's not only him. I can list them. So when we talk sometimes that we have that information, but we like telling an individual in Nigeria, oh, don't change your money. You understand? I can't. Your 500,000 yesterday just become like 100,000 today. What will you? So many things we have to be addressed in that
Does
country.
anyone know like cell phone wholesalers in Nigeria?
What?
Cell phone wholesaler.
Oh,
or retails.
What part of Nigeria?
You want to supply Abi?
Huh?
You see, Mr. Thompson now. When you hear that,
I'm asking, does anybody know any retailer, cell phone sellers, or wholesaler cell phone?
I don't know.
I know. What do you want to do?
You know? Okay.
Yes.
So I'll reach out to you then.
Okay. Oh, wow. Are you buying from China?
A lot of questions.
You're asking
for Mr. China.
If you want to ask for his business, you ask when we get to the background now. So if he exposes his
I'm
business,
just in the book of
Nigerians, they have an appetite for, if you have any brand, they want the American version of that brand.
You've ever seen Nigeria, they will tell you UK version, UK iPhone.
They want that.
Yeah, they have that for foreign goods. Well.
So if it's just a regular app one, they want that American version of whatever it is. But
I think what Tinubu can do to be ruthless is, I don't know. This thing will not favor people. If I mention it, I don't want people to start swearing for me online.
No. Say what you gotta say, man.
I know I have something. It's a terrible thing that I just say that.
If it's good for the country, it's not terrible, man. If it's good for the overall long term, so yeah, I don't know.
Increase the tax for foreign goods.
Ola and Babati, for the first time this morning.
See,
I see that
the thing is this. I will have suggested that all government should find a way to find a way to track how people spend their money, to work with the employers in Nigeria to track how people spend their money. You can't tell me that you
don't
earn 1
have
million
those
today.
technology. You guys
You don't have
supposed to
the,
just
you know,
talk about these things
uh, like,
we don't have any of these things
let me
now.
let me
Oriola, the technology is there. I told you that
No,
I
we
work in
don't.
payment system.
No, we don't. Even all your
Oriola, the technology is there.
all your
Now
banks in
I will tell you.
Nigeria, all their service hosting is not even done in
Oriola,
Nigeria.
don't
You don't have
argue.
it's
license.
very, no, I think it's very easy to boss. I like quick question. How many people live in Nigeria? In the population, what needs to
I don't know, 300 million.
You know, but that's my point. You don't have any you don't have enough data to even be doing what you're talking about. You don't know. You don't know.
No.
You don't have enough resources to even do
Wait,
that.
Babati, hear me. How are people paying their payee in Nigeria? So if government know how to collect payee from
What's
in
payee?
Nigeria,
it's a cash society. People still paying cash now.
no. It
doesn't matter though.
I'm talking of those people that are working. Okay, you work in a bank, you have pay slip, you pay tax.
How many people work in the bank?
State government making money from knowing the data of
what you're saying is like you're talking about just few people.
People moving
How
money
many people work
legally
in the
don't
bank?
go
How
to,
many
they're not working
people
there
have
now.
a bank account?
Babati, you don't even get me. Now you earn 5 million a month, and your 5 million is disappearing in a month. Let's
How
find
many
explanation to
people
where your
earn
money is
that
going
5
now.
million?
You say?
How many people earn 5 million in a month?
I see. It's an example. Don't go.
Yeah, but don't
example.
everybody. I understand the way you're looking at it. But you have to understand
the
that
question is just an example.
not even half of Nigerians have bank.
That's the point. That's not the point. The question is this: if you can pay tax, if you are paying tax, if there's a way they make you pay tax, the same way too, we can try to monitor you. But I know it's not good. That's why I'm saying I didn't want to say it before because it's excessive monitoring now. I want to know what you are doing with your money.
How many
you can't tell me you earn 5 million today now and disappear. What have you done with that money?
Yeah, but
even if you're investing, I want
you
to
know,
know
like collection of data. For you to collect data, you collect data in a different ways. Meaning,
Oriola, for those people back,
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's break it down.
Oriola, for those people collecting money through payee, they have data. Forget it. NIPS is in Nigeria. NIPS have all your financial data.
Let's break down. Let's break it down.
You want me to be exposing everything?
Let's break that down. I want us to break it down and see. So you're saying that okay, people that's collecting salary, there's a way to monitor them. Okay, great. That's great. How many stores in Nigeria that actually have a way to know like that everybody actually pay tax when they make payments? How many people go to grocery store to buy stuff? How many people go to the market to buy stuff? You can monitor that because
it's very difficult. It will be difficult.
In Nigeria,
I know Agama is not difficult. Trust me.
That's why I said let's break it down.
Okay.
Unless you go to grocery store, that's the only way someone can monitor that you use your card.
Now.
Even the method of payment with your money is another issue.
It's not a good thing. That's why I don't want to talk. I'm telling you,
let's talk. If I take Uber, how is government monitoring taxi in Nigeria? Like here,
you can even withdraw cash and pay cash too.
Right.
Nobody knows.
How do they even monitor? How do they monitor them? Like, how would they know you take a taxi or you take motorbike?
Let me give you one. Let me give you one very bad solution. But this one is too draconic. Let me tell you. Now, you work with the employers. Hear me very well. I say work with the employers. You see that thing now. You are going like a dictator now. Now you work with your dictator. Okay. You ask them to free from pay. How much do you spend a month? How much you do? So blah 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 blah. You key that in there in the system. You understand? I will keep telling them that okay, every month someone that is collecting 5 million, head or tail, he cannot spend more than 2 million out of it. Then 3 million is disappearing from the bank account. And you cannot even trace that 3 million to somewhere. What are you doing?
You don't use speculation to do
data
analysis.
I'm not using speculation. Man. Let me tell you.
You're speculating. Someone collect salary of 5 million. You can only spend like 2 million. You speculate. How do you know?
if government want to monitor, that's why I'm saying it's not a good solution. Get me? From the beginning.
No, it will be difficult. Someone will be
difficult. We
someone
don't
will
have those things. Like the country you live in, if you go to the bank, you go to the hospital, or you take any car, there's a way to monitor you. You use either your car. If you go to hospital, if you have social security or a
yes.
number, you use that. If you go to school, you use your social security or your driving license. There's a way to monitor. In Nigeria, no, not everybody have driving license. No, everybody have ID card. No, everybody have debit card or credit card.
Okay, Oriola, I got where you are speaking from. When I speak in distribution, I don't speak in totality, right? And so assuming you can't even do it 100%, even if you can even still do it 40 to 50%, you'll be able to create some kind of fear. Good, you can lie to the government. Oh, I'm building house. I'm paying my bricklayer by cash. It's going to get to a stage that, okay, because you want to be military, you've already entered you already entered dictatorship. You can even get to the level that, okay, I want to see your receipt. Okay, be paying. I may say, okay, be paying to the account of those people so that we can monitor you through names. That's why I say it's not a good solution. That's why I'm saying it's a military in nature. It's barbaric.
So in total, as a result, there's no way to monitor people in Nigeria. That's it.
Oriola, they play.
I mean, the only solution you gave us now, you already told us it looks like a dictatorship.
They play.
So it can't work.
No way to monitor. I said they play.
I mean, tell us how it will work. I mean, you just told us now the only solution you have.
I won't tell you again. I've already given you that thing.
I'm sure people agree that it won't. That's why we have to I mean, we need numbers, we need bank account, we need all of these things.
Oriola, things are generally very difficult to implement in Nigeria, right? But it doesn't mean you cannot implement up to a particular extent. When they say Nigeria, we don't have data, sometimes I keep telling people, say, nah, lie. You don't have data. Many Nigerians have passports. Many Nigerians have driver license.
When you say many Nigerians, put numbers on it. How many
Forget
people
about numbers.
Remember, we have 300 million. And I can tell you for a fact, I don't think 50 million Nigerians have passports.
I hear you, but let's just take it like that. Nigerians, they have telephone, they have a mobile phone. That's it. So I don't know how many subscribers.
How many people? Let me give you the numbers. I have the numbers. I have the numbers for MTN and Globacon. I'll give you right now.
I'm waiting for you. And you will see my response to you immediately. I'm waiting for you because it will tell me that maybe 60 million people in Nigeria have phone and this thing, and I will respond. It should be you are in America now. How come your internet is this slow?
It's in the hood, man. It's in the ghetto.
Just imagine your internet.
You believe everyone in America is living flashy.
Are you saying it's living under the bridge?
You get that Nigerian mentality.
Wait, relax now. I'm using the same phone that I'm using to talk. It's the same thing I'm using to.
Why will you even be using phone to talk when people who are using computer?
Well, I have a good phone. That's why.
So who told you that I don't have a good phone?
You just told me now that why would I do that?
I'm using my phone to talk too.
Now on computer.
And it's good.
We'll talk to that computer. That's funny,
Ola, you're in Canada, so we know your phone is terrible. So
you're in Canada. See, the thing is this: I have 4 screens as I'm speaking to you now. I have 4 monitors before me. So what I'm talking about?
Hacking people's accounts, hacking people's computers. 4 screen only.
So when someone works in software development, general IT, so what do you expect? You expect me to
you have a tendency because you have the knowledge to hack into people. You make my.
I'm not into cybersecurity. So, you know when Sita asked me the other time, I said everything in IT except
Olaf, my first time in America when I first got here, if you were Nigerian, you were not allowed in cybersecurity or banking. They didn't want you. Once you're Nigerian, nah, we can't. They did not hire that just in banking and anything that cyber back then. It wasn't. They didn't trust that, but things have changed now.
Wait till Oriola don't go. See, let me tell you what Oriola will do with that data. You may come here now and tell me that me say I will Google how many Nigerians have telephone. That one will be easy.
About they have about 100 million plus lines.
Okay, yeah. Let's assume that 100 million lines. That even there are some of them are double, right?
No, they are close to 100 million. I think let me about 100 million.
Some subscribers have to telephone. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, to mobile. Yeah. 100 million. Yeah.
I know. Okay, let me see whether
Glo has about 50. So and MTN has more, and there's Airtel, so they have 100 million plus. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, James.
Baba T, 100 million plus unique subscribers.
Yeah, in Nigeria, there's about so actually they have about 220 active lines. So about 100 million people actually have cell phones in Nigeria.
Oh, 220 million. Wow.
So if 100 million have cell phone in Nigeria, so this is where I want to.
No. That's Africa. No, that's the 200 and something that you saw. That's the total subscriber in the entire African continent.
Total line.
No.
Nigeria, not global. No, let me give you the actual.
Let me
give you the link.
I think I was trying to post the thing and my.
Hold on now. Hold on. You asked me. Let me give you the link so you can read it yourself. Nigeria has that. This is a premium time. Nigeria has over 220.7 million lines as of August last year. Okay.
Wait, is it in total or just MTN?
No, I said mobile, everybody together.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about MTN.
Not Africa.
How
would you be thinking MTN?
No, because that's how I was doing it. I was searching them by their mobile service.
No. You Google them by subscriber themselves, not the node. We call that one node, not the number of services. Now, if I'm pulling data now, I put them according to node. So the node we have in Nigeria is about 100 million node. Node represents human being. The line for human being self can be 2, can be 3. So that is where you have like 200. Now, this is what I want you to know.
If we just like you said, 1 minute, just like you said, they have 100 million mobiles, but that doesn't, or 200 whatever, but that doesn't mean that 200 is for 200 Nigerians.
No, listen, 100 million plus users, over 220.5 million lines.
Yeah, so that makes sense. So
Oriola, we have over 100 million users. So what's wrong with that data? Do you want to tell me something about it?
No, what was I saying before? I completely forgot.
We were talking about that. I said Nigeria have data that is.
But they are mostly 2G and 3G.
Oh yeah. Right. You're making my point now. Like there's no way we can't use that. We can use that as more like people that have cell phones.
Are you saying that data is not accurate? I just want to know. Are you saying?
Wait, the data is accurate in terms of mobile communication, but when you're talking about internet service or you want to go into furthermore, then it becomes difficult. Because out of those about 150 or more than 100 million people, how many of them actually have like a smartphone that can have internet access?
Do you mean 3G and above or 4G?
Yeah, 3G. With 3G, you can access.
No. That's not the point. All mobile users in Nigeria, they registered at least they force them to register with the service provider. So it means that they've gathered their data. Because you are saying there's no data.
No, but no, wait. And I'll tell you this. Maybe now it's becoming different. I remember that when I went to Nigeria, I give them fake address and it always worked. Oh, sorry, maybe I shouldn't be saying this. I won't use my personal address. I'll just use maybe the hotel I'm staying address and stuff. And they still
doesn't
accept
matter, but they still know you as
no,
Nigerian,
but
right?
you can't tell because for example, I left and they have to give somebody else my number. But for the meantime, for like 3 to 6 months, they probably still think I'm the owner of the...
Oriola Farabale. You fingerprinted, right? Yes or no? Did you fingerprint?
I probably did. I can't remember.
Did they capture you?
I think
they
I
capture
think
your
I did
fingerprint.
everything. Yeah.
So and you have Nigerian passport, yes or no?
Yeah, I do. But you have to remember
in
this
between
thing,
they will know that you're a liar when they want to harmonize.
Wait, do you know that?
Now, do you have BVN?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Do you have Nigerian ID card?
No, I don't.
But at least
you say you have bank account in Nigeria.
So you have bank account.
I don't.
No, Oriola, they have your data. So you are the one thinking they don't have your data. The only thing is this because they've not harmonized it. You understand? In fact,
no, I'm telling you they don't.
Wait
I
now,
understand what you're saying.
now. Farabale.
No, it's more like you're not understanding me. I understand the point you are trying to make. The fact that but I'm still trying to let you know that I can have a phone number in Nigeria without actually doing any of those things. And I've done it before.
I agree with you.
That means
I agree with you. Because
I even have people that have bank account without even.
I deal with the principle. I deal with the number or law of distribution. We don't have to capture everyone 100%, but we have to pick significant number to re-engineer the rot in the society, even if it is 60%. That one from there we can build on that. So over 100 million subscribers in Nigeria simply means that we have data close to what we have, even though you use like whatever, because the number of children between 0 and 14 years of age, they make up 43% of Nigeria. So let's assume that, okay, those people between 0 and 9 years, let's assume they are around 30% of Nigeria. You know what that means? Those are people that are not yet qualified to use phone. So we've got something at least we can say, in statistics, you have what we call confidence interval. So if you like, we can even set that confidence interval to say, okay, let's say 66%. We'll be able to cover 66% of subscribers in Nigeria. That alone should be enough for us to build for the future. We don't have to get it 100%. You understand?
Yeah, but 66% is low. I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing.
Here's the factor you have to look into. I want 200 million people.
Wait, here's the factor you have to look into. Getting the correct address of those people, if they have bank account, if they have what would I say? If they're paying any bills.
See, you can barely do anything without your national ID card in Nigeria, voter's card.
Yeah, now.
There are multiple layers of data capturing. Your mobile phone. No, I'm not saying you do not use wrong address. Whether you use wrong address,
I'm saying like back then.
Address,
no, we don't use that. That's then. But now I'm saying now it's different.
There are something you are going to do in Nigeria that you are going to use your correct address.
Yes, I agree with you. I'm saying now you have to
use
do
your correct address.
Yeah,
they
now
will
you
not
have to do
that lie. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now you have to do that. But back then you can give whatever. But now I think
that's why I say just let's come to now. Forget about 10 years or 15 years.
Yeah. Now even with the NIN, it's more like everybody. Like if you have to get a cell phone in Nigeria, you need NIN. So everybody now, there's no way you can escape it. You can't escape it. You have to have a
NIN. Even in Canada, I have NIN though. In Canada, I did my NIN there. All my
yeah. I did. I'm doing my here too as well.
So do we have data now? We don't have data. Let me tell you one thing. Oriola,
yeah, but there's one
if you
thing
go borrow
to
money
have
from
data,
Nigeria tomorrow,
and
there's
the other thing for you to be able to link those data.
Wait now, Oriola. If you go borrow money in Nigeria tomorrow, I want to japa with the money, and the credit union here can ask for your credit history in Nigeria, you'll be shocked. They will
No,
deliver
that's
everything to
wait.
you hands down.
That I don't agree with them doing that because and I will say the reason.
Okay.
Wait. Let me say this. If I'm in Nigeria and Nigeria is using mine to track me, using my internet to track me, yeah, that's good. That's I'm in that country. But if you're giving my information to a foreign country, that's not good at all.
I
Because
said,
in the long run,
if
that's gonna
Nigeria,
hurt us.
you get me right. Listen to my verbiage. I said it here before that Nigeria now, as a country, all this should find a way. When we're talking of that student loan the other time, find a way to partner with a credit bureau in foreign country.
Why would they do it? What are you talking? Why would they do that?
Why would
How
they
come
do
we
it?
can't create that in our country? Why?
Okay. Oriola. If I'm owing money in Canada, if I go to United States of America, I want to collect money, they will see my credit rate, credit system. Our credit system here is connected to that of America.
I don't believe so.
Really?
I mean,
they play.
Wait. See, no.
They play.
Listen. This is how I think
guys,
it
let's
works.
hear other people talk now. Triumph hasn't said anything. Ratubos hasn't said anything.
Yeah, they can talk now. They can chip in.
Some of these people, they are, I don't want to call them. They are shy. You have to let them know when they can talk.
Ganiu is the more radical version of Mike. So Ganiu is like Mike 3.7. So
when Ganiu wants to talk, he will talk. He will come in. Well,
Mike, is this show or last show?
Have you? Ola like to hold that mic.
Okay,
even when Ola wants to answer a question as simple as yes, he will take 3 minutes to explain that yes.
We enjoy
sometimes a one source a wrong time. Before second, be yours.
No,
before second, was a major. I think that there so this is the end of vacation.
earlier money pé state bí kọ́kọ́ má di Èkìtì mọ́ ẹgbẹ́ sí ti wà báyìí kọ́ collapse Èkìtì bí àkọ́kọ́ padà sí tọ́tù wáṣẹ̀ kò wá kíníyàn dùn mí sọ́lẹ̀ kan yẹn ló ṣe kórè àti bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
Bàbá tí àgbàyà ní sà àgbàyà ní sà. No, the thing, see, on that Èkìtì, I did that article on it like about 8 years ago. So we have because I'm just trying to let people see.
Nigeria does not need 36 states.
No, I don't have problem with. I even prefer the
state like Ekiti. They should just match them with Kogi.
Any collapse it and go matter exit one.
So
Ekiti padà sọ your state.
Kogi.
Kí lorúkọ abúlé ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ yìí náà ẹni tó wà látọ̀dọ̀
Ekiti wey produce millions of votes pass other states wey big.
See, the thing is this, it's shocking that Ekiti is able to be performing better than Osun State economically.
That one should be over. I'm sorry, I call big for nothing.
Osun is not bad, dude. The way you guys are, I go there. Osun is looking. It looks like. In fact, Osun look better than Oyo when I met him.
So now, Baba.
No, the Aregbesola did some work in Osun. Like when Osun have some, Osun is nice. Like they did some. You guys just don't know. Your Osun is quiet. I'd rather keep it like that. But their roads. Aregbesola fix their roads, man. Like road network. If you go to see Oshogbo, their roads is so nice. They have
Ade Dancer is doing a lot too.
So Osun is Oyo is more ugly. Like Osun is more developed. I'm telling you, you guys just don't know. Because I go through every time I go to Nigeria, I travel to all these states now. Osun is nicer. I mean, it's like they're even doing work secretly. But unfortunately, this guy that just came in now, this dancing guy, I heard he's not even doing anything. But that when Aribeshala was there, when Oyetola was there, they were building infrastructure, man, like roads, like their roads are brand new.
That is what they want to do now.
So, Baba, go watch no state from David Mugbo.
Yeah, but what the dancing governor he doesn't know what he's doing.
How that guy even win? Why did he win?
No, because his family is popular there now. His family, you know, they have a delicate university.
No, Mike. I want to do both for the month. So, can you why they back?
That's what I'm telling you now. Omoge family is a popular family there.
Yes,
can I hear from Remy? Yeah.
They voted for him for so many reasons. One, that is their first civilian governor, Adeleke, which is happened to be the uncle of this present governor. So, and Adeleke, the Adeleke family have done a lot of wonderful things in Osun. That's one. Then two, Osun is a civil servant state and a lot of religious people. And when Tinubu went there and telling them that he has more money than their Oba, they never forgive him. There's a protest vote. There is a protest vote against him. They don't even care whether Oyetola is a PhD holder or whatever holder. They just we don't want anything associated with Tinubu. It was a protest vote, and they have more better candidates than this Adeleke, their governor. But they voted for him because of sentiment, and also the family has a name, and also because there are some people in Osun, they also like Owambe politics. Give me money.
Yeah, let me John. What I hear from them?
Influence as well. The video influence.
Two things. Let me go. Like two things I heard was that when PDP was there, they share money. So the money goes around the market everywhere. They share money. So when APC came, they were only building infrastructure. So they like the infrastructure, but then before this governorship election, they were telling me, people in Osun were telling me that they need that money to spread again. So this time they will vote for PDP just for that money to spread around again. Because only a woman in their state, they say they have money spreading around during the PDP guy.
But now the money not spread like that now.
Yeah, but now that this guy now came, who can spread? Now they are complaining now. But they will go back to APC because they like the APC guy because they love Aregbesola there because the guy built the infrastructure. The guy, like literally, I went to Osun. I was saying like, I think I saw all these nice things.
I think
they say it's like Aregbesola that did everything. I was like, wow.
Oyetola is too quiet for Osun politics.
Yeah, he's quiet too. That's true. He's not too involved.
That Bashiru, that guy, he can talk. Osun people like that. Not a gentleman voice. Like you are more refined. No, that is not for sure. They want blah 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 blah.
Where is Kolata? Kolata, where is Kolata? Come and talk about your state. Your dancing governor. That guy is so ridiculous. I'm very sorry.
Enough for me today.
Well, that guy, when I first heard about that guy, the dancing guy, I'm like, this guy look annoying. This guy's just irritating me. Like,
Mike, from
this guy, this age, you're dancing, you're twerking. The guy will be twerking too.
Mike, from the beginning,
this rubbish looking guy, man.
From the beginning, it was fun and okay, he's dancing, but
it was never fun to me.
But now I'm like, come on, at some point you need to cut it down a little bit and just be serious. But that's the way
serious. It can never be serious.
Let me promote my state holiday. You see, one thing is this.
Oh yeah, Kitty.
Why are we discussing Kitty in this situation?
Why are we discussing Kitty? Let's stick to Osun.
I will keep
and that's Kitty.
Ekiti, you see, up to now, Osun State is not even among.
But I love the guy, I call him my dancing senator.
That kind of senator should be governor in Ekiti, not in Osun.
So the thing is this: Ekiti produces cassava more than Osun State. Ekiti cocoa more than Osun State. So. You're asking me whether I'm sure. Look at this man.
If we look it up now, we'll find out.
So there are more locally farmers, more than Osun people. It's right.
Because you see, if I don't tell you about my state, you don't know. One thing that is popular about Osun State is this: They have number of 419 and graduates in Osun State more than Ekiti.
Can we eat the best in your? Where can we eat the best?
No.
Is it
When you want to talk of number of 419s and
Where
Yahoo
will we eat
boys,
the best?
you know, you find them around Ekiti, around Idesha very well.
Because Kulata is not here. Yeah, talking like
Mike. You know I don't count Osun as a state. I don't see them as a state. I'm very
it's
sorry.
Okay now. Hold on now. Come on. They are a state now.
Now. That is my own view now. You have your own
the
view.
most what they call it historical sites. They have the most. Do you know that foreigners visit Osun more than any other Yoruba state besides Lagos?
Yes.
If you go to Osun, you see a lot of foreigners there. You see a lot of Black Americans there. You see a lot of white people there. They come there. We have a lot of Yeah, they come. Osun is where they go. They are the first people that told me about Osun.
Now. It's not showing in
No, there's tourist money there. Tourism. You know the people that make money the most? The Babalawos in Osun. You never say a broke one. They all have money. Because most of their clients now will go and foreigners.
People go to Ondo Township for Ekimogunde.
You will not see a Babalawo in Osun that doesn't have money. To the point where everybody know them. They salute them. We want him to. Because
Mikey.
I'm not. No, the most practiced tradition in Osun is traditional tradition. It's traditional. It's not in other states like Ekiti now. We're going to the pastor man. Ekiti, Oyo, the Islam, Oyo, they don't turn Muslim for that place. It's only Osun where they still do festivals, confirm, where foreigners will fly in.
Get pastor pass. Now get pastor pass.
Now lie. If you go to Osun, you see more traditional worshippers and
Babalola.
Are they based in Osun? I don't talk about Ekiti.
But that's the state now.
But they are not. Are they based there? They are not based there.
They have more pastors and they have more pastors than Ekiti. I'm telling you.
I'm saying if you go to Osun, you can see evidence of traditional worship everywhere. They are still more current. I'm telling you, Osun is still more current. They are still more Yoruba than the rest of the other states. The other states, right? Even
okay, sir. Let me okay, Ogun, where is the Ogun town?
You're talking about historical. You are talking about presently.
It's all in fun. Let's not bash the great Osun State, because of cultural. There's no point in, so Osun is Osun. So let's leave them alone. You can focus really.
The highest professor, but when I don't understand. They are highly educated, but they are also highly, how to say, I mean, if you allow.
Go ahead,
But all I say, they are uneducated or educated illiterate.
Okay, Afe Babalola, what will you say? Afe Babalola, you know when you are talking of one of those legal person that hardly lost any case in Nigeria. Let Kulata come and bear with us tomorrow. You understand? So many cases because it used to charge every legal case. Okay, let me give you an example. You take a case of Afe Babalola will tell you that, okay, I'm taking $1 million from you. Oh, you say it's too much. You go and get another lawyer for $50,000. He won't talk. When you come back to him, he will still take that $1 million and he will win that case. Go and ask any lawyer in Nigeria. One of those people.
That is
what Femi Falana. Wait now. I'm telling you because Femi Falana. It's from it.
Allah, you're just claiming people that are not based in Ekiti. You think they can make it to other glass in the
Also, okay.
Would they have become what they became? They'll be bushy, man. They just be docile like.
Oh my goodness.
There's no way Emefiele will be so agile like that.
Professor Sam Aluko, blessed memory.
We must give it to
blessed memory.
Ola, we must give it to you. If not because of you, we are not going to have enough lecturers that cross across different disciplines. I gave it to them. You will see them philosophy, psychology, education.
Let me jump into the territory of Babati, Professor Arauye, that used to be the only, as of 2092, that used to be the only cardiologist in the entire West Africa.
He grew up in Ogun State.
So, Professor, I don't go finish me here today. See, Professor Sam Aluko, you know how many countries that got their build the economic blueprint? Professor Sam Aluko of blessed memory. So, what of Professor Bodolo Poroku? If you remember very well, you understand?
That one is a politician now.
It does not matter. It does not matter. It's not with the federal cabinet. So, what of Bamidele Olumilua? What of Bamidele Olumilua? You understand? How many of you know? What of Adekunle Fajuyi that said, you will rather kill me than to take my
that's philosophy, no, I
tell you, Ola, you just put Adekunle Fajuyi.
Now, Ekiti State
Adekunle Fajuyi really he embarrassed Ekiti for that thing I did.
Oh my goodness. So Dia that was crying, Dia that was weeping, a general. So
Dia really embarrassed Ogun. I won't lie, man. The guy knew he was on his own now because the entire Yoruba line was behind. It was already turning their back on him. Like, okay.
They almost got that Ijebu. They almost got that. You know that one, like giving them that Ijebu. It's whatever.
But I got to like to be safe.
You see, Ekiti, the money. You know, when Ekiti was fighting that Obafemi Awolowo University should have actually been in Ado Ekiti originally, because Ekiti was supplying 60% of the total cocoa in the entire western region then. So, you know, in order to persuade Ekiti then, when they created the present Ekiti State University was named Obafemi Awolowo University, when they created that university in 1982. But unfortunately, this Bamidele Otiko, Commander Bamidele Otiko, because of politics, you renamed that university. Because Ekiti really thought that it gave 60% of this your revenue that you used to build this place. How come that we don't have anything? You know, they were compensated, but Bamidele Otiko just changed everything. So Ekiti just before people like us will be the one to tell you what is happening. No, credit to Fayemi in us with all sincerity, even though I didn't rate him initially, but when I saw, I got to learn about what he did. Even some of my former colleagues that are investing seriously in the cassava chain in Ekiti. No, kudos to him. I can't deny him, to be honest. I can't deny. Then when the guy got to that place, he called Ekiti again. He revived that thing. It's the security that made people be running away from there, because back then when I was still in Nigeria, I know that people almost every weekend, if you didn't go on time, you would never get a place to book in the Ikogosi resource center there. Then in a bond break, if they are able to revive it fully, I think that one alone, in the long term, should be able to, if they cover what they are expecting to cover in the entire way, in the entire West Africa, entire southern Nigeria, in the next 15 to 20 years, we expect that to give Ekiti like close to $1 billion.
So then, how far with the airport in Ekiti that you're firing? It's still been the airport.
No, that airport is what they are used to. Let me keep quiet because I've not checked anything.
Don't keep quiet. Keep quiet.
So I may be lying. I may be lying if I say something. I may be lying if I say something. That's why I don't want to lie to the people, because that airport, from my own little understanding of it, is supposed to be used to move product from a Ikunderi farm down to Promosidon in Lagos.
Also, it's a agro thing. I mean, it's an agro.
The agro thing, that's what they call it. But someone said that we should not trust politicians, that because some of them want to get private jets. That's why they do that. But I've not really seen any Ekiti past governor or president that.
I don't think people will not spend their money like that. They are
but let me tell you something. When they were buying all these cattle, I think they brought some cattle from Argentina. You understand? They used that airport to launch some of those cattle. So, and I think Ikunderi farm now at least is producing presently. But cassava, what I can tell you, cassava, rice, and our rice, we are targeting. Currently we are at 300,000 metric tons. You will see our poor rice production is in Ekiti now in the southwest, and that's the highest in the entire southwest. So our father is supposed to be leading, but unfortunately, it's like they sold all your land to speculators and whatever, real estate, whatever they want to call them. So those are the things.
The rice in your place is very expensive now. It's very expensive. You know that also.
It is expected to be expensive now. You know why? It is expected to be expensive.
So if not today, I say that I want to import rice to Nigeria, it will be 30,000 naira cheaper than the rice from your place.
No, don't import rice to Nigeria. I will fight you to finish on that. I keep telling you, stop this idea of importing rice to Nigeria. Do you know why? See, I told you, it's not a good thing. People in Irekiti, in Igbimo, in Ikerekiti, they depend on that rice that you want to spoil the market for them.
Okay.
What you can do for them is wait now, buy.
Ola, is this stone rice you are talking about? Stone rice.
The thing we are talking about is this: buy them processing equipment that will remove all those stones, that will process that. Okay, let me talk. I said it. There was a time I was thinking about investment.
It is very cheap to bring it to.
Hey, Mr. Trump, that is not going to work. Okay. So the thing is this: as at 2013-2014, when I calculated the cost of establishing a rice mill around the Lupeju Iraq axis, so it was going to cost around 20 million. So, and that would be like a boiler, it's going to be like mother boiler and those things that you will just go to separate, what do you call it, the huskal or whatever. So then we have to have some kind of borehole there, some kind of electricity. Also, so that was just to modernize, because if an individual person was thinking around that place, so I think there are so many people that can, because part of the thing that I was proposing to people there was that, okay, let's find a way to have that they will help people to harvest. So either you go to the farm and harvest and buy the rice part, pot and come and process it for. So the only thing we didn't consider that thing is something that we polish, something like a polisher. That's when you do the rice processing that you polish it. So we never considered that, but this would have given the rice value chain some kind of elevation. So they are still using local.
But Ola, why are you ignoring my question? I said, is this stone rice you are talking about?
I said, Thomas. that's Igbimo rice. I know that's stone rice now, of course. Yes. So because they do it local way, when you harvest, when you boil.
You should have asked Thomas, what are they doing on your? It's from your state. They don't do nothing.
Kangaroo not the import.
We have a lubo now. We have a lubo in your state. We have a lubo in Ekiti to go out because we do cassava more than cocoa in your state too now. We have cocoa in Oyo.
Anyway, we have cocoa more than you. So say another.
I don't disagree that. Yeah.
So we have plantain because we there's what we call we have plantain and we have there's this small banana we call ogedesino. We call it ogedesino. So we used to supply, people used to come from Owena then to buy from Ilawekiti because those guys they are known for that then Igede around those areas. So they used to buy all those products to take to the breweries.
And I would like to be honest with you, even they said our local rice even nutritious than the imported rice.
You don't know.
The Olokuta one, the Ofada.
A máa ń jà sí rice ní báyìí nítorí tíyàwó mi bá ti import ẹ̀ wá èmi máa ń ṣe ààbò ẹ̀jẹ̀ tán. So a máa import ẹ̀
even if the Nigerian parties here, they don't cook normal rice. They always cook that Ofada. Or if you see how people will kill her or Ofada and Neata. Oh so my God.
Yeah. My wife used to import it. Thomas, we import for our consumption, not for sales anyway.
Thomas, that is the rice that can give you the nutrients you want. All those rice they are eating, they already parboiled them for 6 months, kept them.
Yes, they are parboiled rice. Yeah.
Sometimes, but if you want fresh rice, ask those ones they just harvest or something like that, and then
you know rice.
The stone, that's the problem to separate the stone from the rice.
No, our rice here, one basket go. Mike is missing a lot.
Our father no is being produced in Egba.
Mike that is just eating chemical.
Yeah, our father is being produced in Egba. Yes. My sister do cook or father, but he has to separate the rice from the stone. It takes a long process, man. It takes a long process to separate. I don't know why can't they separate the stone from the rice from the farm.
No, that's why I said they are doing the processing.
To be honest with you, I have separated. They normally sell separated Ofada rice here. It's being separated from the I don't know where it's coming from. It's being separated. The only say be normal rice. You don't need to. There's no stone. Normal Ofada rice. I don't know.
I think around about
very expensive. Very expensive.
I think
and they don't pack them in a big sack. They just pack it in a small nylon. You remember those Uncle Ben's then? In that Uncle Ben's size, yes.
We stopped eating Uncle Ben's when Buhari took over in 1983. That was they started bringing one in Buhari. They were importing the pando that they call in Buhari.
But that Uncle Ben's, I usually buy the Uncle Ben's here. They are still selling it here.
The Uncle Ben's we have here now, it doesn't smell like those ones I used to have in the 80s. So I don't know.
Yeah, so they have changed totally.
Because those ones straight up, the one here I bought from Walmart and Superstore, they taste fake to me. So I stick to my father and some other. Why am I even calling this your father? Because this rice is not even coming from father, it's coming from Ekiti. So, but they not call everything a father.
They grow it in they grow it in Abeokuta too now.
But rice.
Do you think there are still a lot of people still going to the farm in Ekiti doing this, or people have already moved to Lagos?
People are farming, my brother. People are farming.
Let me tell you.
Farming.
Let me tell you something.
My mom is from Ekiti, so at this people are farming.
All those mama, they see they. So when you say people are saying, so how come that Oko is still coming from Ekiti? How come we see have all those banana that they used to supply building in?
Yes,
we look at in Ibadan. We still got from my grandpa, my mom's dad. We still get palm oil from that farm till today. They still send it down to Ibadan to my mom.
Do you know that yam from Ondo, Ekiti, Kwara, the way they will flood Ibadan? Oh my God! I think Nigeria is so blessed.
You know what?
And your Lagos government signing a deal with some. I just didn't want to really say what I wanted to say. You can't sign the deal with Kwara and Ekiti, but
I know so you the best for that government, but we are going to handle our situation in Ekiti. I think we are going to handle our own situation. I don't even want to.
And yes, it's going to be based on tribal. Yes, what piece? It has to be. It's a cultural and tribal thing. It's not. No, it's not for anything.
I don't want any gold. I don't want any gold mining in my state. I don't want any mineral resources mining. See, let me tell
you. That's the way it's supposed to be. Not just saying you're a state that you don't want to talk to your fellow. No, you can't have that in your land. I'm sorry.
No. I no. Just because he has taken it away, that's why I'm talking that now. I know. So I got your point. Like I said, Stallion Rice, Dangote, they've all got some kind of allocation in Ekiti to build rice and cassava value chain. So as it is now, I expect Ekiti. So it's like there's still one state leading north in that southwest in cassava, but I think we should overtake that state maybe the next 2-3 years if Stallion and Dangote are doing the cassava thing fully. So to me, honestly, they should work on our institution too. And if we can still leverage this story of a fountain of knowledge, Ekiti professor, even I know that things are changing really, because I know we see a high concentration of professor, but it might not be the way people are talking about it. It was Akintola that actually made Ekiti popular, but we may not necessarily be the one with the highest number of professors. Let me just be honest with you today. But it doesn't take the fact away that we have those people in the academics. So
maybe you should go back to Ondo. Maybe you should go back to Ondo.
No, when we are in Ondo, we dominated 60 to 70% of the civil service there. So Ondo 7 want to take us back because it was headache for them. They celebrated while we were going because they were not. See, it's just like the position you see someone that just managed to finish school start would like to occupy. You see someone that already doing PhD there already. So, and in Nigeria, we believe so much in certificate now. So Ekiti, we were dominating the civil service there, no doubt. So whosoever, I don't know what got over them. I think Olupoku, with the influence of Adamu Siroma and some other guys, they were able to use their influence then to create Ekiti and thinking they will be the one to rule Ekiti. So but unfortunately, Olupoku was unable to become the state governor. It was Adeniyi that happened to be our state governor. So to me, I prefer Ondo State, to be honest. I prefer Ondo State. But then over time, I've been able to find out that Ekiti, despite whatever everybody want to believe, can survive. We don't have money like Ogun State too, but
no, you see.
Now where rat and rich you go take a
no, it's the I was talking about the thing that Nick was talking me about the Don agenda and this business economic integration of the Southwest that has been there. Even some of the meetings Kwara and Kogi they attend because there's this call, like I said earlier, I don't know if they want to be part of it. So there's always been that, but the reason why we don't even use that to our benefit in Nikomayemi.
No, I see. I expect Tinubu to perform, and I see before I begin to doubt Tinubu, it will be like around December next year, not this year, because to me, it's not all of fault. To me, I understand the pains people are going through. Like I said, more money are even going from, not more money really. It's still almost the same value that you send everyone you still send. The only thing is that those people at home, they get more. There were times before you send $100 and your $100 was like 20,000. You send the same $100 today, now they are getting close to 130,000. So that is different. So, and the reason I said the government should have just looked at the value of dollars when they've not floated naira, they should have looking at the value of workers in dollars then and just pay them now that you have more money. So that integration is going to, I think Baba, I think we will be there. I see Tinubu will be successful. I'm not a prophet. So, but to be successful, if it's not successful, ban me from this forum. Just give me 2 more years. If it's not successful, I put just ban me from this forum. Because there are some people here that have marked. May God preserve us beyond that day. I will, in fact, my forum want to get me. You know, I know how to chase people with words. It's a promise. It's a promise. Those people that are expecting to, I will. No, trust me now. I like doing that. You know, I will chase them my way here with words. You understand? Because to me,
no worries.
The moves from the strategic level are very positive. They are very positive. Like the problem of dollars we managed to identify today now is going to take a very long time because the more people keep any salary, they will be keeping their money in dollars. Maybe you say they should not take it to the bank. And now, maybe if I not tell you, say I put money under my somewhere in my house, how will you know? You know? How will you know? If you see the way some people they keep money, honestly, if you deploy the entire, is it K what they normally call all those detective dogs? If you deploy all those K dogs, they won't even discover where some people keep their money. So that's my point.
That's another story for the day, for another day. Yes, thank you guys. I think we have to go now. We've tried.
See someone that want to close the channel and say will throw himself out too.
Nirogun bomb money or your tito. It is Allah.
So I don't want mining in my state, to be honest. That's just my. When people talk of mineral resources, when it comes to my state,
what created that bomb in yourself? Did they find out?
Sorry, guys. Kangaroo, I ain't jump on my network.
You want to talk
Nirogun bomb money state in you. In
the name of Jesus. Nerimo.
You want to Jesus?
Ọmọ Jésù lèmi. Ọmọ Jésù lèmi.
Probation kò síwájú yìí.
Ṣàngó dà.
Àárò orí mi.
Ibo Ṣàngó wà.
Ṣàngó tí bàbá ẹgbẹ́ síwájú kò tẹ̀ rí. Babaláwo Máìkì á sọ fún ẹ Ṣàngó ló wà wájú ẹ̀ yìí náà.
I reject in Jesus' name.
Okay. No comment.
Àbí kò ṣe red ni mo wò níwájú ẹ̀ yìí live red a something. Ṣàngó ló wà wájú ẹ̀
yìí. You know, we are looking forward to. Besides Ogun, they have a lot of work to do. Because you have many things to do. I mean, bring the past or your old glory back, of Ibadan to be, I remember those days now, but I don't know what happened.
When are they crowning the next Alaafin concept? What's it called?
So owó tí pé tí kò bribe yín pé wá ti pé wá ti pé.
Mo rò pé máa gíní bribe yẹn máa ṣe orí Aláàfin àwọn low level ọba ló máa ń ṣe gbogbo yẹn kò ṣe they can't do Aláàfin on that level. Well, we never know.
Mikey, if you can have internet or in Osun, your Oni, is it not internet over? Why can't they have it in your state? Oh, forget about Mike. Mike. All these old Baba, anytime they pass away, forget about Oba in Yoruba land anymore. They will just be all of them will just be like Oluwo. Awujale, Oshe,
or shaking it off. All those old baba, all those Gbadebo, all those old baba, when they die, forget about anything
don't try
about
that
it.
one in Ekiti o. Eléyìí tí Olúwo ṣe yẹn kò lè wá ṣe ní Ọ̀gọ̀tún Èkìtì o.
I beg. But
That's what you were saying. Who knew, Ola? Who knew that we can have that kind of ridiculous Oba in the world?
That one
Until
is
it
just
happened.
ridiculous.
Mọ àwọn ọba tí mo mention yẹn ni. Lè ṣe tó kò lè kí ni.
Ṣé pé ẹ̀yin wá tọ̀wọ̀ ẹ gbóná ju ìwò lọ ni wọ́n kọ́ tó ń pè ní ìwò.
No, Mike, a lè sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn àníṣe tí ó bá wúrú wà tó bá gbé adé yẹn lórí. Kì í gbọ́ búburú lẹ́nu abọ́ rẹ̀. Let's just take it that way.
Agbára ẹni mẹ́rin kò ní agbára náà ní ìwò wa.
A ló fẹ́ jẹ pàwọ́ ní o jẹ́ pásítọ̀ bó fẹ́ jẹ ọlọ́gọ̀tún níbo ẹja filẹ̀
ọlọ́gọ̀tún
jáde báyẹn.
Olúwo tó ń taari tó ń wé igbó on video. That guy is just ridiculous.
After ọba ìwé ẹ̀ mo ní okay I think we have done.
Olúwo ní ẹ̀mí àlòun náà ó sọ pé ọba lòun ní ẹ̀mí àlòun so ẹ tẹ̀kẹ̀ báyẹn ẹ̀mí àní so gẹ̀dẹ̀ wá.
Ìwọ of all places can you look on Ìlọrin ní Kwara say I can say okay at least we know Kwara is a lost you understand?
Kábíyèsí tó ń kúlẹ̀ náà nǹkan ìtàn Muslim àti
Ogun ní àbí Ogun state ní àbí Ìwọ ní ẹ̀ náà.
Kìsógun state o.
State wo ni ẹ?
Ọ̀ṣun.
Ọ̀ṣun tí mi pọ́n lé lẹ́ẹ̀kan.
Ìgbà tó bá sọ pé kábíyèsí máa ń dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún ibẹ̀ ni wàhálà ti dé. Kábíyèsí máa ń Ọbásanjọ́ ní pé kábíyèsí á dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún inú yàrá. Ẹ ti mọ̀ pé nǹkan ti dé nìyẹn.
So we need to discuss our own issue self. Láti have that.
Ìgbà kan agbọ́tàn yẹn rí mo kàánú tàn mi ò mọ̀ bóyá ó jẹ́ ní o so ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ọ̀yọ́ ẹ foríjì mi o. Reason tí wọ́n fi ń pe Aláàfin ní ikú mọ́psí is that pé ìgbà kan pé nígbà tí Aláàfin ń wẹ̀ pé ó ní kí ìyàwó òun kó lọ bá òun wá bá òun fi kọ̀ọ̀kan.
Let's shut down. We are turning to another thing now. Let's shut down. We'll talk in the background. Yes, yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. It's been amazing. Everyone that has spoken. Let's listen to this ridiculous guy before we leave.
Wait a minute. If the president calls you, Mr. Congo, won't you go? You know, in Nigeria, after seeing that picture, I think everybody is a suspect, including me. Oh dear. It's just that I've not had enough evidence to convict myself. You know, there's nothing wrong in seeing the president. You don't say no to a president. But there's something wrong when you sycophantically make a 360 degree to all the principles you say you hold dear. What have changed? Now, the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He has the right to command me to come and see him. I would not have a choice in it, but I would have a choice to what I would say. I would have a choice to my demeanor when I had finished seeing him. What he cannot command is what I would say. But if he says I must see him, I have to see him. He's in charge of the security of myself, including me. You have to respect the office of the president. From where I come from, there is an adage that when you're giving a message to the king, you can deliver the message. But when you're told to go and carry the king, you cannot go to carry the king. So it is really very pathetic. In other words, they may say,
when this guy sounded like this before election, this Labour Party people, now God go help them. Thank you, everyone.
But that was hopefully okay. Well, I saw Elaine, but let me say anything anyway.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, you can say anything. You can comment if you want to. before we shut it down. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
I'll sit in the background.
In the background. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. See you guys. Yeah. Thank you.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
You can only see when you can only